I'm aware that I'm muted. I just unmuted. All right, hello, folks. How we doing? Also, don't tell anyone. We're also streaming right now on YouTube. Okay. Streaming on Twitch, YouTube. We doing some things. We're trying some things out. We seeing how this is going. Just kind of testing the waters here, seeing what we can do, how it all works. On a fairly low stakes stream. Goodness. That congressional hearing? Which congressional hearing? Oh, yeah. Hey, Doodleburb. How we doing? I woke up on the depressive side of the bed today, folks, so sorry if I'm a little low energy, but I'll do my best, okay? Are we live? We live, Irked! We live! Hello! Also, I think I'm dehydrated, so I had like 3 really large cups of water. So hopefully in like an hour I'll start feeling a little bit more hydrated. Are we getting what I mean, probably getting more Trump voices. We'll see. We are going to cover his insane rambling speech on the feeling alone, ignored, invisible side myself. Oh, it seems like a very similar side of the bed to what I woke up on. I thought the response to Trump's arrest would I thought the response to Trump's arrest would unorganized hogs crying in the streets, but I didn't realize it would be actual autocratic attack on democracy. Oh yeah, no, Austin Coulston, yeah. I mean, they never stop trying to subvert democracy, do they? You know? I really do wonder how many dollary dues they had to give to the that legislator from North Carolina to get her to switch parties. I'll also have to wonder, like, man, they're gonna try and impeach Judge Janet Protasiewicz. It's they're going hard right now. Not to mention what they're doing in Tennessee today. I mean, and Florida's just been an ongoing disaster for civil liberties. For those of you who don't know, they're trying to pass a bill in Florida right now that would criminalize pride events in which drag takes place. So, all pride events, actually. Okay, I'm not gonna bother to fact check that one, Neuron, because even if it's fake, I still think it's funny. Entire Goodman Police Department resigns. I mean, that's one way to defund the police, I guess. Just have all of the Republican police officers resign. Build something new in its place. I mean, I don't think the original point of Pride was that, like, we'd have to continue rioting forever, but we will riot as long as we need to. Yeah, there have only been, like, 9 expulsions in all of Tennessee history, and, like, most of them were like, people who were, like, objecting to slavery in the state. Georgia's trying that shit here too. Yeah, there was just a story about Georgia we were going to cover the other day. What did they do? Oh god. Everything's on fire. But we had some good wins yesterday, or 2 days ago. Let's hold on to that energy as we go forward. Let's hold on to some of that Brandon Johnson energy. Hey, Hikigo Corgi. Thank you for coming to YouTube chat. Appreciate it. Okay, since the end of the Civil War, there have only been 3 expulsions, and those were for stuff like sexual assault. Wow, okay. They really do hate the T in LGBT. They do. It's true. While we get started here, I'm gonna do my makeup. So I can feel more like a human being and less like a homunculus. How are you all doing today? Also, Neuron, I saw your question earlier in the offline chat about whether or not I watched Sabine on YouTube. I haven't watched a ton of her stuff, mostly because from the titles on her videos, it seems like she's really opposed to the standard model of physics. And that just seems kind of off-putting. But to be fair, I haven't heard her arguments yet. Why did you get no sleep, Punky Gal? And, like, that on its own, by the way, objecting to the standard model isn't necessarily, like, bad on its own. There are plenty of disagreements on that. There are inconsistencies in it. Skincare solidarity, hell yeah. Look, if you're gonna wear makeup, you gotta do skincare, because makeup dries your skin out so much. Even if that shit says it's moisturizing, I don't trust it. Plus, it just smelled good. What have I been up to? Today I woke up, felt depressed, and then fought against my depression by going to the gym. Worked out for about an hour. Came back, got some chipotle, took a shower, and it was still depressive, and now I'm here. I was going to gather all of my tax info today, but I do not have the mental fortitude to start my taxes. Hey, Fina Colada. I have an anti-acne BB cream. Hell yeah. Also, for real. What moisturizer do I use? Aaron Lopez. I use Yawadam. I use some other moisturizers as well, but Yawadam is what I swear by when it comes to prepping for makeup. Also, their eye creams are phenomenal. I will also go to bat, and this might sound a little weird, but if you are someone with very sensitive skin, an excellent way to moisturize your skin and do skincare when you're taking your makeup off is to make use of olive oil. Use some olive oil. Put it on like a paper towel. If you don't have any like makeup cleansing wipes, just put some olive oil on that paper towel and use it to wipe your makeup off. It moisturizes your skin. Gets the makeup off. It's very, very good. What the fuck is this? Austin Coolston, if you want to post links in chat, you either have to whisper a mod in Twitch chat, or you have to come over to riverboat.gg. We had too many people, we had some neo-Nazis come through on Twitch, so we had to lock link sharing. Well, so a lot of removers are oil-based, but part of the problem is you'll find that a lot of makeup removal wipes are alcohol based, and that is not great for your skin. So if you are using one of those, you should moisturize after you take off your makeup, because it just dries it all out. Also, yes, oil both your skin and the chat. Gift subs, bits, exclamation point tips, all that good stuff. Come on over to riverboat.gg if you want to be in the on-screen chat, and drop some subs or make some donos, because that is how I survive. Hello, non-binary superpowers. Also, just the people posting in riverboat.gg chat get priority. Hannah Reloaded, hello. You've caught me at the very beginning of my stream, Raiders. My name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news, politics, and sometimes I open my stream by doing my makeup. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome. When were the Nazis in? Like, probably about a month or two ago. But also, they always trickle in from time to time. Welcome, Raiders. How are you all doing today? I'm also a transgender lady. If you'd like to ask me questions about my transness or my politics, I'm always, always, always happy to say hello and answer your questions. Yes, true. Twitch and YouTube on the down low. We're also streaming on YouTube right now. Don't tell anyone. You're transgender? That's so cool. I agree. I also have a cute dog. Hi there. You're a cute dog. Did you know that? Did you know I love you? I love you. You're so fuzzy. Got little crusties on your eyes. Hello. Also, chat, every 5 gifted subs on riverboat.gg this stream, I will give her a treat. I've just decided that. Yeah, you. Dog. I'm gonna have to wash my hands after petting you though, because I just had clean hands to put on makeup, and now they're all dirty with dog germs. Yeah. Yeah. Nice dog. Yeah. You hugging. Hugging. Okay, I need you to go lay down. I need you to go lay down. Yeah. Two tier 1 subs? Hell yeah! Only 3 more subs to get this dog a treat. Thank you very much for supporting Stream, Hideous Lemon. I appreciate it. Cute and base pupper, indeed. Yeah, you're the money maker on this channel, aren't you? Okay, lay down. Gonna go wash my hands and finish doing my makeup. And also get the dog treats so they're close by so I don't have to get up and get them. Hideous Lemon, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. You have unlocked the first trait. There are a limited number of them in this box. Hi. That was from Hideous Lemon. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you lay down. Good girl. Okay, what should we start with? While you know what, let's do this educational video about disaster tourism in Chernobyl. How about that? A new Kyle Hill video released, and it's about the disastrous effects of disaster tourism. So let's learn a little bit about that.
In 2019, HBO released a critically acclaimed miniseries about the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, the world's worst. The show is regarded as generally accurate, beautifully shot, and well acted, all intentional, of course. What was not intended, what could not be stopped, was a social media-driven gold rush for fans of the show to see the site for themselves. Starting in 2019 and continuing up until the invasion of Ukraine in early 2022, tourism companies, many newly made, were bringing 1,000 to 2,000 tourists into the Chernobyl exclusion zone every day. This was disaster tourism of a different kind. Unlike going to see something like the remains of Pompeii, the explosion of people touring Chernobyl and the surrounding areas was a genuine hazard, both to the health of tourists and to the fragile integrity of the zone. When I arrived in Chernobyl in the October of 2021, I saw
come on.
some of these hazards firsthand. To me, and to the experts I spoke to, the HBO miniseries and the influencers it brought to the zone were maybe the worst thing to happen to the area since fission products first rained down on it in the April of 1986. This is the true story of Chernobyl's second disaster.
Yeah, Metatahu. Hello. And welcome.
Having arrived in Ukraine to join a team of nuclear scientists,
also we're live on
engineers, and
YouTube,
specialists, I was expecting the trip to be fairly exclusive. And while we did see things hardly any civilian would have access to, there were tourists everywhere. Cars and buses with radioactivity symbols and respirator logos came and went from the power plant like clockwork. Influencers documented their meals in the plant's cafeteria. The food is surprisingly good, by the way. Groups of young people, phones in hand and in street clothes, walked the same wooded paths in the abandoned city of Pripyat that we did. As radiation counters clicked, so too did the simulated shutter sounds of iPhones. Business cards crumpled underfoot. Like the explosion of Reactor 4 37 years earlier, human intervention was once again changing the Ukrainian woods a few hours north of Kyiv. And as I found out, it even got to the point where tour guides were apparently manipulating objects in the zone, actively trying to make the area seem more menacing than it had been in decades. And keep in mind, since 1986, there hasn't been a single confirmed radiation-related death in the zone.
Well, I think, the tour operators will come in here. Who knows what the story is? Some died a horrible death, or a hard hat, a respirator, and moose bones that they've gathered up and tried to arrange.
Moose bones.
I remember rib bones, to make it look like, somebody died here. And so you'll see that as we travel throughout the area.
Sure, Fina
A lot of staged areas where people have taken stuff like this, old toys and books, and have set them up in Pripyat, and coming here prior to the miniseries, seeing the difference and seeing you know, how you've got people coming out here to take Instagram pictures or whatever it is, and just, you know, you see a lot of stage things. I've also seen a lot of things that were there year after year that are radioactive that I would survey that are gone now. And I can't help but think that somebody grabbed this as a souvenir not knowing how radioactive it was.
During a walk through Pripyat, our team visited the Claw, a famously
God
radioactive
damn.
object that helped clean roofs heaping with radioactive material after the disaster, to train surveying techniques and learn the principles of radioactive safety. While we did so, more than one group of tourists would get what only can be considered as dangerously close to the corpse of the giant machine. The metal here, contaminated with radioactive graphite, was off the charts on our detectors that cost tens of thousands of dollars, and yet Tom told us that sitting inside the claw or putting your head inside the jaws was a popular photo op.
What the
apparently
hell?
not discouraged by tour leaders.
What
Sitting
the
inside,
hell?
quote, the most dangerous thing in the zone.
I would expect that if we could actually move this thing, we'd probably find some little chunks of fuel and pretty highly contaminated stuff down below. But it's very radioactive still. And so again, I mean, I've been here multiple times and see tour groups come through and they're touching it.
Well, if you don't have a meter, like the scientists here have a
right.
meter,
And it just drives me
the other
crazy.
tourists aren't getting the information that we're getting, which is
Exactly.
stay away from it.
Yeah, you know.
Tourist-driven changes to the zone had apparently gotten so bad that even so-called stalkers, the shady and somewhat mythical individuals who illegally trespass in the
I know that
exclusion
video
zone,
game.
had taken it upon themselves to preserve the original state of objects like the claw and the rest of this radiation-created preserve.
So it was recently repainted. It was black and white striped the last time I was here, and the time before it was pink. And so there's stalkers that come in and try to, you know, they try to clean up after people. And so they repainted it to the original color, and they said, we've left paint in the area and a few people know where that paint is. So the same thing as we were coming into town, there was a sign that said Pripyat, the white sign. It gets graffitied all the time.
Wait, so Tom, the tourist problem has gotten so bad
Yeah.
that the stalkers who come in here illegally have tried to undo some of the damage.
Exactly. So you've got like these two levels of stalkers. You
Yeah.
got the, you know, the stalkers that come in and do stuff like this, and some of them think they're angry that the Instagrammers will come and take pictures, so they try to deface it.
Sure.
And then you've got the other group of stalkers who come in and try to fix up some of the buildings. There's a kindergarten classroom that they've redecorated, and,
Wow.
and then they try to repaint stuff like this. So it's interesting to see how that works.
I've tried to make it very clear in this series that the Chernobyl exclusion zone is not the nuclear wasteland you think it is. There are no three-headed beasts, no glowing green heaps of metal. But that doesn't mean that the zone isn't or can't be dangerous. It definitely can be. While our group of scientists did our best to be as safe as possible, change clothes inside the power plant each day, screen our shoes for contamination after leaving a location, monitor our whole body dose over the course of a week, there was clear evidence that others were not being so safe.
So this track used to be over here, and so you just see things that have just been moved, and I'm thinking, who's picked this stuff up and carried it? You know, it's just
Would
crazy.
you being a nuclear expert and working in the industry, would you pick that up and touch that?
Not with my bare hands. You know, if I had gloves on and protective clothing, I might, but why? So I don't know if people are, I don't know what they're thinking.
Do you
It's
think, like,
amazing.
as you see the tourists come in here, would you recommend how they're dressed and what they're doing? It's definitely dangerous.
You've seen it. I mean, you know, we're required to wear long sleeves, and you see them in here with shorts, short sleeve shirts. They've got water bottles with them. They're eating. You know, this whole area is considered Area A, or the accident area, and it's considered a contaminated area. So you shouldn't be eating, drinking,
Yeah.
smoking, chewing, things like that. And you see it all the time.
Damn,
In a grossly contaminated
weird that
environment,
people do
one of
this.
the
What
worst
the
things you
hell?
can do is contaminate yourself, knowingly or not. And because of the sheer number of tourists entering and exiting the zone looking for something to bring back with them, digital or otherwise, this contamination was surely happening.
When 2019 came
Why would you
along,
want to
the
bring
HBO
back
miniseries
radioactive
Chernobyl
junk?
happened.
Why? No.
2019, there was up to 2,000 people touring through the exclusion zone every single day. Once that started happening, Pripyat looked very different from what Tom and Lucas remember when they first got here. The vandalism, the trash, the broken windows, ruining these pieces of Pripyat that could have been preserved, could have been saved. It's to the point now where Chernobyl's stalkers, Pripyat's stalkers, those who illegally enter the exclusion zone and stay here and do whatever it is they do, they've started self-policing. They've started leaving little wanted signs and posters that they make themselves on a printer saying this stalker or that stalker is defacing the city that they love so much or think about so much that they illegally enter. It's a wild thing that even in a place like this, social media and our obsession with showing people who we are and what we do, that it can affect even an area that was hit by the worst nuclear disaster in human history. It can be Chernobyl's second disaster.
This logbook has always been here for as long as I've been coming. But there used to be some article of clothing here, like a shirt or something that was all wadded up, and it read 5 or 6 MR per hour. And it's just always been here until maybe a year or two ago. And I just think somebody probably grabbed it and took it home, not knowing what it was or as a souvenir. I don't know. But the fact that people are coming in here, touching things, taking things.
You gonna talk about Clarence Thomas? Probably.
To his credit, the creator of the Chernobyl miniseries did publicly denounce the influencer-type behavior in Chernobyl that his show galvanized, and pretty much every public reaction to this trend was negative to the point of ridiculousness. But of course, this didn't stop anyone. As a science communicator, the transformation of the Chernobyl exclusion zone
That'll
into
kill
a
someone?
sizable
Yeah.
tourist attraction without adequate safety and security is, in my opinion, a public health hazard. I didn't see any real caution exercised by tourists, and the more people that move through, the more chance there is for apparently lax oversight to cause harm, either to the tourists themselves or to the zone. Now, it's hard for me, from this perspective, to take any real moral high ground over the vast majority of people that just want an interesting photo and would never do something stupid like grabbing a radioactive piece of clothing from a destroyed hospital. At the same time, there's nothing really stopping them from doing that. In the back of my mind, while my group was offering a moment of silence to the first man who died during the disaster, heads down in a dark, dusty, extremely radioactive room, a highlight of my trip, I knew that someone else's highlight was in creating something like this. I can't tell you that I didn't find it disrespectful, and I can't tell you it didn't make me angry. It did. The fact of the matter is that when the war in Ukraine comes to an end, Chernobyl and the exclusion zone will likely become the epitome of disaster tourism once again. It's not all bad. Tourism does inevitably bring money into the area. The city where I stayed, Slavutic, was perfectly nice. Clean air, good food, good people deserving of the money. Still, the majority of those who book a tour of Chernobyl are not going to be nuclear engineers, and in a highly contaminated environment with little to no rules enforcement, that can only be a continuous, non-zero risk.
And I see things that are missing. You hear about boots that have been taken out of the basement, firefighter boots that are reading, probably hundreds of MR per hour.
Sure.
It's just crazy.
Hundreds of millirems per hour is hot enough to give whoever may have taken that boot the lowest yearly dose clearly linked to increased cancer risk in just 24 hours. Until next time.
So chat, you've now learned, do not go to nuclear exclusion zones. Not a fun vacay. 0 out of 10. Do not participate. It's true. It's true. Why not? Why can't I visit 12 Mile Island? I mean, you probably can. There go my plans for the evening. Well, sorry. Oh, there it is. Non-binary superpowers. I'm not. I'm not understanding your comment. Okay, let's see. Okay. God, there's so much to talk about.
The largest hot desert in the world, the Sahara, is one of the driest places on Earth, with rainfall basically non-existent in many parts, and what little water does reach the Sahara disappears
Hey, maybe you're the problem. How you
with
doing?
a rate of potential evaporation ranging from a low of 2,500 to a high of 6,000 millimeters per year, which is 100 to 240 inches, the highest ever recorded. For reference, potential evaporation in the vicinity of Phoenix, Arizona, in the Sonoran Desert maxes out at about 2,500 millimeters per year. With this incredible dryness and evaporation in mind, the Sahara seems like the last place that you'd imagine a sea. But if any videos about mega projects has taught us anything, it's that humanity loves a bit of a challenge. Making an inland sea in the Sahara Desert has been an engineering dream since at least the 19th century, and it's persisted to the present day with a project currently under development in cooperation with the Tunisian government.
Just making 3 little dots. That's how you do highlighter,
The first
baby.
recorded proposal for a project creating an inland sea in the Sahara Desert was by Donald Mackenzie, a Scottish entrepreneur and avid abolitionist who set up a trading post along the West African coast that often dealt in goods from Central Africa that had to be transported across the Sahara by caravan. Of course, this journey took weeks and had a limited capacity. Mackenzie himself had not travelled into Central Africa, which was then referred to as the Sudan, with an OU, not the same as the country now called Sudan, but he had heard many descriptions of the terrain from traders and nomads. He came to believe that an area known as El Jouf in modern-day Mauritania near the border with Mali was sufficiently below sea level that if connected to the Atlantic Ocean over 1,000 kilometers away, that's 650 miles, it would create a large sea of more than 150,000 square kilometers, roughly 60,000 square miles. That's nearly twice the size of Lake Superior. He believed this would even allow for canals connecting to the Niger River. European ships could then travel all the way to the Sudan and gain access to its rich resources that had otherwise been difficult to access. As a side benefit, the sea would also allow for agriculture in the arid region and, in keeping with Mackenzie's political beliefs, help liberate the Central African population from the slave trade that was prolific in the area. Mackenzie was likely inspired by other smaller depressions that.
Well, at
you'd see
least his
near the
intentions
Atlantic
were
coast,
mostly
such as the
good.
Sneako, which is just 15 kilometers or 10 miles off of the Atlantic.
I don't know
and
that
55 meters or
I don't know that that plan would have really come to fruition.
80 feet below sea level. He was also aware of various salt lakes that formed seasonally in depressions in Tunisia and Egypt. However, the fatal flaw in his proposal was that he was entirely incorrect about the elevation of El Jouf, which is actually about 320 meters or about 1,000 feet above sea level. Mackenzie's proposal actually gained a lot of press coverage, with popular publications like the Daily Telegraph and Vanity Fair praising the potential of the plan and encouraging serious consideration. Nevertheless, his flooding the Sahara project didn't receive much investment, and he ultimately abandoned it for other ambitions, such as founding the successful Northwest Africa Trading Company and working to promote abolitionism in East Africa. By the 1870s, Ferdinand de Lesseps was one of the most famous Frenchmen in the world. Thanks to his work developing the Suez Canal, which had opened in 1869, the French government had made him a Viscount, and the press referred to him as Le Grand Français, or the Great Frenchman. Apparently, though, he had further ambitions, because he partnered with the military geographer François-Élie Ruder to create a proposal for connecting the Gulf of Garb in the Mediterranean Sea to the Chott el-Fajr, a seasonal salt lake in Tunisia that lies below sea level and is dry for most of the year. Based on plans published by Ruder in Revue de Deux Mondes in 1874, the proposed sea would be connected to the Mediterranean by a canal 190 kilometers or 120 miles long and have a surface area of some 5,000 square kilometers. That's 3,000 square miles, twice the size of Utah's Great Salt Lake. De Lesseps and Ruder had a lot of different rationales for the project, all of which they used to drum up public support. One of these was the interesting idea that an inland sea in Tunisia would actually improve the weather in Europe. Additionally, Ruder, a captain in the French army, also saw the sea as a strategic boon for France's geopolitical plans in North Africa. The Berlin Conference was right around the corner, and the scramble for Africa, in which France would occupy Tunisia as a protectorate, began just a few years later in 1881. Although France ultimately didn't face any resistance when they invaded Tunisia, Ruder foresaw the inland sea as a way to isolate the rebellious tribes in the south, making the pacification of the region much easier. In fact, French imperialism played a large role in the popularity of the plan. In the late 19th century, nationalism was on the rise, and the great powers of Europe were in intense rivalries, not just for colonies, but for reputation. Well-read, Ruder believed that Chott el-Fajr was actually the location of the Bay of Triton, a body of water described in ancient Greek texts. According to Greek mythology, a descendant of the legendary Argonauts would one day come and establish 100 Greek cities around the bay. Symbolically, recreating the Bay of Triton would show that France was the inheritor of the enlightened European values that originated in Greece, and also it was the rightful successor to the Roman Empire, as opposed to her rival powers like Britain, Germany, and Italy. This informed the French vision of the white man's burden. The campaign to civilize Africa, a continent the European powers saw as riddled with social problems such as slavery and corruption, as well as environmental obstacles like a giant non-arable desert. In fact, Ruder was able to recruit de Lesseps to the plan in the first place by convincing him that the inland sea would greatly improve the climate and therefore economic conditions of Algeria and Tunisia. The evaporating water could theoretically produce clouds that would stabilize temperatures, and streams that normally dried before reaching the chart would become rivers, irrigating the surrounding land for agriculture. Plus, the sea would allow for easier commerce in the area. All of this would presumably improve the local standard of living. De Lesseps was able to convince the Science Academy of the plan's feasibility, and the French government subsequently gave Ruder a budget of 35,000 francs to do an in-depth study of the area. He undertook 2 expeditions, but his findings were disappointing. Much less of the area was below sea level than he thought, especially the part closer to the Mediterranean. He and de Lesseps had to change their plan to include a much longer canal and a smaller sea, and the French scientific community decided that it was no longer feasible and would cost over 1 billion francs, far more than the initial estimate of 25 million francs. A French franc in 1880 was worth about 0.29 grams of gold, so 1 billion francs is something around $17 billion in today's currency, but changing currencies over such a long distance doesn't really work very well. What it was was very, very expensive. The French government pulled their financing, but de Lesseps and Ruder were committed. Using their own money, they founded La Société d'études de la mer intérieure africaine, or the Society for African Inland Sea Studies, and Ruder went back to Tunisia for another expedition. He returns with a fever to both the scientific and military community that were highly critical of his obsession with the inland sea, and he died shortly after at the age of 48. De Lesseps and Ruder's research society continued on, but it lowered its ambitions to stabilizing an agricultural colony near the Bay of Gar using wells. Even this proved too much, and the society dissolved in 1892. De Lesseps focused on his plans for the Panama Canal, which ultimately ended in a bribery scandal which landed him in prison in 1893. He died a year later. Nevertheless, the plan stuck in the French imagination. Other French scientists continued bringing up the idea throughout the 20th century, and it also inspired the development of various canals in Tunisia. Still, Ruder's vision only ever became realized in fiction. The famous author Jules Verne, often considered the father of science fiction, included the proposal in his 1905 novel The Invasion of Sea, in which Berbers and Europeans fight over the plans, after which, spoiler alert, an earthquake ends up creating it without human involvement. In the mid-20th century, it was the Americans' turn to take up the aspiration of a sea in the Sahara. Their idea was a bit more dramatic, though. Blow a crater in the desert with nuclear bombs. Far from a fringe idea, the proposal was part of Project Plowshare, a program of the United States federal government aimed at finding peaceful engineering purposes for nuclear explosives. Started in 1957, the project was part of the Global Atoms for Peace initiative promoted by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1953. Project Plowshare got pretty creative for Saharan Sea, arguably not even their most ambitious proposal. For example, Project Carryall would have cut through the Bristol Mountains in the Mojave Desert to make way for Interstate 40 and other.
Yeah, America had a lot of crazy ideas for atomic warheads.
The Santa Fe Railway using 22 nuclear explosions. There were also proposals for mining and other subterranean purposes like connecting underground aquifers and reaching oil and natural gas deposits. However, Project Plowshare's biggest focus seemed to have been manipulating waterways. One of the first proposals to gain serious traction was Project Chariot, a plan to create a completely artificial harbor in Cape Thompson on the northwestern coast of Alaska, ultimately abandoned because several studies using fallout transported to the area from nuclear test sites showed that it would adversely affect the local environment and population. In fact, villagers from nearby Point Hope who had experienced elevated rates of cancer were outraged some 30 years later when these experiments were revealed, prompting the government to remove the buried fallout. Even grander proposals included widening the Panama Canal, creating an entirely new pan-atomic canal through Nicaragua, and carving out an alternative route to the Suez Canal through the Negev Desert in Israel to the Gulf of Aqaba on the Red Sea. This latter proposal would have required carving out a waterway over 250 kilometers long, which is more than 160 miles and over 25% longer than the Suez Canal itself, using 520 nuclear warheads, each with a 2-megaton blast, or 125 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. This radical plan gained traction because the Suez Canal had become a major strategic playing piece in the Cold War, especially after the Egyptian government had nationalized it in 1956, leading to the Suez Crisis. The US wanted an alternative in an allied nation. Though perhaps overshadowed by these more dramatic proposals, officials involved in Project Plowshare also proposed nuclear weapons as the solution to the Saharan Sea problem. One idea was to use 213 1.5 megaton nuclear bombs as part of the Qattara Depression project that aimed to create an inland sea in northern Egypt. The explosion would be used to carve out a canal from the Mediterranean Sea to the depression, which lies about 60 meters, or nearly 200 feet below sea level. This would create an inland sea with high amounts of evaporation, leading to a constant inflow of water that could be exploited for hydroelectric power. Some even proposed using nuclear explosions to revisit de Lesseps and Ruder's plans for the shots of Tunisia, but none of these plans came to fruition. Increasing global resistance to nuclear technology, especially after the Cuban Missile Crisis, caused Project Plowshare to lose steam until funding ceased entirely in 1977. De Lesseps and Roudair's idea for an inland sea in the Chotts of Tunisia was finally revived in the 21st century by a non-profit organization called Cooperation Road, or CORO. Formed by professionals and experts in Mediterranean cooperation from around the world, CORO wants to construct a canal from the Gulf of Garb that would flood the Chotts just like the original 19th century French proposal. CORO claims that the project will massively benefit Tunisia and the entire Mediterranean region in a number of ways. A nation with around 35% youth unemployment, the economy would benefit from a large number of new jobs. The inland sea would also hinder desertification, the evaporation from the sea causing increased rainfall and cloud cover. These climate changes could provide for agriculture, fish farming, and animal husbandry in the surrounding area, in addition to increased tourism. Finally, economic improvements would decrease migration out of Tunisia towards the European Union, Italy in particular, and instead make Tunisia itself a magnet for migrant labor in North Africa. CORO's Sea in the Sahara is still in its preliminary stages, but it did receive approval from the Tunisian government in 2018. With almost 150 years of history, it definitely seems like a Sea in the Sahara is an idea that humanity refuses to give up on. Though relegated to the pages of Jules Verne for now, it might not be long before someone finally finds a way to flood the desert.
Hell yeah. All right. I'm gonna go wash my hands. I'll be back and we'll do some content, okay? Hello, 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 folks. How we doing? Let's listen to Fina Colada's music. Oh, I like this a lot. Hey, Hellscape Wanderer. I am live on YouTube. Hello. really nice. Thank you for sharing that, Fina. All right, let's talk a little bit about Clarence Thomas, everybody. It has been revealed today, for those of you who haven't been paying a ton of attention, that Clarence Thomas, who is a member of the Supreme Kraut. Yes, the Supreme Kraut. He is a Supreme Kraut just ass, and he is bad. Apparently, if you guys didn't know this, Clarence Thomas, among many other things, has been accused over the years of sexual harassment, putting his pubic hair on a Coke can of one of his colleagues. It's pretty gross. It's pretty fucking gross. But it has now been revealed by ProPublica today in a breaking piece of investigative journalism that Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is, in fact, the recipient of over 2 decades. Over 2 decades of essentially being wined and dined by billionaires. Hideous Lemon, if you didn't know that, yeah, Clarence Thomas was accused by Anita Hill of sexual harassment and yeah, quite a few other things, but it involved an infamous Coke can story. Unfortunately. Hellscape Wanderer, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Time to switch my subscriptions to the website from Twitch. Hell yeah. I get more money that way, baby. And, yeah, basically Anita Hill came forward with that story, and, her life turned into a living hell for, like, the next 30 years. But here we go. Okay, ProPublica. For over 20 years, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has been treated to luxury vacations by billionaire Republican donor Harlan Crow. Now, I don't really know who Harlan Crow is. I know that he's like a real estate investor of some kind. But yeah, he's just one of like these financial guys who, like, you know, won the lottery several times over, and just has like a nondescript company called Crow Holdings, and he just invests in stuff and makes money without actually having to do anything. Some conservative ghoul with lots of money, no doubt. Oh, you have no idea. He's a billionaire. Quite a thing. He goes on cruises in far-flung locales, like on Crow's yacht, flies on his private jet, and keeps company with Crow's powerful friends at the billionaire's private resort. The extent of Crow's largesse has never been revealed until now. Clarence Thomas and the Billionaire. This is by Josh Kaplan, Justin Elliott, and Alex Mirjeski. We're gonna do this. That is easier for me. Okay. In late June 2019, right after the U.S. Supreme Court released its final opinion of the term, Justice Clarence Thomas boarded a large private jet headed to Indonesia. He and his wife were going on vacation, 9 days of island hopping in a volcanic archipelago, on a super yacht staffed by a coterie of attendants and a private chef. If Thomas had chartered the plane and the 162-foot yacht himself, the total cost of the trip would have exceeded $500,000. Fortunately for him, that wasn't necessary. He was on vacation with real estate magnate and Republican megadonor Harlan Crow, who owned the jet and the yacht. James from the internet, we're covering Clarence Thomas and his decades of receiving sideways donations from a Republican billionaire. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Riverboat Jack, and for those of you who don't know who I am, I talk about politics and the news. I'm also a trans lady and a socialist. Feel free to ask me about any of those things, and I'd be happy to talk with you about it. Welcome, Raiders. I just skimmed it but didn't get deep, so perfect timing. Yeah. Yeah, for over 20 years, he's been getting wined and dined by a billionaire and trying to maintain the facade that, oh, he's impartial. He's an impartial judge, everyone. Clarence Thomas has no politics. He's just impartial. Ignore the fact that he's receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in the form of, like, goods and services from a billionaire. Hey, bread into toast. Tina, thank you for the raid as well. Goodness gracious. Hello, raiders of all stripes and sizes. Hey, Slug Trail. I'm censorship challenged. Maybe a little. Click that refresh button. Hell yeah, let's go, baby. Hey, Sundry Clown Car. Howdy, folks. Yeah, Ginny Thomas has been working to overthrow democracy, but definitely not biased. So, here we go. So, we just started this story, okay? So, in 2019, Clarence Thomas took his family on a vacation to Indonesia. That just so happened to coincide with the vacation that Harlan Crow, a billionaire Republican donor, was also taking. And Thomas was able to use the private plane and super yacht along with his family on a trip that would have cost over $500,000. For more than 2 decades, Thomas has accepted luxury trips virtually every year from the Dallas businessman without disclosing them, documents and interviews show. A public servant who has a salary of $285,000, he has vacationed on Crow's super yacht around the globe. He flies on Crow's Bombardier Global 5000 jet. He has gone with Crow to the Bohemian Grove, the exclusive California all-male retreat, and to Crow's sprawling ranch in East Texas. And Thomas typically spends about a week every summer at Crow's private resort in the Adirondacks. There we go. War Machine, I will unrestrict you from chat, but you gotta post things that are a little bit more sensical, okay? Like sometimes you post completely unrelated thoughts, and it's very strange. All right. Public servant who has a Adirondacks. There we go. The extent and frequency of Crow's apparent gifts to Thomas have no known precedent in the modern history of the U.S. Supreme Court. These trips appeared nowhere in Thomas's financial disclosures. His failure to report the flights appears to violate a law passed after Watergate that requires justices, judges, members of Congress, and federal officials to disclose most gifts, 2 ethics law experts said. He also should have disclosed his trips on the yacht, these experts said. Thomas did not respond to a detailed list of questions. In a statement, Crow acknowledged that he'd extended hospitality to the Thomases over the years, but said that Thomas never asked for any of it, and it was no different from the hospitality we would have extended to our many other dear friends. Yeah, you know, when a billionaire reaches out to you and just offers you a bunch of trips over decades and you don't disclose it, and you know, he's not explicitly asking you for any favors. Yeah, sure. Okay, bud. Okay. Okay. I've heard Bohemian Grove before. I have no idea what it is. It does sound like some Illuminati-esque shit. Through his largesse, Crow has gained a unique form of access, spending days in private with one of the most powerful people in the country. By accepting the trips, Thomas has broken long-standing norms for judges' conduct, ethics experts and 4 current or retired federal judges said. There's a statue of Moloch there, and they have a how to carve up the. They get together to decide how to carve up the world. Nah, they just do that at that. See, this is what I don't get. Okay, wait, they have a statue of Moloch where they have a ceremony to burn money. Jesus. That's like a joke from like a 1930s black and white Laurel and Hardy skit where like the rich just walk out of City Hall and burn their dirty money. Goodness. Who the fuck? Moloch is like a Mesopotamian god of some kind. Are we talking about the Bohemian Grove? Yeah, Clarence Thomas apparently went to Bohemian Grove with this Harlan Crow billionaire. I mean, like here's the thing, guys. They don't need like a super secret Illuminati club to carve up the world. They just go to Davos. That like they do it out in the open. It's not conspiratorial shit. They just talk about the policies they want at Davos. I'd be interested to know when the trips were in relation to Supreme Court rulings that would benefit the donor. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get more detailed information as we go through this, but given that it happened every year for over 20 years, I'm going to guess that, like, at least every single major and pivotal decision that Clarence Thomas has ruled on has been a point of interest to talk about at their private retreats, you know? Okay. It's incomprehensible to me that someone would do this, said Nancy Gertner, a retired federal judge appointed by President Bill Clinton. When she was on the bench, Gertner said she was so cautious about appearances that she wouldn't mention her title when making dinner reservations. It was a question of not wanting to use the office for anything other than what it was intended. Okay, but like, if we're going to talk about that, right? Like, there's nothing that prevented you other than like a sense of like decorum from mentioning that you were a federal judge. Like, maybe some ethics violations, maybe, but like this is I when people say like it's incomprehensible that this happened, like, is it really incomprehensible to you that in our system, in our capitalist system, people would sell their services even if even or maybe even especially if it is frowned upon by the general public and by political people in political power? Like, the more powerful you are and the more frowned upon it is, the more you can get paid to do shit. That just means your services are in higher demand, you know? All right, let's continue through this. Like, it's actually kind of wild, right? Since Donald Trump got elected in 2016, it's kind of wild that it's become more and more obvious that a lot of the American system and the American way of doing things has been held together by like this fragile sense of like honor and patriotism rather than any written rule or regulation or law. And frankly, the fact that we don't have those still is really scary, because it just means these people will continue to get away with selling favors and selling political power to the rich. And once you enter a period where you sell political favors to the rich, it's real hard to go back from that. Bribes, I think you mean liberty convincing? Yes, indeed, indeed. All right. Virginia Cantor, a former government ethics lawyer who served in administrations of both parties, said Thomas seems to have completely disregarded his higher ethical obligations. When a justice's lifestyle is being subsidized by the rich and famous, it absolutely corrodes public trust, said Cantor, now at the watchdog group Crew. Quite frankly, it makes my heart sink. ProPublica uncovered the details of Thomas's travel by drawing from flight records, internal documents distributed to Crow's employees, and interviews with dozens of people ranging from his super yacht staff to members of the secretive Bohemian Club to an Indonesian scuba diving instructor. Federal judges sit in a unique position of public trust. They have lifetime tenure, a privilege intended to insulate them from the pressures and potential corruption of politics. A code of conduct for federal judges below the Supreme Court requires them to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Members of the High Court, Chief Justice John Roberts has written, consult that code for guidance. The Supreme Court is left almost completely to police itself, which, good luck with that. There are few restrictions on what gifts justices can accept. That's in contrast to the other branches of government. Members of Congress are generally prohibited from taking gifts worth more than $50 or more, and would need pre-approval from an ethics committee to take many of the trips Thomas has accepted from Crow. Thomas's approach to ethics has already attracted public attention. Last year, Thomas did not recuse himself from cases that touched on the involvement of his wife, Ginny Thomas, in efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. While his decision generated outcry, it could not be appealed. Because, again, he's a member of the Supreme Court. There's no mechanism to hold a Supreme Court justice accountable. Crow met with Thomas after he became a justice. The pair have become genuine friends, according to people who know both men. Over the years, some details of Crow's relationship with the Thomases have emerged. In 2011, the New York Times reported on Crow's generosity towards the justice. That same year, Politico revealed that Crow had given $500,000 to a Tea Party group founded by Ginny Thomas, which also paid her a $120,000 salary. But the full scale of Crow's benefactions have never been revealed. Like, he literally donated $500,000 to a Tea Party group. And for those of you who don't remember, the Tea Party was a far-right political movement in the United States in, like, the early 2000s. Which would have paid for Ginny Thomas's salary from that group several times over. Goodness. Long an influential figure in pro-business conservative politics, Crow spent millions on ideological efforts to shape the law and the judiciary. Crow and his firm have not had a case before the Supreme Court since Thomas joined it, though the court periodically hears major cases that directly impact the real estate industry. The details of his discussions with Thomas over the years remain unknown, and it is unclear if Crow has had any influence on the justice's views. In his statement, Crow said that he and his wife have never discussed a pending or lower court case with Thomas. We have never sought to influence Justice Thomas on any legal or political issue, he added. I would be really interested to know, then, under what circumstance this billionaire would have come into contact with a Supreme Court justice. How did they become friends in the first place? That's what I want to know. Because seems to me like Crow would have had to go out of his way to curry favor with Thomas. In his statement, Crow said that he and his wife have never discussed a pending or lower case with Thomas. We have never sought to influence... Oh, wait, I said that already. In Thomas's public appearances over the years, he has presented himself as an everyman with modest tastes. I don't have any problem with going to Europe, but I prefer the United States, and I prefer seeing the regular parts of the United States, Thomas said in a recent interview for a documentary about his life, which Crow helped finance. Oh, very interesting. I prefer the regular parts of the United States, says man who went on a $500,000 vacation on a billionaire's super yacht in Indonesia. Yeah, okay, bud. Oh, okay, sure. I prefer RV parks. I prefer the Walmart parking lots to the beaches and things like that. There's something normal to me about it, Thomas said. I come from regular stock, and I prefer that. I prefer being around that. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, bud. Uh-huh. Crow's private lakeside resort, Camp Topridge, sits in a remote corner of the Adirondacks in upstate New York. Closed off from the public by many ornate... By the way, here's a picture of the camp in question. And, guys, if you had to imagine what a conservative billionaire, how they would decorate a camp, I feel like this is exactly what you're picturing in your mind, okay? Statue of a Native American being one with nature, and just kind of shitty wooden furniture. Cool. Goodness. Closed off from the public by ornate wooden gates, the 105-acre property, once the summer retreat of the same heiress who built Mar-a-Lago. It features an artificial waterfall and a great hall where Crow's guests are served meals prepared by private chefs. Inside, there's clear evidence of Crow and Thomas's relationship. A painting of the two men at the resort, sitting outdoors smoking cigars alongside conservative political operatives. A statue of a Native American man, arms outstretched, stands at the center of the image, which is photographic in its clarity. Wait, is this a painting? Wait, is this the painting? Wait, wait, I thought this was a photograph. That's just a fucking painting. They painted this. Oh god. Why? Why would you paint this? Good. Okay. All right. The painting captures a scene from around 5 years ago, said Sharif Tarabay, the artist who was commissioned by Crow to paint it. Thomas has been vacationing at Topridge virtually every summer for more than 2 decades, according to interviews with more than a dozen visitors and former resort staff, as well as records obtained by ProPublica. He has fished with a guide hired by Crow and danced at concerts put on by musicians Crow brought in. Thomas has slept at perhaps the resort's most elegant accommodation, an opulent lodge overhanging Upper St. Regis Lake. The mountain... Oh my god. Sorry. Here's the lodge that he would stay at. This really screams man of the people, doesn't it? Just man of the people, enjoys going to Walmart. Enjoys sitting in the Walmart parking lot, being one of the people. You know, the guy who drives out the RV parks for comfort. God damn. Yeah, just roughing it. Roughing it over there. The mountainous area draws billionaires from across the globe. Rooms at a nearby hotel built by the Rockefellers start at $2,250 a night. Crow's invitation-only resort is even more exclusive. Guests stay for free, enjoying Topridge's more than 25 fireplaces, 3 boathouse, clay tennis court, and batting cage, along with more eccentric features. A life-size replica of Harry Potter character Hagrid's hut. What the what? Who in chat called Harry Potter? Hideous Lemon, you called Hogwarts vibes. Holy shit. Holy shit. Out of everything you could recreate from Harry Potter, though, why would you recreate Hagrid's hut? Oh my god. There are also bronze statues of gnomes and the 1950s style soda fountain where Crow's staff fixes milkshakes. Crow's access to the justice extends to anyone the businessman chooses to invite along. Thomas's frequent vacations at Topridge have brought him into contact with corporate executives and political activists. During just one trip in July 2017, Thomas' fellow guests included executives at Verizon and PricewaterhouseCoopers, major Republican donors, and one of the leaders of the American Enterprise Institute, a pro-business conservative think tank, according to records reviewed by ProPublica. The painting of Thomas at Topridge shows him in conversation with Leonardo Leo, the Federalist Society leader, regarded as an architect of the Supreme Court's recent turn. So, for those of you who don't know, the Federalist Society is basically an evil organization that turns our legal system to favor conservatives. And for those of you who want to know which one he is in this painting, I believe it's this guy. This is Leonardo Leo, head of the Federalist Society, in this painting. In his statement to ProPublica, Crow said he is unaware of any of our friends ever lobbying or seeking to influence Justice Thomas on any case, and I would never invite anyone who I believe had any intention of doing that. Why, I'm a good and decent billionaire, sir. I would never seek to influence a Supreme Court justice that I wine and dine at my estates, along with my other highly influential friends. Yeah, it's not about the bribery, it's about the friends we make along the way. These are gatherings of friends, Crow said. Oh, shit. Hideous Lemon, you are calling this step by step. Are you sure you didn't pre-cover this? Crow has deep connections in conservative politics. The heir to a real estate fortune, Crow oversees... Oh, he didn't even build his own real estate fortune. He just inherited it. Okay. Crow oversees his family's business empire and recently named Marxism as his greatest fear. Oh my god. He was an early patron of the powerful anti-tax group Club for Growth and has been on the board of American Enterprise Institute for over 25 years. He also sits on the board of the Hoover Institution, another conservative think tank. Yeah, see, guys, I think we should believe this Harlan Crow fellow. He talks about how he would never want to exert influence over politics or any politician at all, while sitting on the board of like several lobbying organizations that seek to do just that. Interesting. Friends would you mean friends would do that? Just go out into the woods and commit crimes together? A major Republican donor for decades, Crow has given more than $10 million in publicly disclosed political contributions. He has also given to groups that keep their donors secret. How much of this so-called dark money he's given and to whom are not fully known. I don't disclose what I'm not required to disclose, Crow once told The Times. Crow has long supported efforts to move the judiciary to the right. He has donated to the Federalist Society and given millions of dollars to groups dedicated to tort reform and conservative jurisprudence. AEI and the Hoover Institution publish scholarship advancing conservative legal theories, and fellows at the think tanks occasionally file amicus briefs with the Supreme Court. On the court since 1991, Thomas is a deeply conservative jurist known for his originalism, an approach that seeks to adhere to close readings of the text of the Constitution. By the way, originalism is bullshit. Anyone who actually knows like what Clarence Thomas's rulings are and his history of ruling know that his interpretation of originalism is just reinterpreting the Constitution in ever more conservative ways. It's real weird how original interpretations in a modern context by conservatives really favor conservatism. It's real strange, huh? Yeah, it's a modern conceit, to be sure. Spectral Pyre, we have not yet. Okay. Recently, Thomas harshly criticized one of his own earlier opinions as he embraced a legal theory newly popular on the right that would limit government regulation. Small evolutions in a justice's thinking, or even select words used in an opinion, can affect entire bodies of law, and shifts in Thomas's views can be especially consequential. He has taken unorthodox legal positions that have been adopted by the court's majority years down the line. Soon after Crow met with Thomas 3 decades ago, he began lavishing the justice with gifts, including a $19,000 Bible that belonged to Frederick Douglass, which Thomas disclosed. You accepted a $19,000 Bible? God damn. Recently, Crow gave Thomas a portrait of the justice and his wife, according to Terabay, who painted it. Crow's foundation also gave $105,000 to Yale Law School, Thomas's alma mater, for the Justice Thomas Portrait Fund tax filings show. God damn. Billionaires should not exist. I'm gonna just say that, okay? Oh, here's a small quote from Clarence Thomas.
I prefer the RV parks. I prefer the Walmart parking lots to the beaches and things like that. There's something normal to me about it. I come from regular stock, and I prefer that. I prefer being around that.
Yeah. You prefer that. You prefer being around that. And definitely don't prefer being on like a super yacht or getting a $19,000 Bible. Crow said that he and his wife have funded a number of projects that celebrate Thomas. We believe it is important to make sure as many people as possible learn about him, remember him, and understand the ideals for which he stands, he said. To trace Thomas's trips around the world on Crow's super yacht, ProPublica spoke to more than 15 former yacht workers and tour guides and obtained records documenting the ship's travels. On the Indonesia trip in the summer of 2019, Thomas flew to the country on Crow's jet, according to another passenger on the plane. Clarence and Ginny Thomas were traveling with Crow and his wife Kathy. Crow's yacht, the Michaela Rose, decked out with motorboats and a giant inflatable rubber duck, met the travelers at a fishing town on the island of Flores. And we can see some images here of Clarence Thomas and his family on this trip. There we go. You can see Clarence Thomas right here. And that there's Ginny Thomas. You can see him a little bit better here. Clarence Thomas, Ginny Thomas. I believe that's Ginny Thomas. Or maybe this is Ginny Thomas. I don't remember exactly what Ginny Thomas looks like, if I'm being honest. What is this? As an outsider looking in.
I hate the Supreme Court!
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Question. Why?
Nope. There we go. All right. Touring the lesser Sunda Islands, the group made stops at Komodo National Park, home of the eponymous reptiles, at the volcanic lakes of Mount Kalamutu, and at Pantai Meko, a spit of pristine beach accessible only by boat. Another guest was Mark Paoletta, a friend of the Thomases, then serving as the general counsel of the Office of Management and Budget in the administration of President Donald Trump. Paoletta was bound by executive branch ethics rules at the time and told ProPublica that he discussed the trip with an ethics lawyer at his agency before accepting the Crow's invitation. Based on that counsel's advice, I reimbursed Harlan for the costs, Paoletta said in an email. He did not respond to a question about how much he paid Crow. Interesting. Yeah, because we know that the estimated cost of something like this would be over $500,000. Something tells me that the general counsel of the Office of Management and Budget is not making enough money to just blow $500,000 on a trip. Paoletta has long been a pugnacious defender of Clarence Thomas and recently testified before Congress about strengthening judicial ethics rules. There's nothing wrong with ethics or recusals at the Supreme Court, he said, adding, to support any reform legislation right now would be to validate these vicious political attacks on the Supreme Court, referring to criticism of Clarence Thomas and his wife, Ginny Thomas, who participated in the attempt to overthrow democracy in 2020. And 2021. The Indonesia vacation wasn't Thomas's first time on the Michaela Rose. He went on a river day trip around Savannah, Georgia, and an extended cruise in New Zealand roughly a decade ago. As a token of his appreciation, he gave one yacht worker a copy of his memoir. Gee, thanks. Thomas signed the book. Thank you so much for all your hard work on our New Zealand adventure. Goodness. Crow's policy was that guests didn't pay, former Michaela Rose staff said. You don't need to worry about this. It's all covered, one recalled the guests being told. There's evidence Thomas has taken even more trips on the super yacht. Crow often gave his guests custom polo shirts commemorating their vacations, according to staff. ProPublica found photographs of Thomas wearing at least 2 of those shirts. In one, he wears a blue polo shirt embroidered with the Michaela Rose's logo and the words March 2007 and Greek Islands. And you can see it pretty clearly in this image here. Goodness. Justices are generally required to publicly report all gifts worth more than $415, defined as anything of value that isn't fully reimbursed. There are exceptions. If someone hosts a justice at their own property, free food and lodging don't have to be disclosed. That would exempt dinner at a friend's house. The exemption never applied to transportation, such as private jet flights, experts said, a fact that was made explicit in recently updated filing instructions for the judiciary. 2 ethics law experts told ProPublica that Thomas's yacht cruises, a form of transportation, also required disclosure. If Justice Thomas received free travel on private planes and yachts, failure to report the gifts is a violation of the disclosure law, said Kedrick Payne, Senior Director for Ethics at the nonprofit government watchdog Campaign Legal Center. Thomas himself once reported receiving a private jet trip from Crow on his disclosure for 1997. The expert says Thomas's stays at Topridge may have required disclosure too, in part because Crow owns it not personally, but through a company. Until recently, the judiciary's ethics guidance didn't explicitly address the ownership issue. The recent update on the filing instructions clarifies that disclosure is required for such stays. How many times Thomas failed to disclose trips remains unclear. 1 second. Flight records from the Federal Aviation Administration and FlightAware suggest he makes regular use of Crow's plane. The jet often follows a pattern, from its home base in Dallas to Washington Dulles Airport for a brief stop, then on to a destination Thomas is visiting, and then back again. Interesting. ProPublica identified 5 such trips in addition to the Indonesia vacation. On July 7th last year, Crow's jet made a 40-minute stop at Dulles and then flew to a small airport near Topridge, returning to Dulles 6 days later. Thomas was at the resort that week for his regular summer visit, according to a person who was there. Twice in recent years, the Jet has followed the pattern when Thomas appeared at Crow's properties in Dallas. Once for the January 4th, 2018 swearing in of Fifth Circuit Judge James Ho at Crow's, man, I'm struggling to enunciate today, private library, and again for a conservative think tank conference Crow hosted last May. Thomas has even used the plane for a 3-hour trip. On February 11th, 2016, the plane flew from Dallas to Dulles to New Haven, Connecticut, before flying back later that afternoon. ProPublica confirmed that Thomas was on the jet through Supreme Court security records obtained by the nonprofit Fix the Court, private jet data, a New Haven plane spotter, and another person at the airport. There are no reports of Thomas making a public appearance that day, and the purpose of the trip remains unclear. Jet charter companies told ProPublica that renting an equivalent plane for the New Haven trip could cost around $70,000. On the weekend of October 16, 2021, Crow's jet repeated the pattern. That weekend, Thomas and Crow traveled to a Catholic cemetery in a bucolic suburb of New York City. They were there for the unveiling of a bronze statue of the Justice's beloved 8th grade teacher, a nun, according to Catholic Cemetery magazine. Okay. That's a little weird. Not gonna lie. That's a little weird. As Thomas spoke from a lectern, the monument towered over him, standing 7 feet tall and weighing 1,800 pounds. Its granite base inscribed with words his teacher once told him. Thomas told the nuns assembled before him, "This extraordinary statue is dedicated to you, sisters." He also thanked the donors who paid for the statue, Harlan and Kathy Crow. So it looks like Clarence Thomas has violated judiciary ethics laws at least a dozen times, confirmed, but seems like there's a lot of evidence that possibly over 30 times he has violated these rules. So yeah, it's a pretty big. This is a pretty big bombshell. I gotta be honest. I don't know if anything is gonna come of this. But man, our system is riddled with this money. It's ridiculous. We need to get it out. We need it. We need a surgical scalpel around Washington D.C. to cut the lobbyists out. They're just so deeply ingrained and integrated into our system. All right, folks, I will be right back, and I'm going to play some Dark Souls when I get back. All right. Do-do-do-do-do-do. please turn on YouTube live redirects. I don't know what that means, if I'm being honest with you. This is the first time I've ever dual streamed Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, it's Lamb Chop, everybody. It's a toy that my dog really loves, and it's very adorable. Also, just a reminder, five more subs, and I will give my dog another treat. Like your makeup, Jack? Well, thank you. How we doing, folks? How are we doing, folks? Jeez, making me ask a couple times here. Doing good? Hell yeah. Just want to walk by on a walk by the river with my lady friend. Ooh, romantic. Ooh la la. Did you smooch? Also, folks, we've been streaming for 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, please consider throwing some subs or donos my way. Your contributions are what make this show possible, and I very, very much appreciate being able to survive, live, and thrive. You know what? Since I'm trying this out, let me try out another thing that might fix the ad problem here. Ooh. Let's give this a little shot. Hey, Ashmar. We're gonna give it a little bit of the old switcheroo. Chat, tell me if this works. If it doesn't, post angry reacts. Wait, it's Voosh? Wait. Wait. Oh, God. All right. 1 second. Okay. Did that work? Hello? Hello? Channel ID. Hey, we gotta work out some kinks. It's okay, folks. We'll try this. Did we fix it? We back? Okay, good. Yeah, the baseline. I thought that the White Forest people would put my YouTube channel ID in in the back end. They did not. It was still Vosh's channel ID, which is very funny. There we go. We're back, baby. We good. Okay, but that should fix the ad problem for all y'all. Okay, but chat, just because we're not on Twitch anymore doesn't mean you guys can slack on supporting me. Okay, need all the support I can get, especially to get through this month. This is kind of the do or die month for our transition to riverboat.gg. Okay, this is do or die, and I need you to help me to do, or I'll die. Oh, did you get departnered already? No, don't tell anyone, okay? This is a super secret. We're doing a super secret experimentaroo, okay? Also, just need to take a look here. Okay, okay. We're gonna talk about this because you know what, this seems to be where the show is going right now. All right. So, folks, as a lot of you guys may or may not know, there was a mass shooting in Nashville not that long ago, where a trans man named Aiden, can't remember the last name, shot 3 children and 3 adults before being gunned down by police. Okay, this has this tragedy, this horrific event, has been made more horrific by the far right using it as a moment of pointing at trans people and saying, see, they all want to kill us. And they're continuing to run with this narrative that trans people are all planning mass shootings. This has been kind of the go-to for folks like Ben Shapiro, who has argued that trans people shouldn't be allowed to buy guns. There have been other people saying that, well, like, if you give trans people guns, there are going to be far more mass shootings because trans people are mentally unwell. Tucker Carlson making that argument, in fact. One of the most listened to political pundits in the United States making that argument. Today I saw making the rounds a claim that today a second trans shooter was arrested. So I didn't really know much about this, but the links that I saw getting thrown around on social media were to the Post Millennial. Of course, I ignored the Post Millennial and went straight to the source cited by the Post Millennial, which is a local news station, KRDO, which appears to be a Colorado station. And we went and I went and I looked at the article. Okay, so this is what we actually have. Okay. This is if you see this story going around on social media, this is what the bare bones, about as little politicization as you can get version of it floating around out there, okay? Manifesto details former students' plans to carry out multiple Colorado Springs school shootings. So, here we go. A former Colorado Springs student faces an attempted murder charge after repeatedly making threats against various schools in one of the city's largest school districts. According to the 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office, 19-year-old Lily Whitworth, also known as William Whitworth, was charged after investigation into threats involving schools in Colorado Springs Academy District 20. So I'm going to stop there and clarify, because if you go and you read like the post-millennial articles on this event, or any conservative coverage of this event, it gets really, really confusing what they mean, because they will say things along the lines of a trans-identified male in order to talk about a trans woman. It's such like a weird jumble of nonsense, So to clarify, this 19-year-old is a trans woman, okay? So clarifying that before we move on. Whitworth was arrested by the Albert County Sheriff's Office and formally charged with the following offenses: criminal attempt to commit murder in the first degree, 2 counts; criminal mischief, menacing, interference with staff, faculty, or students of educational institutions. A spokesperson for District 20 told 13 Investigates The suspect attended school in the district between 2014 and 2016, during which they attended both in-person and the district's homeschool academy. According to an arrest affidavit obtained by the 13 Investigates, deputies at the ESCO were dispatched to a disturbance in incorporated Elbert County on March 31st, 2023 at 7:18 p.m. So, also to clarify, people keep projecting this story as if it happened today. This didn't happen today. This person has been arrested and, as far as I know, in custody since the end of last month, since last Friday. But keep that in mind. Dispatch noted, sister just made a violent approach to reporting party. Sister threatened to shoot up a school. Sister has anger issues. Sister made comments day before yesterday referencing a school shooting. So the reporting party, clearly a sibling of the individual who was arrested here, of Whitworth. At the scene, deputies spoke with someone at the door who said someone inside was very upset and punched holes inside the walls. That person, however, did not immediately let deputies inside. Once inside, deputies noted in the affidavit 2 holes that appeared to be punch marks in the wall. The door to a bedroom was off its hinges and lying beside the opening. Inside a bedroom, deputies found the reporting party's sister on a bed. The sister identified herself as Lily, but further investigation determined her birth name. The affidavit refers to Whitworth as Lily and uses she/her pronouns. While speaking with Whitworth, deputies noted she appeared to be very drowsy and could not stay awake. She would answer questions with her eyes closed. When asked if she was going to shoot up a school, the affidavit states Whitworth visibly shook her head up and down, indicating yes. When asked why she would do that, Whitworth stated, "Why does anyone do it?" According to the affidavit, Whitworth said the last school she attended was Timberview Middle School in District 20. When asked if that was the school she was going to shoot up, Whitworth again nodded yes. When asked why that school, Whitworth stated, "No specific reason." During the initial interaction with Whitworth, deputies noted she had made suicidal statements. According to the affidavit, Whitworth said she was a little drunk and swayed back and forth while walking down the hallway out of the bedroom. While waiting for the fire department, why is the fire department involved in this? Whitworth was asked how she'd been planning the school shooting. She stated she was about a third of the way from doing it, verifying again that Timberview Middle School was one of the main targets currently, and other targets were churches. Whitworth stated she'd been planning it for a month or two, stated the layout of the school, active firearm planning, and started a manifesto. According to the affidavit, investigators found the manifesto, a dry erase board with floor plans, and a list of names in a notebook. Whitworth said the manifesto was 4 pages long and had schizophrenic rants on them. However, the affidavit states when deputies asked if she was schizophrenic, she replied, "I hope not." According to the affidavit, Whitworth was asked how much she knew about school shootings, and she stated, "Too much." When asked what she meant by that, Whitworth stated, "There's a page in my manifesto, and there's a bunch of mass killers." On the dry erase board, investigators noted it looked like a labeled floor plan of the school, with labels identifying the office, bathrooms, classrooms, and the different levels. In 2 different notebooks, deputies found more floor plans, drawing of a clock to use as a detonation device, stating, "Remove clock internals and drive a screw into the desired detonation time on the face of the clock." And is this what they meant when they said, "Make a mockery of the massacre"? Whitmore said that she watched a video on YouTube on how to do it regarding the picture of the detonator. Deputies obtained a search warrant of the home and found the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, and more books with notes. I don't know that the Communist Manifesto is relevant to this case at all, but thanks for noting that, local news. Written inside one book, Ways I Want to Die, with a list stating murder, burning alive, freezing, and drowning. Another book had the following statements found inside, according to the arrest affidavit. In short, a brief of the manifesto's contents detailed a list of firearms and how to 3D print them, detailed lists of numerous named individuals to be killed and their and their indented casualty versus injury rate. I don't know what that means. Information detailing the creation of improvised explosive devices, and the finalization of locations being Timberview Middle School, Prairie Hills Elementary, and Pine Creek High School. According to the affidavit, one of the notebooks also had a list of various mass shooters, serial killers, politicians, and entertainers, with commentary on each. Below is how the names were listed in the affidavit. Eric and Dylan, losers. Adam Lanza, too smart. Israel Keys, degenerate. Lauren Southern, pathetic. Vosh, terrorist. Holy shit. Wait, what? Wait. What? Okay. Donald J. Trump, con ma'am. Bad cops, useless garbage. Stockholm, name Liam K. Whitmore has a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 5th, 2023. The bond is currently set at $75,000. Holy shit. I was not expecting that. So let's sum up what actually happened here, right? Because I mean, at the very least, I don't know how. Okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna go there. So here's what we know, right, chat? Here's what we know. What we know is this person talked about wanting to shoot up schools. She talked about wanting to commit violence to herself, to others. She seems to have been a domestic threat to her sibling. And yeah, it seems like it seems like, honestly, this is exactly how like a mass shooter arrest is supposed to go. Okay, this is like the ideal outcome. The police came. They're like, "Hey, you got a manifesto for a mass shooting." And she's just like, "Yep. Okay, we're gonna arrest you now." Case closed. So what this seems to be is a case of someone who is extraordinarily mentally unwell, who is in a lot of mental, possibly physical pain, and who very clearly has some kind of deep and abiding mental illness that was leading them to want to shoot up several schools and churches. So, honestly, really glad that didn't happen. That being said, none of this story seems to be in any way related to the fact that she was trans. Like, no element of this report indicates that, like, she was doing this because she was trans. And in fact, you know what? I'm actually impressed by the fact that, like, the police's affidavit, like, properly genders her, uses her chosen name, like, her sibling refers to her as her sister. That's kind of progress, you know? Honestly, it reminds me of the girl who got arrested my sophomore year of high school. Girl had a notebook-length suicide note. Yeah, like, all I'll say is, like, I'm glad that the outcome in this case was positive. But let's circle right back around to the fact that Vosh was listed as a terrorist in this manifesto. I can't actually wrap my head around that. One second. Just real quick. Just gotta look out for my homie, okay? Okay. I've done my bit. I've done my bit. Anyway, the way conservatives are using this social media, this news story is as a way to point and say, see, all of these trans people, they're just secretly trying to murder good honest Christians in their churches and school children. And I just want you guys to know that, like, the story there is real, but it's not what conservatives are trying to, like, paint it to be. Okay? You deserve to know the facts, and I try and give those to you, okay? Now, folks, I don't have any good way to end that segment. Like, it's just, we're just done with it, okay? I clean my hands of it. Now, folks, we've been streaming for 3 hours now. If you've been finding this stream insightful, interesting, educational, please consider supporting the channel. You can do so by making donations over on riverboat.gg, or by subscribing or gifting subs over on riverboat.gg. They cost the same as Twitch subs, but I get 100% of the money you throw my way, okay? And I really appreciate that. We're trying a stream on YouTube on the embedded on the riverboat.gg site, so you guys don't have to put up with ads interrupting the stream. Yeah, just remember that I'm also not making money unless you guys are supporting me. So this is do or die season, baby. So please consider supporting my work. You can also support my work over on Twitch or YouTube now, if you feel so inclined. There we go. Okay. I'm going to start playing Dark Souls, because that's what I wanted to do very much. I can't really do very much of that off stream because I started playing it on stream. So, we're going to watch some of the analysis and fallout of the Donald Trump arrest. And then we are going to move right on over into covering the conflict between MoistCr1TiKaL and Sneako. Sneako, who is, I believe, a Nazi. Is that right? I'm not super familiar with him. I just know that he's a no good rat man. Also, Zoomy Deer, welcome to riverboat.gg. Ashmar, welcome to the riverboat.gg. And best of luck surviving as a white name. Okay, here we go, folks.
It finally happened. Donald Trump indicted and arrested. He's the first ex-president charged with a crime. Or as Trump put it, he has been indicated with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Now, as we'll talk about later, the number of felony counts is not a good proxy for the seriousness of the crimes, especially here.
I do really like this handsome lawyer man telling me about the world and the legal realities we live with.
Here, where it looks like everything relates to the same nexus of facts. But first things first, this is the first time in history that a former president of the United States has been indicted. Although, it's worth remembering that the justice system actually frequently holds elected officials accountable. Vice presidents
That
have
was
been
weird.
charged with breaking the law. Governors, congresspeople, mayors, and all sorts of other politicians have all gone to prison for committing crimes because in America, no one is supposed to be above the law. Of course, if you live outside of Illinois, your odds get way better. Nevertheless, Trump posted that he was shocked that he was treated like some regular Joe. He
Drop the
posted,
bass.
heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse seems so
Hey,
surreal.
Rattle
Wow,
Razzie.
they are going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America. MAGA. Though Trump did
We
get
doing
a
it
little special
live,
treatment
baby.
because he was allowed to forego the usual perp walk and mugshot, which anyone else would have had to go through. But the timing of the indictment caught most people by surprise. News sources had just reported that the grand jury was going on hiatus until May without indicting Trump. So score one for the confidentiality of the grand jury system. But now that Trump has been arrested, arraigned, and released on bond, the indictment and statement of facts are public, so let's think like a lawyer and break it all down. Now, Donald Trump has been indicted for 34 counts of falsifying business records. And during our last video about the New York case, we discussed the possible facts that would give rise to an indictment for falsifying records. Every New York business is required to keep certain business records, and New York penal law, section 175.10, makes it a crime to delete, alter, or make a false entry in the business records of an enterprise with the intent to defraud. To get a conviction for falsifying business records, the government must prove that Trump either made or caused someone else to make a false entry to his company's business records. And a defendant who requests that someone else do the actual work of recording a false business record is just as criminally liable as if they did it themselves. Now, according to the Manhattan DA's indictment and the attendant statement of facts, the DA is alleging the following facts. The records concern a catch-and-kill scheme with AMI, the parent company of the National Enquirer. The idea was that the National Enquirer would help Trump win the presidential election by finding negative stories about him and
Just what a picture, by the way. Like, holy shit. Look at how badly they photoshopped Hillary Clinton's face. And conservatives buy into this garbage. It's wild.
and then buying the rights to those stories. The plan was for AMI to then conceal those stories rather than publicizing them. According to the New York indictment, the scheme went from August of 2015 to December of 2017. The first one was to pay off a doorman who worked at Trump Tower. The man claimed to have a story about Trump having a secret love child, and AMI paid him $30,000 to keep quiet. The statement of facts says, quote, AMI purchased the information from the doorman without fully investigating his claims, but AMI CEO David Pecker directed that the deal take place because of his agreement with Trump and Michael Cohen, the party.
Just by the way, I keep hearing this part of the story brought up. Props to that doorman. Like, he made up a story about Donald Trump having a secret love child, and Donald Trump had so many, like, extramarital affairs that, like, the company he was working with to kill these stories went like, well, he probably was doing it. Oh, God.
He subsequently decided that they thought the doorman was lying. The second incident involved Playboy bunny Karen McDougal, who the statement of facts refers to as woman number one. AMI arranged to pay McDougal $150,000 in exchange for the right to her story about an alleged affair with Trump. AMI told McDougal that she would get to write articles for AMI publications and would be featured in cover stories about her other exploits with famous men. As we discussed in our last video, linked below, AMI CEO David Pecker had a conversation with his lawyer about the scheme and promptly backed out of the deal. AMI entered into a non-prosecution agreement with the New York DA, where it admitted to unlawful conduct, including making false business records to conceal the purpose of the $150,000 payment to McDougal. Now, that being said, the doorman and McDougal payments don't seem to be part of this indictment because they're outside of the 5-year statute of limitations. And although Pecker and AMI stopped participating directly in exchange of money, they continued to broker deals for Trump, including facilitating the settlement of the Stormy Daniels payment. David Pecker allegedly told the grand jury that he brokered an NDA between Daniels and Cohen. Quote, shortly after the Access Hollywood tape became public, the AMI editor-in-chief, Dylan Howard, contacted Pecker about Stormy Daniels, who alleged she had a sexual encounter with Trump while he was
really
married.
funny that
Pecker
his
told
name is
Howard to
Pecker.
notify Michael Cohen. Dylan Howard testified that he communicated with Cohen about Daniels and also helped Daniels find lawyer Keith Davidson. And according to the DOJ's filings against Cohen, Howard and Pecker contacted Cohen through an encrypted app to let him know that Daniels was close to a deal with a media outlet to spill the beans about her affair with Trump. And the National Enquirer head honchos then negotiated the $130,000 settlement and also confirmed the NDA with Davidson. And the statement of facts confirms that Cohen and AMI admitted guilt in connection with the payoffs of McDougal and Daniels in the federal matters. Now, 12 12 days before the general election in 2016, Cohen drew down $130,000 on a home equity loan, deposited into a shell account, and then paid Daniels off. After the election, Trump started paying back the initial $130,000 payment to Cohen, but he increased the amount to a total of $420,000. Now, these checks apparently came from the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, which was created in New York to hold the Trump Organization's assets during his presidency. Later checks came from Trump's personal bank account. In total, 11 checks were issued for phony purpose, legal services. Trump signed 9 of those checks, and according to the indictment, each check was processed by the Trump Organization and illegally disguised as a payment for legal services rendered pursuant to a non-existent retainer agreement. In total, 34 false entries were made in New York business records to conceal the initial covert $130,000 payment. And the indictment concludes that the participants in the scheme took steps that mischaracterized these documents for tax and election-related purposes, to conceal the true nature of the reimbursements, and to hide the reimbursements in total. So why 34 counts, and what records did Trump allegedly falsify? Well, prosecutors charged each false entry as a separate count. For example, there are 4 counts related to a single payment that was made to Cohen on Valentine's Day in 2017, each count related to a different document or business record. The first was related to an invoice for that payment. Quote, the defendant made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, an invoice from Michael Cohen dated February 14th, 2017, marked as a record of the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. The second count related to that payment was for the making of a, quote, false entry in the detailed general ledger for the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, bearing voucher number 842457, and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. The third count, and I promise we are not going to go through all 34 of these stupid things, was also for a false entry in the general ledger. The fourth count related to that payment that was when Trump, quote, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, account check and check stub dated February 14th, 2017, bearing check number 000138, and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. So, the business records for that one payment are the check and the check stub, and an invoice from Cohen, a voucher for that account, and a voucher for another account. Then the DA basically uses the same pattern for all of the other counts. It's basically one count for every check or invoice. Now, this isn't required, but it's also a totally normal way to charge someone. Now, there has been a ton of breathless reporting about 34 felony counts, but a prosecutor has discretion here. They're not required to list out every single act that was part of a general criminal scheme, but by the same token, it's also a totally normal way of going about writing an indictment, and it's done all the time.
Remain calm! All is well!
So basically, you can't conclude anything from the fact that there's basically 36 different felony counts. Now, an additional wrinkle here is that for a charge of falsifying a business record to be a felony in New York State, it has to come with an additional requirement of intent to defraud. Now, under federal law, generally speaking, intending to defraud has a narrow construction, but New York State law interprets intent to defraud much more broadly, so that the prosecutor can establish intent when the defendant acts for the purpose of frustrating the state's power to faithfully carry out its own law. In layman's terms, that means that the government doesn't need to prove that Trump falsified business records for the purpose of depriving someone of money or property. The government only has to show that Trump did something to frustrate the regulatory authorities of New York. And New York courts have found such intent when a defendant did things like making covert contributions to a political campaign, covering up an alleged sexual assault, misleading a patient's relatives about the patient's treatment, and even operating a motor vehicle without a license. But this is certainly a point of controversy, and it's likely a legal issue that will be dealt with by the judge before the factual questions ever reach a jury. But the statement of facts does try to justify the charges. The most significant evidence that Trump knew what Cohen was up to with the intent to defraud was a conversation he had with Cohen about the McDougal payments. Quote, Cohen told Trump he would open up a company for the transfer of Karen McDougal's account and other information, and stated that he had spoken to Chief Financial Officer for the Trump Organization, Alan Weisselberg, about how to set the whole thing up. Trump asked, so what do we got to pay for this, $150? And suggested paying by cash. When Cohen disagreed, Trump then mentioned payment by check. After the conversation, Cohen created a shell company called Resolution Consultants, LLC, on or about September 30th, 2016. But the prosecutor will need to prove that Trump knew about the Daniels payments too, and that he agreed to Cohen's payment scheme. The statement of facts alleges that Trump didn't want to pay Daniels directly, so he asked Cohen to do it. Quote, Trump did not want to make the $130,000 payment himself and asked Cohen and Weisselberg to find a way to make the payment. After discussing various payment options with Weisselberg, Cohen agreed he would make the payment. Before making the payment, Cohen confirmed with Trump that Trump would pay him back. The statement of facts alleges that Cohen made the payment through a shell company with Trump's blessing. Quote, on or about October 26, shortly after speaking with the defendant on the phone, Cohen opened a bank account in Manhattan in the name of Essential Consultants LLC, a new shell company he had created to effectuate the payment. He then transferred $131,000 from his personal home equity line of credit into that account. On or about October 27th, Cohen wired $130,000 from his Essential Consultants LLC account in New York to Lawyer B to suppress Stormy Daniels' account. Now, the statement of facts also goes into detail about Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg agreeing to pay back Cohen more money than Cohen paid out, so that Cohen could characterize the payment as income on his tax returns instead of a reimbursement, and Cohen would be left with $180,000 after paying approximately 50% in income tax. Finally, Weisselberg added an additional $60,000 as a supplemental year-end bonus. So the statement of facts indicates that Trump knew about his arrangement with Cohen. Quote, Trump, Weisselberg, and Cohen then agreed that Cohen would be paid $420,000 through 12 monthly payments of $35,000 over the course of 2017. Each month, Cohen was to send an invoice to Trump through Trump Organization employees, falsely requesting payment for $35,000 for legal services rendered in a given month of 2017 pursuant to a retainer agreement. At no point did Cohen have a retainer agreement with Trump or the Trump Organization. And the part about no retainer agreement is key, since Trump may argue that he was simply paying Cohen for legal services, which
So
is what he
strange.
indicated in the business records. And the statement of facts.
By the way, this is what the entirety of Donald Trump's defense has been. The entirety of his defense has been, well, you know, we were paying for services. You know, we didn't have a retainer agreement, but it was an informal retainer. You know, his entire thing here has been, his entire defense has been built around the idea that actually he was, you know, just they did a little whoopsie daisy and, you know, didn't put it in writing, you know? You know how it goes when you're doing a little whoopsie daisy, a little whoopsie doopsie. We've all been there. We've all been whoopsieing and doopsieing. Sorry, these ghosts
also
are
goes
scary.
into some detail about how each payment was invoiced and made, and I think this detail is important. Once the election was over and Trump had won, he tried to back out of paying Daniels at all. Quote, Trump directed Cohen to delay making a payment to Stormy Daniels as long as possible. He instructed Cohen that if he could delay the payment until after the election, they could avoid paying altogether, because at that point it would not matter if the story became public. This could end up being a key allegation because it shows that Trump's motivation was to influence the election, not to protect his family from disclosure. Finally, the statement of facts alleges that Trump tried to pressure Cohen to lie about their arrangement. The pressure campaign included Trump tweeting at Cohen to stay strong and not flip, and the DA also says that a different unnamed Trump lawyer approached Cohen about representing Cohen in his criminal case, offering to help him maintain a, quote, back channel of communication to the defendant. In June of 2018, the lawyer wrote to Cohen urging him not to cave by pleading guilty, but Cohen did in fact plead guilty in August of that same year. Now, as we talked about, these are only felonies if there is an intent to defraud and also an intent to commit another crime or to conceal a commission of a crime. So what's the second crime in this case? Well, the indictment and statement of facts don't say, and New York law doesn't require that the prosecution identify the second offense at this stage. However, you can bet that there will be some motion practice to force the government to issue a bill of particulars to actually identify what these crimes are. However, in a press conference, Alan Bragg identified 3 general areas of law that he alleges that Trump intended to break.
The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime
close,
to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means.
Where does this go?
The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why.
Right? Axial gradiometer. It's been so great
Bragg
watching him
mentions
get
that
on
the
the hook for this.
$130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels could have violated the federal campaign contribution caps. Because the hush money payment was intended to benefit the Trump campaign, it could be considered an in-kind contribution. The FEC limits individual donations to $3,300 per individual per candidate, and in-kind contributions are counted the same as a cash donation. So the $130,000 would be way over that limit. As we covered before, there's a controversy about whether a federal crime can be used as a predicate for an underlying crime in New York State. And then there's also the state conspiracy allegation. New York elections law, section 17-52, covers conspiracy to promote or prevent an election. Section 17-52 requires proof of a conspiracy among 2 or more people to promote the election.
Oh God, there's so many dead bodies.
Office.
Oh my God, I did not remember that there were so many dead bodies in this city that was flooded. I thought they evacuated everybody, but no, they just left them all dangling. God damn. Okay.
Trump, Cohen, Davidson, Howard, and Pecker. The prosecution doesn't need to prove that the defendant committed the second crime, just that the defendant intended to commit it. And there was also a suggestion that the falsified records were for the purpose of tax fraud. So we'll see how this unfolds in the coming months. But it's also important to note that even if the felony enhancement is bounced by the judge or an appellate court, it's still likely that the misdemeanor charges for falsification of business records would remain. And those are still crimes. There just wouldn't be jail time associated with them. Now, in terms of defenses, Trump is going to have lots of them. Trump's criminal defense will probably be different from his public talking points. For example, Trump and his advocates have argued that prosecuting people for record-keeping mistakes is proof that the whole affair is just a witch hunt, since no one ever goes to jail for falsifying records. But that's not accurate. According to the New York Times, quote, since Mr. Bragg took office in 2022, prosecutors have filed 117 felony counts of the charge against 29 individuals and companies. So besides the court of public opinion, Trump also has viable legal defenses to these charges as well. Although the prosecutor doesn't have to get a conviction on the predicate offense, the second crime might be the best avenue to attack the record-keeping allegations. Expect Trump's lawyers to argue that the hush money payments were not in-kind contributions for campaign purposes. They were for the purposes of protecting Trump's family rather than influencing the election. Expect them to argue federal preemption, that the federal laws preempt state laws in this case, or that the federal laws can't be used as a predicate for the state laws at all. And as we discussed in our previous video about a potential Trump indictment, it's not at all clear whether all of these charges are within the statute of limitations. Since the last allegedly falsified record is from December 7th, 2017, normally the 5-year statute of limitations would be up, but during the pandemic, then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo told the statute of limitations by 228 days for COVID-related reasons. So this means that some of the charges are probably still timely. But those extensions might not be enough to bring in the other alleged acts. In any case, Trump's best defense is to get these charges dismissed on legal grounds before it ever gets to a jury. Because there isn't likely to be much disagreement on the facts, but there are plenty of legal questions for the judge to deal with long before trial. Now, given the unprecedented nature of these proceedings, there's going to be a ton of Trump
Berserker,
videos in the
we'll get to that in a bit.
Sorry, or you're welcome. But there's so much stuff that I can't release everything on YouTube. But thanks to the power of today's sponsor, Nebula, you can watch all my videos ad-free and early, because all my videos always go up on Nebula first. Well, except for this one, because we had to write, shoot, and edit it in like 18 hours. But other than that, they all go up on Nebula first. And now for limited time, you can get a lifetime pass to Nebula, which is great because on Nebula, you get access to exclusive videos like the deep dive we took on Trump's mental state for the various crimes he's accused of.
Why are they booing her? She's right. They only didn't expel the white lady because she was white. That is 100% true. Also, we don't need to see the rest of this ad. But that's kind of the breakdown of the Trump indictment, right? I feel like that's pretty comprehensive. He's in pretty deep shit. But now let's see how the hogs react to this, okay? This is our little hog watch here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, and Brian Kilmeade. It's 5 o'clock in New York City. This is The Five.
The Five.
Let's start with this. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg facing intense backlash over his unprecedented indictment of former President Donald Trump, and some of that criticism is coming from unlikely places. Trump pleading not guilty to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records and tearing into Bragg in a primetime speech after his arrest.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Virtually everybody that has looked at this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime and that it should never have been brought. Everybody said
even
this is
hardcore
really
Democrats,
there's nothing
the
here.
hardest Democrats
Came
I've
to me
ever
and they said,
seen,
"There's nothing here."
and
They're
I
not
knew
even saying what
Jeffrey
you did.
Epstein.
A number of legal analysts questioning the foundations of the case against Trump, calling it weak and an overreach. They point out that the indictment is missing a key requirement, that would be the crime that would make it a felony. And some in the media also think the case will struggle to hold up.
What the hell?
What is the crime
you're gross.
that prosecutors are alleging
Look at this
escalated
gross thing.
from a misdemeanor to a felony?
If I had to characterize it, it's disappointment.
If this is the only pebble that gets thrown at Donald Trump, it's a very small pebble.
Where's the beef as far as the felony goes? I talked to a lot of lawyers yesterday, and none of them Republicans, none of them Trump supporters, and all of them saying, this is a little thin.
In terms of a case that's being brought against a former president, it's a little underwhelming.
But DA Bragg is sticking to his guns, even as critics blast his role in reducing most other felonies in Manhattan.
These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. We today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law.
You know what? I think we should take Donald Trump's word. You know, he's a pretty honest and honorable guy. I'm sure he's always paid his debts to both society and to the people he works with. You know, like I just don't see why we wouldn't take him at his word. You know, guys. Just seems real honorable and nice.
No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle.
All right, Judge, since as the news of yesterday settled in and you had today to think about it, what are your thoughts now?
You know, I woke up this morning and I said, maybe I missed something, but I didn't miss a thing. As I said yesterday, it was just a bunch of papers that were stapled together. The indictment is insufficient on its face. It is insufficient in terms of the statute of limitations. If you look at the first several counts, they are in February of 2017, which is beyond 5 years. I think it's the first 15.
Yeah, but here's the thing. So I've been hearing this argument as well. New York City's COVID-19 regulations also extended the amount of time during which you can be prosecuted for crimes. Largely because there were a lot of other things going on at the time, obviously, and you know, due to the work from home restrictions, like criminal processing took longer, so they needed to, you know, have extra time to prosecute people for crimes that they would have otherwise been prosecuted for much sooner.
15 or 20 counts are outside the 5-year statute of limitations. We don't know what the crime is that they are complaining about, and we should. I mean,
what?
Because
look. It is a crime to pay hush money in order to cover your ass using business and campaign funds. That is, in fact, a crime. And just because it's a federal crime doesn't mean that you cannot be prosecuted on felony business fraud charges. If the federal crime is there and the state crime is there, states can't prosecute the federal crimes. But if the state knows that federal crimes were committed, then they can prosecute the crimes on they can elevate them from misdemeanors to felonies. God damn, it's not rocket science here. It's so frustrating. These people are like, well, what was the crime? What was the other crime he's being prosecuted with? What was the other crime? It's just like, you dumb quads. They're obviously the state can't prosecute him for a federal crime. But if the business fraud he was doing was to cover up a federal crime, like campaign finance violations, that still is enough to bump it up to a felony.
An indictment is supposed to illustrate what it is that the defendant did. And if it's a federal crime, Bragg doesn't have jurisdiction to prosecute that. And if it's a state...
Right, which is why he's not prosecuting that crime. But the pursuant of this as a felony is a separate matter.
Crime, which was the only thing that Bragg gave us insight into yesterday when he was asked, what is the underlying crime and why did you wait so long? He said, well, there's a New York election law. Well, I spent about 2 hours on the New York election law today, and it's clear to me that the New York election law only relates to campaigns for public office in the state of New York. He cannot try to bootstrap a New York state election law violation to raise this to a felony. State election laws do not apply to a presidential race. In addition to that, it's selective prosecution. It is
well, state election laws do actually apply to a presidential race because states get to decide how to run presidential elections. That is a power that you have been talking about for literally years, since 2020. You guys have been talking about this. Conservatives have been talking about this nonstop, about how states have the right to run their own elections. So, it might not have been a state-level election, but committing fraud in the state related to that election certainly might fall under New York state law.
Duplicitous. There are 4 counts for 1 act, and you've got an intent.
There are 4 counts for 1 act because he signed 4 different checks for that 1 act, meaning there are 4 instances of fraud. That's how that works.
That's in question. Did he intend to do it, that being Donald Trump, because he wanted to keep it from his wife and family, or for another reason? And the main witness is someone who's a perjurer per se. When he opens his mouth, you have to assume the guy...
That's not the main witness. They spent literally years hearing witnesses. They have Donald Trump's colleagues testifying against him. They have other people who worked at the company that assisted him in doing the fraud who testified against him. This is ridiculous.
Is lying. And finally, this whole issue of
so one of the interesting elements of this case, right, is the fact that why weren't these charges pursued earlier? And Alvin Bragg has commented about this and talked about it, and the reason is new evidence came to light. They didn't have all of the evidence and all of the witnesses in 2018, for example, to pursue charges like this, but they have those witnesses and that evidence now, which is why they're charging him with it.
The jurisdiction and the statute of limitations and the factual insufficiency, there's nothing in there that a defense attorney can prepare for. It's absurd. And let me just say one thing about Alvin Bragg, who made a fool of himself yesterday as far as I'm concerned. He said, we cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. Are you kidding? People are being stabbed, beaten, stabbed, brutalized, and murdered in New York City by career criminals who are being let out again.
I just have to point out that, yes, actually committing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in business fraud is indeed a serious crime. That, like, the fact that we punish people more for, like, shoplifting a candy bar than we do for stealing millions of dollars and lying about it is absurd. Any just society that we wish to participate in should be treating cases where people are stealing millions of dollars and robbing the public of taxpayer dollars far more seriously than anyone who steals a fucking candy bar. Cops have literally shot people dead over stealing candy bars. It's very, very rare for cops to shoot businessmen dead for stealing millions upon millions of dollars. Is there there? I feel like there's another guy over here. There's almost certainly another guy.
And again, felonies reduced to misdemeanors unless you're a Republican. This is a pathetic man who is not connected to reality. The only thing that I have a great concern about and that I'm wondering about is he not specifying the underlying crime? Because in the event that his case gets dismissed, because if he's any kind of lawyer at all, he knows this is an insufficient indictment, is he...
Well, no, the case would be dismissed by now by the judge. The judge would have dismissed it by now if that's what was going to happen. That didn't happen. Obviously. This is ultimate levels of cope right here.
Giving Georgia and maybe Florida the ability to prosecute that crime that he thinks might apply to them as well without being barred by double jeopardy. Do you know what I'm saying? So that he could basically say, I'm not identifying it until I absolutely have to in case the judge dismisses this. It'll give Georgia and Florida a chance to relitigate that issue that I haven't told you about.
Interesting. And so, Harold, how about Alvin Bragg bringing Republicans and Democrats together to agree on something?
It was close.
Well, first of all, I'm glad you're back around
Oh, thank
the
you.
table.
I'm glad you're here at the table, Harold.
It's been a while. So the judge raised this last point she raised yesterday, and I thought it was a very smart point, and we still don't have an answer to it. And I think that the fact that you continue to raise it is an important thing to do. Two, I reread it too, and I said yesterday, and I stand by it. I thought there would be a little more than there was. But what I did notice, and I think it's important to note, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, it's clear that Alvin Bragg and his team believe that David Pecker, the American media CEO and the head of the National Enquirer, they own the National Enquirer, is as important a witness as Michael Cohen is. Number two, I get a sense that he believes the underlying crime is, the way he's going to prove it is that he believes that former President Trump intended to mislead the tax authorities in New York with the falsification of some of the business records. Now, we can argue over whether or not that is a big enough crime to indict a former president, but on the books, you're allowed to do that. I stand by what I said yesterday. I thought there would have been more here. What I wish would stop happening, and I understand those of us on television and certainly the president's lawyers are entitled to their opinions. I wish the threats and the attacks on the judge's family, Alvin Bragg personally, and Alvin Bragg's family, that has no place in this. And I would hope that on either side that we would stop that. I've seen it from one side against the judge's family, which I just don't quite understand.
This isn't a boss.
Our judicial system works. President Trump's lawyers will have an opportunity to file motions to dismiss this. And just based on what you've said, Judge, and I think some of the things that others have seen in the indictment, they may have some grounds to do it. And if the judge decides not to dismiss, which one could make an argument on that side as well, I would hope that those who are against this case and for the president will allow the legal process to unfold. And if the president is correct that he's not guilty, he will be found not guilty by a jury of his peers.
And Jesse, flimsy charges are sure to backfire, right? So if you have a flimsy charge, it backfires. And then what are the consequences of that? You sow deeper divisions in a country that's already
did I go into a boss room?
Way to go, Alvin. The Democrats are convinced that Donald Trump's a criminal. That he's guilty of murder, rape, espionage, you name it, he's guilty of it. And they were waiting for Alvin Bragg to tell them what Donald Trump was guilty of, and he came out and he couldn't do it.
Well, he said business fraud. He said 34 counts of business. Like, this is what's very confusing to me, and again, I feel like my autism brain is vibrating. Like, no, they charged him with business fraud. Those are the case that's what they charged him with. Cannot handle the 5 right now. I'm sorry, very knifey duck.
It was like being there during a will reading, and they found out they were being written out of the will. And they couldn't process it. So the word yesterday was disappointment. They were disappointed they didn't get the mug shot they wanted. They didn't get the violence in the streets that they wanted. They didn't get the handcuff shot that they wanted. They didn't get the cameras in the courtroom they wanted, and they didn't get an indictment worth a damn. The Democrats are driven crazy by the fact that Trump is innocent until proven guilty. So for the last 6 years, they've been trying to create a crime that he's guilty of. So Alvin Bragg, I'll give him credit, it was creative. He takes $130,000 and chops it up into 34 felony counts. And then he concocts this legal theory that has never been seen in the history of American jurisprudence. Am I using jurisprudence correctly?
Very well,
Thank
Jesse.
you. And no one can understand it. So the guy can't read a calendar also because all of the counts and the checks were written in 2017.
Yep.
So let me understand this, Alvin.
And?
You're saying he, in 2017, was trying to influence the 20...
Of course, Armor and Quills, but I'm not talking about why these people don't understand it. You know, I'm talking about the people who listen to these people. I know why these people say the things they do, and it's because they're paid to say
16
it.
election?
I can do that math.
You cannot do that. So the case is falling apart. Alvin Bragg is a dumb man. The jury's tainted. The judge is a Democrat donor. And the charges aren't going to stick. And also, by the way he filed this thing, Trump paid more taxes.
I'm a Democrat, and I've said all along, you know, he's innocent unless everyone is. So I don't, nor was I expecting this or wanting this.
Apology accepted.
Over at National Review, Dan McLaughlin wrote this piece that I loved. It basically was, it said, I will take these charges seriously when the Democrats go back and take, and then he lists all of these things that have happened in the past that the Democrats said weren't a big deal.
I did not read that article.
Yep,
but I
like to
imagine
school you
great.
on that kind of thing.
So, Judge, you spent 2 hours in election law. I did 2.5. So
Excellent.
Plus
plus 5 lightning
I think
acts,
it's
baby.
hysterical that whether the timing was after the election or before the election, they think to kill these stories was to Donald Trump's benefit. How many times have you said to yourself, honey, get in the car, but before we decide who we're going to vote for, get the Inquirer, and let's find out what's in there, and then I'll decide. My goodness, if it's not the Inquirer, I just don't know who to vote for. So it was unbelievable to flip around at all the channels last night and see people just look at this case, and no one could get any traction. Yeah. I think it diminishes all the other cases, and I am somewhat, in all seriousness, sad, because in every one of the other cases that are up there, more serious, less serious, Trump has got a point, and the other side has a point.
Right.
The election, Georgia, Mar-a-Lago, everybody's got a point. And you know how long it takes for these cases to mature? Years. So for the next 3 years, we're literally going to be talking more about the cases than the border, than Ukraine, than the $4.75 gas that's coming.
Well, I mean, you get to choose what you cover on your show. You don't have to talk about Donald Trump. You're choosing
this summer. So the things that actually help our country that need to be addressed, we're going to be focusing on these cases, and I think it's actually going to overwhelm the primaries. I'm very curious to see if somebody's got a strategy to win in the Republican Party and beat Donald Trump, knowing he's going to be taking all the news cycles away from people.
Can I say one more? This is just something I want to throw out. The judge said he wants to move as expeditiously as possible. How do you set a motion date December 4th? Right. This is April, May, June, July, August, September. I mean, I don't have enough fingers for that. They're trying to push it toward, you know, the primary.
Yeah.
Right.
New Hampshire and Iowa.
And you know how expensive it is to bring Donald Trump in? $200 million.
And
yeah,
then
and why not zoom him in? That's another issue.
One point that hasn't been made that I would make is the example it sets around the world.
Hey,
It's horrendous.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Nah, I'm good, Sean. Okay, and now it's time for us to experience live our great former president's appearance at Mar-a-Lago to talk about how innocent he is.
We got elections were like
Okay, you're not gonna DMCA me while I'm on YouTube. You aren't gonna do it. She looks very scrunched up. I am very scrunched up. In my heart and in my head. Chat, while we're waiting for Donald Trump to get to the stage and to not DMCA me, consider that the only way that I survive to provide you this suckling content, okay, is if you support me, okay? This show is brought to you by viewers like you, and I need your help to stay alive. Come on over to riverboat.gg, and we've now embedded our player with the YouTube player, so you shouldn't see any ads. Come on over. Support my content, and let's continue being able to work together. Because otherwise, I'll just die in a ditch somewhere, and you'll forget about me. All right, that's my appeal. Also, every 5 subs, I'm giving my dog a treat, and so far, she's only gotten 1 treat over the last 3.5 hours, and that's on you. That's on you, chat. Oh my god, this song is forever. Oh my god. Well, at least I know I'm free.
Thank you very much, everybody. And we have to save our country. God bless you all. God bless you all. And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen. The only crime that I've...
Never thought a president would ever be held accountable for crimes. I thought this was all behind me. And now I find that it is not. This is truly an injustice on par with 9/11. I take that back. It is an injustice beyond 9/11. I have become the victim of an Osama bin Laden level terror attack conducted by the judiciary branch.
Committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that? They attacked me with an onslaught of fraudulent investigations. Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax number 1. Impeachment hoax number 2.
Ukraine,
the illegal and unconstitutional raid on Mar-a-Lago, right here. They're lying to the
That's
FISA
right,
courts,
folks.
The FBI and DOJ relentlessly pursuing Republicans. The unconstitutional changes to election laws by not getting approvals from state legislators. The millions of votes illegally stuffed into ballot boxes and all caught on government cameras. And just recently, the FBI and DOJ in collusion
Government
with
cameras.
Twitter and Facebook, in order not
None
to
of what
say
I'm saying
anything
is
bad about the Hunter
substantiated,
Biden laptop
folks.
from hell, which exposes the
Not a
Biden
single
family
part
as
of it.
criminals, and which, according to the pollsters, would have made a 17-point difference in the election result. And we needed a lot less than that, like about 16.9. It would have been in our favor, not my favor, our favor, because our country is going to hell.
That's right, folks. I am the country.
And we remember the
I'm the
51
country,
intelligence agents who said Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. It didn't exist. It was Russian disinformation. Remember that? And that was all confirmed strongly by the FBI when they all knew that it wasn't Russian disinformation. And so much more. Our elections were like those of a third world country. And now this massive election interference at a scale never seen before in our country, beginning with the radical left.
That's right,
George
folks.
Soros back.
That's right, folks. There's no point in voting in elections anymore. But make sure you come out to vote for me.
Prosecutor Alvin Bragg of New York, who campaigned on the fact that he would get President Trump. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. This is a guy campaigning. He wanted to get President Trump at any cost, and this before he knew anything about me, didn't know a thing about me. He was campaigning. As it turns out, virtually everybody that has looked at this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime and that it should never have been brought. Never have been brought. Everybody. Even people that aren't big fans have said it. They said this is not the right thing to do. It's an insult to our country, as the world is already laughing at us for so many other reasons, like our open borders, our incompetent
insult to our
withdrawal
country,
from
folks.
Afghanistan, where we left behind American citizens, $85 billion worth of the best military equipment in the world, lost 13 magnificent young lives, and far too many to mention that are so badly hurt with the loss of arms and legs and facial obliteration. The most embarrassing time.
I'm a bit familiar with facial obliteration. I'm not the worst thing to happen. Am I right? Hey. Okay, moving on.
In our country's history, in my opinion. Then our give up on energy independence and even energy dominance. We're going to be dominant within 6 months, more than any other nation, ×2. We had this all just 3 years ago. Our raging crime statistics, if you look in Democrat-run cities, numbers the likes of which we have never seen before. The open threats by various countries of the use of nuclear weapons, something never mentioned or discussed by outside nations during the Trump administration, and which could very well lead under the Biden administration's leadership to an all-out nuclear World War III. Can happen. We're not very far away from it, believe it or not. An economy that has been crippled by the biggest inflation we have seen in more than 60 years, and a military that I used to defeat ISIS in 4 weeks. They said it would take 4 years.
Ignore the fact that ISIS is still around, folks. Ignore it. I defeated him. If you hear any news stories about ISIS, they're lies.
4 weeks to kill al-Baghdadi and Soleimani. That has now gone woke.
I do really like that he calls I like that he calls him good old al-Baghdadi, you know? Good old al-Baghdadi. Just like what a I can't believe this guy was a fucking leader of our country. Holy shit.
At the top levels by trying to indoctrinate everyone down to the lowest ranking patriot. But now they have really stepped up their efforts by indicting the 45th president of the United States, who received $75 million votes, which is more than any sitting president in the history of our country. And in the wings, they've got a local racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta who is doing everything in her power to indict me over an absolutely perfect phone call, even more perfect than the one I made with the president of Ukraine. Remember, I kept saying, that's a perfect call. This one was more perfect. Nobody said, sir, you shouldn't say that. Many people on the phone were hung up in disgust because of something I inappropriately said, because nothing was said wrong. In fact, at the end,
I do want to say, chat, I am disappointed that you all have forgotten your duties to the white name hunt. It's very disappointing. I thought we had warriors in chat. Shake my damn head. Shaking my damn head. Here's another call to action for his hogs. Well, I'm making a call to action to my not hogs. Or nut hogs, if I'm being a little spicy with my pronunciation.
of the call, we agreed to continue our conversation about election fraud, and election fraud specifically in Georgia at a later time. Many people on the phone, including lots of lawyers, nobody found
The hunters
anything
have been
wrong
lacking,
with that
it's true.
perfect call until a book promotion tour many months later. All of a sudden they say, you know, I remember Trump making a call. Let's look at that. This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election. And
Very
it should be
knifey duck.
dropped
Thank you for gifting a
immediately.
sub to
Immediately.
Zoomy Deer. You were multitasking? I see. Very knifey duck was coming up with a plan to eliminate the white names. Thank you, very knifey duck.
Then you have
appreciate
a
you
radical
lot.
left lunatic known as a bomb
I appreciate
thrower
all of you a lot.
who is
But especially
harassing
those of you who
hundreds
get
of
subs.
my people day after day over the boxes hoax. You know, the boxes hoax.
A lot
as
of
we call
apples.
it.
Thank you for gifting Ashmar a
Just so
sub.
everyone knows, I come
Hell
under
yeah.
what's known as the Presidential Records Act, which was designed and
you.
approved by Congress long ago just for this reason. Under the act, I'm supposed to negotiate with NARA, the National Archives and Records Administration, which as of this date is a radical left troublemaking organization that red
my
flags
God.
the Constitution of the United States and the
Yeah,
Bill of Rights as
NARA.
dangerous
NARA's
and
radical
triggering.
left.
Can you imagine? This is what we have to deal with.
Holy
But
shit.
there is no criminality under the Presidential Records Act. That is not what it's all about. We were
You're right,
negotiating
but
in
if you're
very
not turning over nuclear secrets,
good
that's
faith,
kind of a huge
proper
crime.
way in order to return some or all of the documents that I openly and in very plain sight brought with me to Mar-a-Lago from our beautiful White House, just as virtually every other
I
president
did it
has
outside,
done in the
folks.
past.
That means it's not a
When
crime.
FBI and DOJ officials with NARA were here, I told my lawyer to show them
NARA.
the very secure storage room in which they were locked.
I
The
broke
FBI
the law in
sole
the
request
daytime,
in
chat.
writing was, could you please put another lock?
You can't hold me
on the door?"
responsible
We
for the
immediately
crimes
complied.
I've committed.
It's a lot different than the Biden situation, isn't it? The next thing I know, we
Biden
were raided
situation,
by many
folks.
gun-toting FBI agents who took whatever they wanted, including my passports and
No!
medical records.
It's fine.
Everybody
I'm
was
not
in
mad.
shock. Nobody had ever heard of such a raid before. We can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? I immediately thought of the Fourth Amendment that protects against unreasonable search and seizure. But they did it anyway
You had
because
nuclear
our justice
secrets.
system has become lawless. They're using it now, in addition to everything else, to win elections. Apparently, they're not looking at me through the view of the non-criminal president.
Unsecured top secret nuclear secrets are not, like, you having those is a completely reasonable search and seizure. Literally the most reasonable one you could possibly make an argument for. Goodness.
Presidential Records Act. They came up
Absolute
with a
chuckle
new one. This
fuckery
is a
over
new
here.
one. And they're looking at me through the Espionage Act. Think of that. How does that sound? Of 1917, where the penalty is death.
Also, hello YouTube chat. I'm looking at you right now. Hi.
Even though that has absolutely nothing to do with openly taking boxes of documents and mostly clothing and other things to my home, which President Obama has done, the Bushes have done, Jimmy Carter's done, Ronald Reagan has done.
Yeah, we're streaming on
Everybody's
YouTube, very
done.
knifey
In
duck.
fact, Hillary
Keep it
Clinton
on the DL,
got rid
though.
of 33,000 emails, and that was okay. But nobody's done it like Joe Biden.
I was sick of you guys seeing ads.
This lunatic special prosecutor named Jack Smith, I wonder what it was prior to a change, who others of his ilk say he's even worse than they are, is only looking at Trump, yet Joe Biden took massive amounts more documents, even removed many boxes to Chinatown. You believe that? Just got $10 million from China. Where did that come from? I guess they were banking on Hunter's expertise.
Joe Biden is
And
the
had
current
others stored
president.
in unsecured offices in Pennsylvania and strewn all over his garage floor, where his now very famous Corvette is also stored. All over the floor, including classified documents.
Is that a
But
dick
that's
joke?
okay.
I can't tell.
Perhaps most importantly, he has 1,850 boxes in Delaware, which he is refusing to give up.
This motherfucker cannot stop sniffing. I know that Donald Trump doesn't supposedly doesn't drink alcohol, but like, do you think he does cocaine, chat? Like, I feel like he probably does cocaine. Like, he does like a little bump to get him through like these speeches, you know? Because he sniffs so much.
But isn't that real obstruction? That's obstruction. As president, I have the right to declassify documents, and the process is automatic. If I take them with me, it's automatic. Declassify. Biden
He does the
was
UK Sudafed?
vice president. He had absolutely no right to declassify as vice president. He doesn't come under the non-criminal
exactly, Gamer
Presidential
G.
Records Act. He comes under the
I think on some of these like really like important speeches, like I don't know, like maybe someone behind the scenes is like slipping him some Adderall and like being like, you got this, champ, just get out there. And he's like, oh, I don't have a cold though, and they're like, yeah you do, okay, good luck.
A very criminal Federal Records Act, unfortunately for him, but it's not going to matter because they don't follow the law, which has very severe penalties. He had classified documents that he took while he was a senator, which is absolutely inexcusable, and other senators, including Democrats, are outraged. But he's not being harassed and hounded like the people who work for me.
I don't know if Adderall makes you
In
sniff
fact, they
like
seem
that,
to
but
have
I'll take your
forgotten
word on it,
about
Chad.
his documents entirely. So many, thousands and thousands. It's okay with him. They like to say that I'm obstructing, which I'm not, because I was working with NARA very nicely until the raid on my home. But Biden is obstructing by making it impossible to get the 1,850 boxes or explain why many documents were located in Chinatown. Can't explain it. Why were they in Chinatown? I don't know. Lastly, I'm under investigation. This time a civil investigation by another racist in reverse who also campaigned on, I will get Trump. I will get him. This was her campaign. Never ran for office. I will get him. Her name is Letitia James. And she proclaimed while campaigning, quote, I look forward to going into the office of the Attorney General every single day, suing him, and then going home. Just before she knew me. She announced, what is fueling my soul right now is Trump. And that she had her eyes on Trump Tower. Those eyes are focused on Trump Tower. Didn't know the young lady. She even assured her supporters in an election promise that we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass. He's going to know my name personally.
What?
And then she claimed that I
You
was
literally
an
called her by
illegitimate
name.
president. Think of that. With all we did, with all we did on energy, with all we did on the military, on taxes, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history, right to try, people able to get drugs now that aren't approved. Hopefully you don't have that problem. Letitia James vowed to use every area of the law to, quote, investigate President Trump and his business transactions. Those transactions are going to be investigated, she said. And that of her family and his family. Because we're going after his family, and we're going after them hard. This is all before entering office and all before knowing anything at all about me. But she was going to get me. This is why, along with unrelenting crime, so many people and companies are leaving New York. She said that I falsified my financial statements, but in fact, we're proving and will prove that my financial statements were substantially more than we submitted, not less. And in all cases have a strong disclaimer clause in them which tells the institutions that may look at that if they want to, not to rely on the statement. But they've got a problem with their case because, number one, I'm very underleveraged. They can't believe it, all the stuff they read and gave. And have very little debt relative to the value of assets. And importantly, not one bank has lost even $1. She was investigating me to save banks. They have very good lawyers. But they didn't lose $1 with us during this period of time. In fact, the banks we're talking about made almost $200 million off Donald Trump, and they liked me very much. We never missed a payment.
Yo, his brain is going. Like, I know we've been saying it for a long time, but like, it's so fucking weird that he talks about himself in the third person.
Never got a default notice, had a great relationship with all of them. I don't need banks. We have a lot of cash. I built a great business with my family, built a fantastic business.
I don't need any banks, folks, says man well known for needing banks. Also, chat, we are now 3 subs away from my dog getting a TREAT. I can't say it out loud, otherwise she'll look at me and feel really sad that she's not getting one. Just throwing that out there to guilt you. Specifically you. You know which one I'm talking to.
I have a son here who's done a great job, and I have another son here who's done a great job.
Oh, he's so wet. Look at our big wet boy.
And Ivanka and Barron will be great someday. He's tall. He is tall, and he's smart.
Stout
but
man.
I have a great family, and they've
God
done
bless.
a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much. They've gone through hell. So she's suing me over banks that weren't defrauded, when she should be focused on violent crime that's driving people out of the state. This is a persecution, not an investigation. She's put our family through hell. It's cost hundreds of millions of dollars to defend, but our heads are held very, very high. They want to settle the case, but I want no part of that. So here we are now. It's where we were today, in a city that was
here we go, chat.
so
Wish me
great
luck.
just 4 or 5 years ago. But now we're there. Spent time there today, as you possibly read, with a local failed district attorney charging a former president of the United States for the first time in history on a basis that every single pundit and legal analyst said, there is no case. There's no case. They kept saying, there's no case.
What the hell?
Virtually everyone.
That's
But
supposed
it's
to
far
go down
worse
into
than
the
that,
boss
because
arena.
he knew there was no case. That's why last week he delayed
the
for
hell?
a month and then immediately took that back and threw this ridiculous indictment together. Came out
God
today,
damn it.
everybody said, this is
God
not really
damn
an
it.
indictment. There's nothing here. My lawyers came to me and they said, there's nothing here. They're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district
all of you
attorney
say it
because he
close. Fuck
illegally
you.
leaked
I love
massive
you guys.
amounts of grand jury information. For which he should be prosecuted, or at a minimum, he should resign. And Alvin Bragg's wife confirmed a report that claimed her husband has Trump nailed on felonies. She has since locked down her Twitter account. His chief prosecutor, who represented the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton in a firm run by Chuck Schumer's brother, Robert, he quit the firm in order to go to work in the DA office in order to get Trump. Can you imagine that? Hillary Clinton's lawyer, Democrat firm. Ultimately, he quit as chief prosecutor because Bragg didn't think he had a case. Think of that same guy that brought this ridiculous thing today. Yet during his investigation, this prosecutor named Mark Pomerantz wrote and published a book saying all sorts of privileged things and has been very strongly reprimanded. He was reprimanded so strongly. I've never seen anything like it. That's probably the end of it. But what he did was probably very illegal, but he was very, very strongly reprimanded. Even District Attorney Bragg was furious with him. They were having a tremendous fight in the office because of it. But hope is never lost because various prosecutors in the DA's office also quit because they thought President Trump was being treated very unfairly. How about that? Isn't that great? Oh, I love them. I'd like to
does
meet
he keep
them.
referring to himself in
I'd
the
like to
third
meet
person?
them.
Stop.
The DA's office even had a web page. Meet the team of executives who have done this to President Trump. That was the title. Isn't that nice? They immediately had to take it down. Meanwhile, overall crime in New York was up 30% last year. Much more than that the year before, with felony assaults, robberies, and burglaries all up by massive, massive numbers. Not the same place that I know, not the same place that you know. And this is where we are right now. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family, whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Harris campaign, and a lot of it. We recently had another trial, and the same judge told the fine man who worked for me for many years that if you admit your guilt, you will be in jail for 90 days.
Do I need to be wearing a ring?
If we go through a trial and you're found guilty, you're going away for 10 years and maybe longer, which for a 75-year-old man with a great family,
I
really
don't
means
have a
life.
ring.
What the prosecutors
God
and
damn
judge
it.
did to that man, I will never forget, because it's right out of the old Soviet Union. That's
All
where
right.
we are.
I'm gonna do
They
Lucille
said, you say
instead.
anything about
Fuck
Trump,
this.
meaning that's bad, and you won't even have to serve the 90 days. You'll walk
I'm
free.
so upset. I forgot
And
I
they
needed
say
the
that
ring.
to many of my employees. We have this Jack
Damn it.
Smith lunatic threatening people every single day through his representatives. They're threatening jail terms.
I'm sure I won't be
But talk
infuriated
about
by this
Trump
place.
and you'll go free. This is where we are as a nation. Who would have thought they can't beat us at the ballot box, so they try and beat us through the law. That's the country in which we live, however.
We literally beat this motherfucker at the ballot box.
Right now, the USA is a mess.
We actually did. We actually beat this motherfucker at the ballot box twice. He lost the popular vote in 2016. But okay, bud.
Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. Russia has joined with
I don't like these
China.
things.
Can you believe that? Saudi Arabia has joined with Iran. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Would have never happened if I were your president, would never have happened. Nor would Russia attacking Ukraine have happened. All of those lives would be saved. All of those beautiful cities would be standing. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. There will be no defeat like that. That will take us away from being even a great power. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up,
he's
they
so
would not
fucking
have
salty.
done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done.
This is incredible. The amount of coke here.
Incredibly, we are now a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We can't let that happen. With all of this being said, and with a very dark cloud over our beloved country, I have no doubt, nevertheless, that we will make America great again. Thank you very much. And God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
God bless you, everyone. Please continue to support my crimes. That was painful, but I'm glad we don't have to watch 10 hours of this. Okay. Anyway, as a nice little capstone to this, just to indicate how big of shit Donald Trump is currently in, just saw this little news story. Thought I'd share it with you.
We have some breaking news in yet another investigation involving Donald Trump. This one about January 6th and the testimony of former Vice President Mike Pence. I want to go to Laura Jarrett. And Laura, I know we were in a situation where there was a question about would he appeal, whether or not he had to testify. What are you learning now?
That's right. Just a week ago, I was with you when we got the news that a judge had actually ordered the former vice president to testify in the special counsel's probe into the former president's efforts to cling to power, to block the certification results of the 2020 election, Chris. And we can now report that the former vice president has opted not to appeal that ruling, which is an interesting decision. Obviously, there were two sets of arguments at play. Former President Trump had argued that executive privilege should block Pence from testifying because normally those conversations are held in private. It allows for some frank deliberation between the former president and his senior aides. That argument did not work in front of the federal judge. Pence had made a different argument, a constitutional argument, something of a novel claim resting on the speech or debate clause because he presided over the Senate that day. He had argued he should be immune from testimony. The judge decided, however, given Trump's alleged illegality, Pence would nevertheless have to testify, and Pence has now decided to go ahead and testify and comply with that judge's order, Chris. Now, I should mention here, we do not know whether Trump will appeal this ruling. So it's not as if Pence is going to run into the courthouse today. I want to be very clear about that. Trump can still appeal this. He has the opportunity to do so. However, I should note he has lost almost every case in which he has tried to appeal these rulings on executive privilege grounds. Just yesterday, D.C. Court of Appeals had ruled that his most senior aides, not Pence, but other ones, will have to testify in this exact special counsel probe. So again, the headline here is that Pence will not appeal.
Well, one of the things that I think we absolutely do know, and we've talked about this before, Laura, but I think it's worth reiterating, is that there are things that Donald Trump and Mike Pence talked about that only Donald Trump and Mike Pence know about. And that's obviously why Jack Smith wants to talk to him. He has very particular knowledge of key moments, key conversations, right?
That's exactly right. And many of those conversations, Chris, he actually details in a Wall Street Journal article, as well as his own memoir. He goes into some of those conversations, but obviously the special counsel wants to pull back the curtain on that a little bit more and obviously delve deeper. And obviously testifying in front of a grand jury under oath is different than talking about it in a book. I also want to mention here a statement from Pence's advisor, Devin O'Malley, who says in part here that the court vindicated the principle of the Constitution and actually upheld
look at Flash.
for the
Thank
first
you for
time in
subscribing
history
on
that the
Twitch.
speech or debate clause extends to the vice
Appreciate
president
it.
of the United States. So Pence team here obviously saying that, look, the judge did rule in his favor in part, recognizing that presiding over the Senate that day, that is protected. But of course, what the special counsel wants is all of the conversations that happened leading up to January 6th. And it's that part that he is not immune from testifying about.
So what's real interesting about this is that Mike Pence could have just stuck by his guns here and like really fought testifying in this indictment, you know? He could have done that, and he has opted not to do so. So whatever lip service he's paying to Donald Trump at this point in time, just keep in mind, the legal walls are closing in around Donald Trump. And I'm actually quite excited to see how all of this plays out. It's heating up. It's getting a little toasty in here for Donald Trump, and I think that's a real nice temperature for things to be for that fella. I want to believe that Mike Pence finally woke up. Oh, no. Mike Pence didn't wake up, but Mike Pence does want to run for president, and it would make it a whole lot easier for him to run for president if Donald Trump were to suddenly not be able to be in this race, or not be able to be in future races, if not this one, you know? Gotta get it hot to really cook a hog. Indeed. Also, Spooky Mavie, thank you very much for making the jump over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, folks. Also, I really have to pee very badly, so I will be right back. And I will leave you with some tunes. And, yeah, again, we've been going for 4 hours now. If you'd like to, please support me. Donations of $5 will count as a sub. You can do that by using !tip in Twitch chat, or clicking the donations button over on riverboat.gg, and you can also gift the sub over there as well. All right, we're 2 subs away from Doggy Treat, just as an FYI. As an FYI, I canceled the Twitch sub. Ongoing, and we'll do the website or PayPal Direct going forward. Yeah, just do the website. Let's go, baby. Let's get you all over here. All right. Burb. Well, good, very knifey duck. I'm glad. Hey, Hikigo Corgi. Do you think COVID messed him up and maybe that's why he sounds like he's out of breath? Nah. I think he's fine. Okay, for real though, I gotta go pee. Hey, hi, how we doing? Hey. So, I appreciate all y'all. But also, if we could get a few more subs, I'd appreciate you beyond the level I currently appreciate you, which is a lot. But it could be a lot more. I'm kidding. I just want. I'm real nervous about April. This is like the proof of concept for the website, and I'm really hoping it works. Because if it doesn't, I'm kind of fucked in a lot of different ways. So, appreciate you all being here. Let's roll. Okay, we can close that tab group. All right. So, as you know, earlier in the show, we talked about how there was that police arrested a trans woman who wrote a manifesto about wanting to shoot up schools. Okay, so we know that, and just gotta throw that out there. Again, it's really good that this lady was arrested. I'm glad that she is being prevented from doing mass shootings. That is a good thing. But we're gonna just like put that out there. The current misinfo that is going around in the conservosphere is that this lady was deliberately going after like schools and churches, and like the entire story in this local news piece really just kind of indicates that this person, Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono, that this person is incredibly mentally unwell, like was barely conscious while like being interrogated by the police, and like this could have ended as a tragedy. I'm glad it didn't. But this is not the like, oh, she was like going to go out and do it like that day type of situation. This was more like police stumbled upon the fact that she wanted to do these mass shootings. So anyway, that leads us into this video by Blair White, which was uploaded yesterday, which is unrelated, but it is about the trans man who recently did a mass shooting. Have police given a motive yet? When asked by police about that particular incident, it appeared that she was, it appeared she was under the influence of alcohol, and so when asked, she said, "Why does anyone do it?" Also, Vosh was named in her manifesto as a terrorist, which is very odd, but that's just kind of beside the point, honestly. Anyway, we're going to be talking about this one. Blair White wants to talk about the Nashville mass shooter who went by Aiden Hale, I guess, according to this introductory segment of the video. And I guess we'll see what Blair White has to say in this 20-minute video. I'm probably not ready for this either, but you know what? Unfortunately, the times we live in, I do not have the luxury of, as a news person and politics person, of not being able to talk about this stuff. She has the worst takes. She does. I'm going to guess, with my powers of prognostication, that Blair White is going to take this opportunity to say trans people are overwhelmingly more likely to be mentally ill, and that trans people shouldn't have guns. Well, no. I take that part back. Just that she's going to point out that trans people are mentally unwell. And I'm not exactly sure where she's going to go with that. She might use that as an opportunity to say, hey, I gotta be honest. I don't know where she's going to go. I'm sorry. I thought my powers of prognostication were going to fail. We're going to carry me through. Yeah, That's right. Blair White is pro-gun. I know she like argued with Ben Shapiro about gun rights for trans people. So yeah. I think that girl has a mental problem by the fact that she doesn't remember doing shit. What girl has a mental problem because she doesn't remember doing shit? Is this where she goes anti-gun woke? Doubt it. Also, chat, just as an FYI, we are now 2 subs away from my dog getting a TREAT. So, keep that in mind. All right, here we go, baby.
That's the name of the Nashville shooter. The way that the media and the police are misgendering and dead naming Aiden is quite concerning.
I do want to say, look, we shouldn't dead name people. We shouldn't misgender people. I don't know that this is the hill you want to die on specifically for a transgender mass shooter. Okay? We gotta pick our battles. That might not be the best one to pick, okay? Out of all the things you could do to fight for trans rights, that's pretty fucking low on the to-do list. Oh, the trans girl with the manifesto? She does remember doing shit. She had been writing a manifesto and been talking about doing school shootings for days. So, yeah. Are you doing the Hold the Fort tournament this weekend? No, I'm spending time with my family instead. But I was invited to be a team captain for it, and I will be trying to amplify it on social media, Boiled Peanuts. All right, here we go.
Banning people who suffer from gender dysphoria from purchasing weapons. That seems to me a pretty significant symptom of an underlying mental malaise that could theoretically be a problem.
What is up, you guys? To address the pink elephant in the room, I have not uploaded on this channel in about a month, which is the longest I've ever gone since the 7 years that I've been doing this, that I have been sort of MIA. I was active on my other socials, of course, did a few podcasts on the second channel, but, you know, my instinct was to come on here and say sorry for that, but I'm actually not sorry because I needed that recharging time. You guys know that a lot of the content we cover on this channel can be dark AF. This video is one of them, and I just needed a month to kind of like party and see friends and enjoy life, and I did it and I feel amazing, so let's just get right into it. And it's kind of ironic because one of the reasons I didn't upload for a month was because I felt as though trans discourse specifically and like the politics surrounding like the trans topic had just kind of reached a level of toxic that was so incongruent with my life, which is just fun and lighthearted, and it just felt icky to like come on here and talk about it.
Yeah, I wish I could take like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days off of work instead of you know, like a full week off of work seems luxurious to me. The idea that you can take an entire month off of work boggles my mind.
And then of course it got even worse than when I took my break with Audrey Hale, the trans shooter in Nashville. And we need to talk about this. It's all people want me to talk about. It's all I really want to talk about. So let's get into it. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know that there was a disgusting tragedy in Nashville. Now, first things first, there's a lot of hoopla and politics surrounding this tragedy, which we're going to get into and we're going to break down step by step. But the first thing I want to say is I haven't heard anyone using the words Christian hate crime in regards to this tragedy. And to me,
I feel like I've seen a lot of conservatives say that. Yeah, actually.
If it was any other group of people, that would be a no-brainer. If it was a mosque, if it was a gay club, and we've seen incidents at those types of places, and they're rightfully called hate crimes. This, to me, was a Christian hate crime. So
it can't be a hate crime because there's not a crime. The perpetrator is dead. You can't charge a dead person with a crime. It's not how laws work, or time works.
I just want to put it out there. You know, I'm not religious. I'm not Christian. I don't relate to.
Also, we don't really know what the motivation was, and motive is what really plays into whether or not it's a hate crime. You know, like, if we, I don't believe at this point the shooter's manifesto has been released, so I don't know that we have even like a knowledge of what the motive was. If the motive was fuck Christians, I'ma kill him, then like sure, you can say that was anti-Christian violence maybe, but like the crime can't be prosecuted because the person who did it is dead. These guys are kind of charming, not gonna lie.
To being Christian in any way, but you'd have to be blind to not see that that is one of the last few groups that you can sort of launch hate at and escape consequences for it. That's just a fact.
The shooter didn't escape consequences. The shooter got fucking got fucking gunned down, rightfully so. Like what are you talking about? Escape consequences for it? What are you talking about? It's not like the police showed up. They're like, "Oh, it's a Christian school. Stand down, boys." Like, what are you talking about? No. Ah, shit. Ah, shit, this little fucker. Oh, I got it. Excellent. Okay. Just gonna...
So my heart is with the Christian community in Nashville first and foremost. And obviously the parents of these children that lost their lives to this disgusting demon that is now burning in hell. Like, and it's really an interesting place in society when immediately when we hear about a mass shooting, when we hear about a tragedy like this or a violent crime of some sort, everyone starts sort of like racing to find out the identity of the shooter, because that just matters so much in today's climate, right? Was the shooter trans? Was the shooter black? Was the shooter a white Christian male? Was it...
Well, it plays a part into it, right? Like, people want to know why it happened, and part of why it might have happened might be revealed by, like, the identity of the shooter, right? Oh god, this thing's scary. There we go.
People want to know who to blame. We are tribal beings, and we want to place the blame on a group of people. We want to place the blame on anything. There are people that are placing the blame on hunks of metal, aka guns. People are becoming gun grabbers all of a sudden on, you know, the side of the political aisle that normally are not gun grabbers. There's a lot of BS happening. People are blaming the fact that Audrey was on testosterone, even though I have seen zero evidence of that. I have not seen this person's prescription, and it definitely doesn't look like this person has been masculinized. Testosterone is a very powerful drug, and usually when biological females are on it, they're like 2 months in and have a full beard, basically. Like, it's, I don't personally think this.
I don't know that that's true. Testosterone does get to work, though.
Person was on testosterone, and even so, it's like a lot of people are on testosterone and don't go on mass killing sprees. You know what I mean? The only evidence I have seen of this shooter being trans in any sense of the word that makes sense to me as a trans woman who has transitioned is that she had he, him pronouns in her bio. Again, I haven't seen any like masculinization in any of the pictures. It doesn't look like there was a transition that took place at all. So I guess, you know, this is where the left messed up with self-ID, right? Anyone can be trans now. So by their standards, now we have to own that. That was a trans person, despite just having pronouns in their bio like every other white liberal on the planet. Cool. Now we have to take that person on as one of us, right?
Him.
But the infantilization and the sort of...
Blair, your arbitrary, like, trans medicalism doesn't mean that someone else isn't trans if they are using the pronouns, you know? Like, for example, there's every indication that Aiden Hale was a trans man because he identified as that and used the pronouns in his day-to-day life, as opposed to the Club Q shooter who just claimed that he was non-binary only ever after he did the crime, specifically as a troll because he's a neo-Nazi. He ran a neo-Nazi website, and he claimed that he was trans as a troll and also to get out of hate crime charges. Oh, how could I be doing a hate crime if I'm a non-binary? But that was quickly revealed to be false. That is not actually the case. So there are some key differences here. I feel comfortable saying that the Club Q shooter, though he claimed to be non-binary in court proceedings only, is not trans. I don't see any reason to say that Aiden Hale wasn't trans. That seems weird. Weird as hell.
Victimization of the shooter at the hands of the media and the LGBT community has been amazing. And I want to address the ways in which the right is abusing this tragedy as well and using it in ways that are disgusting as well. But let's start with the left.
I wonder if the parents of the victims of the Nashville shooting today would still have their children if these trans bills in Tennessee were never a thing. I'm not a parent, but if I were, I'd be real mad at the government.
And if you think no one's victimizing.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. Might make some of you guys mad, okay? Lefties who speculate like this, not good. Very bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. There are other hills to die on. You don't need to, like, take a detour from defending trans rights to be like, well, you know, maybe if you weren't transphobic, this mass shooting wouldn't have happened. That's fucked up. That's as fucked up as saying something like, God sent Hurricane Katrina. Maybe if you all just stopped being gay, you know, you wouldn't have been killed in the hurricane. Like, don't do that. It's not a good argument. You already have good arguments. You don't need to be like, oh, see Christians, this is what, like, you don't need to do that. It's counterproductive and pretty vile.
This shooter. Trans activists showed up to the Tennessee Capitol and held up 7 fingers to represent 7 victims of this incident, including Audrey Hale, the person who did it. Let's watch.
Every death is a tragedy, y'all. It's 7 lives.
I'd say there were 7 victims.
The New York Post, Nashville shooter Audrey Hale was heartbroken over death of friend she was infatuated with. Why are we victimizing this hoe? Raise your hand if you've ever experienced heartbreak. Raise your hand if you've ever been in the fetal position, so effed up over a man or a woman or whatever you're interested in.
Look, it's because people want to know why Aiden Hale did this. That's why. It's not a gigantic mystery.
In that you don't think you can go on in life anymore. You don't think life is worth living. You have dark thoughts. And also raise your hand if you didn't go shoot up a school and take kids out, right? Like, I don't know why this has to even be a headline, victimizing this. Nashville mass shooter Audrey Hale was rejected by her Christian parents who couldn't accept she was gay and trans. Okay, cool. I have half my family that's disowned me for being trans. Fun fact. Doesn't make me want to go hurt anyone. People on the left.
Well, okay, but there's a lot of people that happens to who are trans who do want to hurt themselves, right? There are plenty of trans people who get disowned by their families and would like to Roblox themselves. Oh, damn. Did I just die? Fuck, I did. Like, that's actually so common that, like, it's why so many of us wind up dead. Like, just because you, again, this is what's called survivor's bias. Just because you came through a horrific ordeal and you're fine or functional doesn't mean that other people will be. You know?
Left in particular are saying, well, what do you expect to happen, right? There are all these anti-trans laws happening in Tennessee. Okay, so I'm just going to put this out there for anyone who needs to hear it. Clearly a lot of people, because I've seen this sentiment. Oh, of course there's going to be, you know, violent incidents. Look at all these anti-trans, anti-drag laws in Tennessee. So because there are laws that exist against sterilizing children, that means you should take them out? Like, I don't understand. Again, I lived in California my entire life, and if I made a video about the plethora of laws I disagreed with in the state I was living in at that time, I think it would be like a 2-hour documentary. So,
why? Well, you obviously you could break it up into several different videos. That would actually be really interesting and good to do, I think. It's what I do. I don't know. You are a political commentator here, Blair. You can actually use your audience to facilitate some good. If that is what you would want to do, actually.
not really seeing the connection here. What we do need to talk about is the fact that people in this community are defending the shooter and more upset about misgendering the shooter than the fact that the shooter did what the shooter did.
Aiden
Okay,
Hale.
that is
That's
fucked up.
the name of the Nashville shooter. This video is about to be very uncomfortable for a lot of us. It's very uncomfortable for me to talk about, but we need to talk about it. Aiden did a very horrendous thing. Period, point blank. We need pew-pew reform in our country. But the way that the media and the police are misgendering and dead-naming Aiden is quite concerning. It's also concerning that I had to...
Okay, look, on the scale of things to be concerned about, it is not high at all. And also, like... Come on. Like... I feel like we talk about this so often. Like... This is not the battle to pick. It's really not. There are so many other battles you could fight related to, you know, actually tangible horrible things that are happening. And yes, misgendering is tangible. It is horrible, but also maybe, I'm just gonna throw this thought out there. You could object to someone misgendering or dead-naming someone else who hasn't perpetrated a mass shooting. Now, I think that it's perfectly fine to make the point that, hey, mass shooters shouldn't be misgendered. I think that that is fine as an abstract. But, like, in the immediate aftermath of, like, a mass shooting, I don't know. I think that that's probably not the most productive time or place to use your efforts to further the rights of trans people. I think there might be a few others. But also Blair's just picking some rando off of TikTok. Nobody's actually fighting that battle. I mean, some of the randos off TikTok are, and they're being used by conservative pundits. And I just want to put this out there that, like, if you are inclined towards being one of those randos, check yourself.
To go to the Telegraph from UK to actually get Aiden's chosen name. It's upsetting that constantly it is she, her pronouns. That is incredibly frustrating because even though they did this horrible thing does not mean that we get to do those things. That's a boundary, and we can hold people accountable without being transphobic, even for some of the most horrendous things. So while you're watching this, also watch for transphobia because that's very clearly coming out.
Girl, shut the fuck up. I don't know who needs to hear this, but misgendering is the least of what should happen to someone that does what Audrey Hale did.
Okay, so here's where I'm going to step in again. All right? the main, does Blair White think that if she did something bad, she did something illegal, that she should not be gendered correctly? Like if Blair White committed felony business fraud, for example, she should be misgendered? Is that part of like the legal punishment we should be advocating for? I think that's weird. I think that's kind of fucked up. And I don't think that is a power we should have as a society. I'll give a different example. I don't think, for example, that our legal system should be set up to encourage, oh, you did a crime and you're black, time to use the N-word. Like, no, that's not a good argument to make here, Blair. Sorry, not a good argument to make.
The least, I'm sitting over here hoping that her sentencing in hell is for eternity, and this person is up here, we should not be transphobic, and I can't believe I had to go to a website from the UK to find her name. You're stupid. When I hear of a tragedy like this, the last thing on my mind is trans rights. Like, it doesn't even come into the bubble, right? Because that's the thing about being an LGBT cultist and just being like a person who happens to be an L, a G, or B, or a T, right? Is that like I'm like in the real world and like I have friends who have kids and like I'm around people and like I leave my house for reasons other than like screaming at the state capitol and I get offline sometimes. So like the reality.
Wow, that must be really nice. Anyway, support me so I can get outside sometimes.
With like a bunch of kids getting shot is deeply disturbing to me. A lot more disturbing than misgendering. Get off the internet. The White House press secretary said that their hearts are with the trans community at this time.
Our hearts go out to the trans community as they are under attack.
How about the families of the kids?
Was that from a press briefing related to the mass shooting? I'm gonna guess Blair doesn't post, like, yeah, of course not. Yeah, okay. Nope. What, yeah, like, I have no idea which White House press briefing that was from.
I'll tell you.
Like, that could just be related to, like, trans people's
stuff,
rights being under attack.
I can't imagine how the average person feels. Like, further than over it.
Blair, they want to make it illegal for you to be in public or around children. Like, oh, you're so over it? Well, you're going to be doubly over it when you can't go outside, okay?
Like, I'm so over it, I'm under it. Constantly. It's suffocating. Like, it's disgusting. And not that literally any of this is about me right now, but I do have to somewhat address the fact that it's an interesting time to be sort of like the face of like trans gun ownership right now. Obviously, like just a few weeks ago, I went viral for holding a gun in a bikini picture. So like imagine my GMs, imagine my mentions during this time. Insane. But I want to say that no matter what happens out in the world, my principles are not shaken. And it's been very interesting watching on the conservative side, people's principles being shifting up a little bit. Suddenly I'm seeing a lot of conservatives on Twitter talk about how red flag laws might be appropriate and that people who are trans or people who have gender dysphoria shouldn't be allowed to own guns.
Weird that.
We have Ben Shapiro. Let's watch that.
I'm perfectly fine with banning people who suffer from gender dysphoria from purchasing weapons. That seems to me a pretty significant symptom of an underlying mental malaise that could theoretically be a problem in terms of owning firearms. But I don't think the left believes the same thing.
Really interesting. So Ben Shapiro, who has, throughout his career opposed red flag laws and has supposedly been so pro 2A. I want to say also, as someone who is truly pro 2A, if you are pro 2A and you put a but after that sentence, you're not pro 2A. And I don't know what kind of conservative is going to fix his mouth, Ben Shapiro, to be on camera saying, yes, the government should decide who is mentally ill enough to not own a gun. Yeah, because that'll never be abused. I'm sure it could never be a slippery slope into believing that being a conservative is a mental illness or that voting for Trump is
For real though, there were some red flag laws for people who have been deemed too mentally incompetent to manage their like finances and such. I think it'd be fine to bring back like protections that prevent people in that circumstance from owning guns. I'd be okay with that one.
is a mental illness, right? Or that believing in God is a mental illness, right? All those things on the right that are demonized by people on the left.
Oh my
and
God,
communists,
the victim complex.
All of those things can be deemed a mental illness by a government that is given the power to do that. So I don't know if you really want that smoke, Ben Shapiro. Maybe work on those principles a little bit, because you're reminding me a lot of the people on the left who like to give up their freedoms after a tragedy. All during the pandemic, all I heard was, yes, take away our right to go to work, take away our right to go to school, take away this, take away that, as long as I feel safe. So as long as Ben Shapiro feels safe, he's okay with the government saying this group of people doesn't get to own a gun. Let's talk about the fact that gender dysphoria is a hell of a mental disorder, and I'll say that to the day that I die. That, you know, it's definitely a crippling mental disorder. It is not under even the most, like, you know, forgiving definition, one that makes someone violent towards others. That's just not a trait of gender dysphoria. People who are mentally ill are more likely, of all mental illnesses, are more likely to be victims of violent crimes than the opposite, other way around. So if Ben Shapiro and the conservatives who are suddenly, you know, we need to have a conversation about if trans people should own guns, come and take them. Come take them. I dare you to come try to take my firearms. It's not going to happen.
Damn it.
How far do you want to take that? Do people with anxiety, which is a mental illness, should they not be able to own guns? People with depression, right? Pretty sure Steven Crowder has opened up about having anxiety. Should he not be able to have a gun? Because who knows what Steven Crowder might do? I don't know about that. I do know about that. That's stupid.
I'd be okay with Steven Crowder
and an insane slippery slope. And any conservative worth their salt.
You know what? We should. I found the new hill that I want to die on, chat. Okay, and that hill is specifically passing legislation against Steven Crowder specifically, so that he can no longer have a gun. I'm okay with that one. No other people. Just stripping Steven Crowder of his right to bear arms.
Would not be having any honest conversations right now about how a demographic of people, regardless of how much they have, you know, negative emotions about that demographic, should have their right to the Second Amendment and a firearm taken away from them. And I'm one bitch it's not going to happen with. Because the truth is, collective blame is actually what causes tragedies like this tribal collective mindset, because it's pretty clear now from the evidence of what we do know about this incident that Audrey Hale clearly had some negative feelings about Christians as a group, right? Christian upbringing, wasn't so nice to her, went to a Christian school, probably had some negative feelings.
Man, it's amazing how many conclusions Blair White is able to come to by somehow entering the mindscape of a mass shooter. That's so crazy. Especially given that we do not have the manifesto that would explain why the mass shooting happened. Or the motivations, at least, behind the mass shooting.
Didn't like Christians, had a collective blame for all of her problems and her life struggles on Christians. This instinct to jump to blame a group when something bad happens is just not the business. It's illogical, it's inconsistent, it doesn't make sense, and no one should be responsible for the crimes and the sins of another individual who is not them. It doesn't make sense. I would like to have a conversation about the anti-straight, anti-white man, anti-cis sentiment that exists in trans spaces online, LGBT spaces online, if people don't think that that can translate into some real life.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. You know what? You know what? I'm a meet Blair halfway on this one, okay? There are a lot of people in lefty spaces who will say things like, you know, kill all men or some shit, you know? That's pretty fucked up. That's pretty fucked up.
Stuff, it can. This is one of the things that turned me off the absolute most when I first started my transition and I first started I went to a couple like trans support groups, like before I actually started my medical transition. And I was just, you know, looking for advice, looking for guidance, hoping there was a community of people that were cool behind it, right? I was wrong about that. But what I noticed immediately was there was an encouragement to have an adversarial relationship with straight people, cis people, hate that word, with white men, that these are the cause of our problems. These are our oppressors. These are the people that are our enemies, right? It's really bad, and it breeds a lot of resentment. And you hear crazy things coming out of people's mouths, like, I hate men, I hate straight people, I hate cis people. And that's just normal to hear from that crowd of people. And all of that breeds online. So while these Reddit mods are taking down rational posts about gender dysphoria, about gender transition, and, you know, silencing the more rational among us, they are uplifting the crazies that want us to hate the outside world. I transitioned to be a part of the world. I didn't transition to be on the outskirts with this adversarial mindset, with this, that's them and this is me. No, I'm part of the world. And when I moved to Texas, I got so many people, when I saw it on trans Reddits and trans groups, and I got tweets and everything from people saying, I can't believe Blair thinks she's going to move to Texas and not get hate crimed. These are real things that were said. I can't believe Blair thinks that she's going to move to Texas and be accepted. Guess where I've never felt more accepted? Is Texas. Because again, this is real life. I've met so many straight, white, male, that's my entire friend group at this point, basically. And a lot of them actually didn't have positive views on trans people before becoming my friends. I've changed that for them. And if there was ever a drop in my mind of, like, you know, poisoning from the trans community that was still kind of there, even despite the fact that I've always resisted that, if there was ever a doubt that maybe I would be unsafe in a place like this, it was washed away immediately when I actually got to know folks and be part of the real world. And I feel like I'm maybe going off on a tangent here, but again, it's the fact that after a shooting, you have people on the right, not everyone, but a lot of people, rushing to blame the trans community. And then you have the trans community rushing to blame, you know, Republicans. And it's like, the responsibility for what happened lays at the feet of Audrey Hale's cold, dead corpse. And for people who want to blame the guns, guess what? It was a gun-free zone, the school, which means there was no armed security to be there if someone decided to come with a gun. Something tells me, maybe I'm crazy about gun-free zones, that if you're willing to commit the crime of murder, you're not so much hung up on committing the crime of bringing a gun into a gun-free zone, right? The trans topic has become so disgusting.
Okay, but that misses the point of gun-free zones, okay? Gun-free zones are so that people who are doing concealed carry or carrying a gun illegally take a second thought and go, okay, I won't bring a gun in here, okay? Now, if you are doing that, right, the reason these signs are up is to minimize the chance that someone is in one of those zones and gets upset or angry and spur of the moment decides to do a violence. Okay? It's not a huge protection, but it is there to, like, try and minimize the chance of someone who's having a bad day, who's experiencing, who's maybe more prone to experiencing something like road rage or something, doesn't just get upset and decide to murder someone with a gun. Instead, they have to try and punch someone with their fists. Which, a lot harder to kill someone that way, generally speaking. Also, folks, We've now been streaming for 5 hours. If you are over in Twitch chat, make sure you consider coming over to riverboat.gg, where you get an ad-free viewing experience, and any subs you donate, any donations you make, go directly to me, with Twitch and Jeff Bezos taking 0% of that cut. Instead, PayPal gets like 3% or 2%, something like that. So, please do so. Also, chat, please consider supporting me so that I don't die. I would really appreciate not dying, like a lot.
Recently, and it's not just because of trans people making the topic so vile anymore. It's everyone. It's everyone jumping in. And for whatever reason, this topic in particular, trans, attracts the most anti-pragmatic people, the least likely to come up with common sense solutions, and the most toxic, violent, and angry.
Hey,
Because there's a lot of
Wolf,
reasons
thanks
to
for
be angry
subscribing
in
on
this
Twitch.
conversation. And people find their reason, and they jump in there,
the
and
gazebo.
all they talk about all day long is trans shit. And it's this gross cycle going. And these are the two sides. Well, actually, there's like 5 sides on this debate, but no one's, when words don't work, people start enacting out violence. And that's what's so scary, right? Like every day is a reminder for me to just stay in my house. Like I don't need to be in somebody's Walmart. Not that I go to Walmart. I go to Target. But I don't need to be anywhere where someone clocks me as trans and thinks I'm in there trying to commit a crime. I don't need to be anywhere where these leftists who think that Republicans are enacting genocide against them, that are, you know, like coming to get them, see me and want to snatch me by my weave. I don't need to be anywhere but my house lately. And that's where I feel the most comfortable. Listen, we're going to get through this, but it really is a scary time. And I just want to do my part to sort of lower the temperature on this topic. And like, I know that I'm someone that has injected a lot of venom into this topic and has allowed my emotions to get caught up in like this topic and been angry at times and maybe inspired other people to be angrier than they have to be, whether it's at me or at trans people or at Republicans or whatever. And I'm going to go forward, just really watch what I say, because it's very, not in a censoring myself way, but in a, just a tone way, in the sense of like, it's just gotten so ugly. We have a trans shooter now. I can't. I don't know the solution to mass shootings. I know that blaming people who didn't commit them is not the right answer. I know that taking away the rights of people who aren't ever going to commit anything like that is not the right answer. Like coming and taking my guns is not a solution to the fact that this disgusting person did this, right? And that's illogical. And you would think conservatives would know that, but guess we're finding out some don't know that. I don't know how to make the trans community stop being crazy. I don't know how to integrate trans people into society. Sometimes I feel like I'm like walking through a dark tunnel trying to grab like my like insane cousins and like drag them through this like tunnel towards the light, and we're gonna get there, but they're really fighting me. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard, but I just want to extend my heart to the families of these kids and the Nashville community. And it's just really bad. It's really sad. And I'm sorry my comeback after a month is not a happier video, but it's an important video. So I love you guys. Please follow me on Twitter and Instagram. That's where I post most of the time. And if I'm ever in another break like that, that's where I'm posting the whole time. My second channel, which is my podcast channel, which is coming out soon, the new podcast episode. And I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys.
Just taking a look at some of these comments here. Damn, just so many people. Anyway. Mr. Blast is here? What? Seal clap. Clap, 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 clap. I don't think I've gotten this far in the DLC. Hearing like a weird noise. What is it? Hey, Metal Kitty Mom, how you doing? How's one of my coziest chatters doing? Oh, these guys. I remember them from Dark Souls 3. Here, let's have a little bit of a palate cleanser. We've been covering some heavy news.
A portion of this video is brought to you by Surfshark. The vast majority of the world's plastic isn't recycled, and when it is, we spend more money to achieve less quality. It's currently cheaper to keep producing newer plastics at the much higher cost of human and environmental health. But nature has evolved in response. Several species of insects, bacteria, and fungi can break down plastics all on their own. By studying the enzymes that make this happen, bioengineers are realizing ways to degrade plastics that don't involve burning them or dousing them in chemical solvents, going from taking weeks to break down plastics in early research to just hours recently. And the momentum is building. One company successfully developed an enzyme that doesn't need industrial conditions to work, allowing consumers to add bioplastics to compost piles at home. We're already living in a future where it's possible to bury a yogurt cup with confidence, knowing it will disintegrate the same way that food scraps will. And that's a big difference from rinsing it out, tossing it into a bin, and hoping for the best. So how did researchers get us here? And does this mean that we can have our plastics and eat them too? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. Well, we already know we're eating our plastics. And by we, I mean the entire planet. There's no doubt about it, the accumulation of plastics in our water, air, and soil is an exponentially growing problem with consequences that we aren't even fully aware of yet. In a previous video, I broke down why the current plastic recycling process isn't really a recycling
Today
process
just
at
felt
all.
very annoying. I feel you there, Metal Kitty Mom. I woke up today feeling very depressorinoed. Very much in the goddamn. I would rather be asleep for another 100 years and not have to exist. I feel you. Some days it's just really hard to get up and like spend hours talking about how like people fucking hate trans people and like oh look, trans people planning to do mass shootings. That I don't, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks, and it's difficult, and then I have to talk about all of the, hey, Florida is banning Pride because, or any Pride events that include drag performances, you know, like, all that shit. It's just so exhausting every single day. I'm recovering from the flu. Oh yeah, no. If you haven't heard, I talked about it a bit yesterday, but yeah, Florida's right now kicking around a bill to ban any event that has drag, including Pride. So it would effectively criminalize any Pride events that allow drag performers. Super cool. Also, Florida is bumping up the age of the Don't Say Gay bill to include all of its all ages of school children. So high schoolers can no longer know that their teachers are gay. It's cool. You know, it's just real fucking disappointing. Anyway, let's learn about enzymes in worms and plastic.
It's not practical or profitable, and the numbers don't lie. A 2017 study estimates that only 9% of all the plastics humanity has ever created have been recycled. Meanwhile, 80% is either leaching toxins in a landfill or disrupting ecosystems. And with plastic appearing virtually everywhere, right down to our own organs, there's mounting evidence that we really are what we eat. However, humans and animals aren't the only organisms that consume plastic, one way or another at least. And this can be exploited for good. With some species of insects, algae, fungi, and bacteria as inspiration, scientists have genetically engineered approaches to biorecycling and biodegradation that could someday be more viable than current recycling practices.
Fuck you.
Like bioplastic that disappears into dirt. But hold on to that thought though. How did we ever come to that? Well, it turns out that nature might have been giving us hints all along. So to explain how bioengineering has come this far, let's work from the ground up. Scientists have actually been identifying species of microbes capable of digesting plastic as early as the 1990s. Observations of several species of algae have revealed their capacity to live on the surfaces of multiple types of plastics and partially degrade them. We also know of at least 28 species of fungi that can feed on plastics and sources of carbon or energy. It's grub for grubs too. The larval forms of beetles and moths, like mealworms, waxworms, and superworms, they don't seem to mind munching on polyethylene or PE. That's a promising adaptation considering that over 400 million tons of plastics are churned out each year, and PE makes up most of that. That's stuff like shopping bags, the ones that you see drifting in the wind, or blowing down a highway alone. Now, worms aren't picky eaters either. In a 2018 study, researchers from Stanford University and the University of Oklahoma found that baby beetles could eat both PE and mixtures of PE and polystyrene, or PS. And PS is the foamy kind. Think egg cartons, meat packaging, and insulation. And during a 2022 experiment, a team of researchers from the University of Queensland in Australia noticed that superworms can not only bore right through the
Wait. Today I got in an argument with someone because they said bisexual people aren't all right in the head for being attracted to men and women. I fucking lost all of my chill. Was that a coworker? Did you beat their ass? I don't normally condone violence, but was a coworker, and I was like, "Don't be mad because I can get both," and they shut right the fuck up. Good. Fucking asshole. What? I'm gonna run up to this tower. Jesus. Please, I just want to open the chest. There we go. Woo! Alright. We good, baby. Excellent way to communicate that they were being an asshole. Damn it! Damn it! That was 60,000 souls! Fuck!
PS, but continue to function on an all-PS diet. And that wasn't great for their health, but for us it would be kind of like living off nothing but potato chips as a kid. But still, they did make it to adulthood alongside their brand-fed peers. Bug stomachs are so big on plastics because they're full of secrets. Sure, worms chew their food, but it's the chemical, not the mechanical action, that really counts here. The true stars of the show are the bacteria inside the insect's gut biomes, which enable them to fully digest plastics. And it's one bacterium in particular that's kicked off a global rush to scout for similar species to use as genetic muses. You could say it's the world's most microscopic casting call. And what better place to hunt for plastic-eating bacteria than the Plastics Recycling Center? That's where researchers from the Kyoto Institute of Technology and Keio University unearthed the bacterial breakout talent that started it all, in the sludge surrounding a bottle recycling site in Sakai, Japan. Now, the significance of this needs a little more context. According to a 2019 report by Plastics Europe, 40% of global demand for plastics is in packaging. Now, products like single-serving drinks, peanut butter, and detergent are typically packaged in containers made of polyethylene terephthalate, or PET. Now, among many branches of the plastic tree, PET is the most abundant within the polyester group. On top of this, the majority of PET is crystalline. Now, this makes it notoriously recalcitrant, also known as just being plain stubborn, like a typical 3-year-old. So it's much harder to degrade. The chemical recycling that does work is more expensive than creating new plastic from scratch. Mechanical recycling reduces PET's value. As a result, PET is the most recycled of its plastic peers in the US, but at only 31%. The European Union recycles about half. And when it comes to the plastic bottles specifically, only about 14% are recycled around the world. If only we had a flagellate hero to save the day. But what's that on the ground? Is it a worm? Is it a fungus? No, it's Ideonella sacchinensis. With the power of 2 enzymes and friendship, a community of bacteria can break down a thin film of PET. The 2016 discovery of this very hungry bacterium was cause for excitement, hope, and inspiration. But every superhero has its weakness. And in this case, it would be just that sacchinensis does its thing only when they're held at a consistent temperature of 30 degrees Celsius or about 86 degrees Fahrenheit. The process also takes 6 weeks, and that's too slow for an industrial scale. Plus, the germ has its own kryptonite. Its weapons of choice, the enzymes PETase and METase, are no match against crystalline PET, which is the most common kind.
Why are there 52 other people here? Get thee to the GG? Yeah, come, folks, come on over to riverboat.gg, okay? It's super easy. I'll type it in for you. Okay, riverboat.gg. Come on over here. You get to be in the cool on-screen chat. And also, you get to support me financially. And that's an honor I, out of the kindness of my heart, bestow upon all of you. I'm sorry. I know I'm really hammering it home. I have a lot of anxiety about this month, and trying to make everything work for this setup. I just want to make sure that it's sustainable and I'm not like fucking going down in flames. Chat, did you know that on just riverboat.gg, you can install her stream so that it has its own window? Yeah. Nope. Or wait, is it riverboatjack.gay or is it riverboat.gay? Riverboat.gg. Fucking fine. Hell yeah. Thank you, Mix Vivian.
We can do better than that though, right? When your weapons aren't good enough, you upgrade them. But before we get to that upgrade, I'd like to thank Surfshark for sponsoring this portion of today's video. I always recommend using a VPN when using public Wi-Fi, but VPNs can be very useful even when you're at home. A lot of online services use some pretty sophisticated commercial tracking and machine learning to apply very targeted advertising, and a VPN can protect you from some of that. Surfshark's Clean Web does a great job blocking ads, trackers, and malicious websites, making it safer to use the internet even at home. And you can even make it look like your IP address is coming from a completely different country. This can come in handy if you want to stream a video that's only available from a specific location. One of the best parts of Surfshark is that it's easy to set up on all of your devices, whether that's iPhone or Android, Mac or PC. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use with an unlimited number of devices. Use my code to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. Link in the description below, and thanks to Surfshark and to all of you for supporting the channel. So back to the weapon upgrade. Smart enzymes get spliced at the lab, and spliced they were, multiple times.
Yo, very
in fact, it was a
knifey
double
duck.
mutant
Thank you for gifting
Petaze
Mix
that
Vivian
took
Wolf
center
a
stage
sub.
in 2018 when an international collaboration of researchers accidentally engineered it to perform better than the original. The sequel to Petaze works 20% faster, and more crucially, it can gobble up PET with a crystallinity of roughly 15%. That's about the same crystallinity that you see in the bottles that you get out of a vending machine. And for comparison, the natural Petaze studied by the Japanese research team involved PET films with a crystallinity of only about 1.9%. As an added bonus, this new and improved Petaze can also degrade an up-and-coming bioplastic derived from sugar, polyethylene furanoate, or PEF. But members of the research team led by the University of Portsmouth in England and the US Department of Energy's National Renewable Energy Laboratory didn't want to stop there. They knew they could go further, concluding that while the results were encouraging, the performance would need to be enhanced substantially. How do you double time a double mutant? Where do you find clues on how to push past the enzyme's limits? Well, have you tried the pile of leaves in your backyard? Because those are the humble origins of the next breakthrough. Plants have cuticles too, and just like our own, they're protective surfaces. The building blocks of this leafy skin are the all-natural twin polymers cutin and cutan. The story goes that scientists identified leaf and branch compost cutinase, or LCC, with DNA sampled from a compost heap. And as you might expect from its name, cutinase can break up cutin. And in 2012, scientists found that it could also snap PET-like twigs. The problem is that a lot of enzymes and people, LCC doesn't work well in high heat, and the target temperature for industrial recycling of PET is 75 degrees Celsius or 167 degrees Fahrenheit. So LCC hung out behind the curtain as an understudy for quite a while. I guess you could say it was a little too green. But now the pressure to evolve is on, and researchers are leaving no stone unturned. In 2020, French researchers from the University of Toulouse examined the reaction rates of bacterial enzyme mutations using LCC as one of its springboards. After studying over 200 variants, the team finally optimized the fastest iteration of Petaze yet, clocking in a minimum 90% degradation over a mere 10 hours.
Okay.
And it's not just efficient, it works comfortably at 72 degrees Celsius. Now this version of Petaze also yields a lot of terephthalate, or TPA, which can then be reprocessed into PET that's as good as new. Emphasis on the good as new. This means that the enzyme can produce recycled plastic with the same properties as factory fresh. And the plot thickened a few months later when researchers from the University of Portsmouth and NREL collaboration declared that they had done it again. By combining the capacities of Petaze and Metaze, the same way that Ideanellus kinases does in nature, they boosted the speed of their 2018 mutation of Petaze 6 times
We multi-streaming? We are.
More recently, researchers from the
Keep
University
it on
of
the
Texas
DL, though.
at Austin threw their hat into the ring with yet another Petaze that they call functional, active, stable, and tolerant, or FAST. With 5 mutations under its belt, Fast Petaze stands out from the crowd with its range. It can work between 30 and 50 degrees Celsius and can officially degrade 51 different PET-based products in a week. In some cases, it only needs hours or days.
Oh God,
the team has patented the method, and as of April 2022, it's seeking out corporate partners for commercialization. And that brings us back to today.
Scary as
it
fuck.
seems that science has a
Also,
pretty
my
strong
controller
grip on
disconnected,
biodegrading
so
PET. But whether these
it was,
developments are substantial enough to make a dent in our plastic waste is still questionable. Enzymes can require a variety of specialized conditions, and just among the Petaze we've covered, each operated under different temperatures. And even if the enzyme can easily be integrated into industrial conditions, that infrastructure doesn't exist
I think
yet.
the batteries
When
are
simply
dead.
making it is so cheap, it'll probably be harder to break plastic production habits than the plastics themselves. And PET is only one head of the plastic hydra. We've got a dizzying number of other forms to worry about. Something simple as a handful of Lego, for example, can involve up to at least 12 different plastics,
also very knifey
all
duck.
of which have been washing up on beaches for decades.
You've unlocked
And the Lego
treat
group
for
says it wants to work
Samus.
towards shifting towards sustainably sourced plastics by 2030.
I'm not gonna lie,
It's
Chad. I
currently
thought we were gonna
prototyping
get
toy
through
bricks
these a
made
lot
from
faster,
recycled
but
PET
there are
bottles.
still 3 of
That's
them
great
in
and
here.
all, but world-changing technologies are difficult to implement
Remember,
at commercial
chat,
scale
5
when
subs,
solving
1
any
dog
kind of problem. The good news is, even though there's no guarantee that enzymatic plastic degradation will become the norm, a few enzymes have already begun to prove their mettle out in the real world with intriguing results. In 2014, the French company Carbios debuted an enzyme with the ability to degrade 90% of polylactic acid, or PLA, a form of bioplastic, within 48 hours. Working in tandem with its subsidiary, Carbiolise, Carbios achieved the certification of the enzyme Evianesto as an additive for PLA packaging in 2020. Once incorporated into PLA products during manufacturing, Evianesto lets you compost anything from mulching film to coffee pods at room temperature right at home. The company claims that items made of PLA plastic will biodegrade in 255 days or less. And because PLA is typically sourced from starches like corn or sugarcane, you don't have to worry about any toxins or residue that's left behind. In its FAQ page, it even clarifies that you don't have to waste water by washing out your yogurt cups before you throw them onto the compost heap. But that's not all. Since September 2021, Carbios has been in the pilot phase of commercializing its enzymatic PET recycling technology at a demonstration plant.
I'm not even
Last
high
month,
right
the
now, but
company
I
announced
just looked
the
at
end
the
of its
world
CE
where
PET research
Divine knows the
project,
dots, and
which
it
it
looks
says
like eyes
validated
and a V
multiple
for a smile.
processes at an industrial
Does,
scale.
doesn't it?
Carbios managed to address both plastic and textile PET waste by producing bottles made entirely out of both. Interestingly, it's also substantiated a method of producing white fiber from recycled PET waste regardless of the original plastic's color.
Yeah, no, GD Reaper, they're making progress at developing a special enzyme and bacteria that can produce it that is capable of breaking down plastics into usable energy for little microbes. And if we can do that, then it means we can just get rid of our plastics that way, instead of having it turn into microplastics. Honestly, I should be high. I don't know if that would improve my mood, though. Maybe it would. I don't know. I'd probably want Taco Bell, and I don't have the money for Taco Bell at the moment. Don't you know?
Color. It's a whole new breakthrough.
Oh, damn it.
While not everyone in the plastics and petrochemical industries is optimistic about enzymatic recycling, Carbios has received funding from the French state, and the corporations behind several major brands have also jumped in, including L'Oreal, Nestle, Pepsi, and Puma. The company plans to establish its first industrial plant in early 2025.
All right, fine.
No matter who or what is eating plastic, figuring out how we clean up our mess is complicated. It's clear that we can look to algae, fungi, plants, and bacteria for guidance on how to break plastics, but maybe we're better off viewing them as examples of how to build plastics. Seaweed, mycelium fungus, and algae all have the potential to form our go-to materials someday. As ubiquitous as the plastics we're familiar with are now, it hasn't really been around for that long, and maybe it won't have to be for much longer. It's definitely some food for thought. So do you think enzymes like this are the key to solving our plastic problem? Jump in the comments and let me know. And be sure to check out my follow-up podcast, Still to be Determined, where we'll be discussing some of your feedback. And if you like this video, be sure to check out one of the ones over here. And thanks to all my patrons who get ad-free versions
have
of
fun
every
at the
video
Renaissance
for your continued
Festival.
support. And welcome to new
See
Supporter
ya,
Plus
Ashley.
member, Nick Salve.
You have
Hope I
fun.
didn't butcher your last name. You're helping to reduce my dependence on YouTube to pay for producing these videos. And thanks to all of you for watching and commenting. I'll see you in the next one.
Let's talk about what's happening.
Nope. All right.
We'll use
Chat.
our beef, for example.
We are going to go into this bit of normie internet drama. I don't know anything about MoistCr1TiKaL. I also don't know that much about Sneako. All I know is that Sneako's a little rat bastard. That's kind of where I'm at. Okay. Apparently these two have been beefing, and it's a big deal. I got tomorrow off so I can stay up later. Hell yeah, Gamer G. I'm gonna take some drugs. That's what I'm gonna do. And if I get hungry, I'll deal with it. There we go.
You think I'm weak for not taking you up on a boxing fight, but on the same side of that
Now.
you won't take Brandon Buckingham up on that boxing fight.
Now, Gamer G,
the whole point was
can't
I don't
smoke
stand
it.
by my beliefs
That's
because I
illegal
won't
in my
fight you
state.
for it. Well, with that perspective, why wouldn't you fight Brandon Buckingham when you feel so strongly about your beliefs and he says the same things I do?
The internet and people like you that I put in the Soulboy collage dislike Andrew Tate from the start because of what he talks about, because he comes off arrogant, I'm top G, I'm the alpha male, and people get triggered because...
Wait, Sneako was Andrew Tate's butt sniffer? I thought Aiden Ross was Andrew Tate's butt sniffer. Do they take turns? Is Sneako infringing on Aiden Ross's territory? Sneako is Andrew Tate from Wish? Okay, Aiden Ross is the butt sniffer, as I thought. As I surmised. I get Andrew Tate butt sniffers. Yeah, look, I feel like this is the easy way to remember. Aiden Ross is the chair sniffer, and Sneako is the fart smeller, the fart sommelier, if you will.
They're in their room, they're playing games, and everything he talks about goes against what...
Oh, also, chat, remember, 5 more subs. 5 more subs, or sorry, yeah, 5 more subs, or $5 donos, and my puppy gets another TREAT. So support my content, or I'll die. It's like the movie Crank, but a bit slower, and I don't know. You're probably less invested in me than Jason Statham, but you know what? That's okay.
They're about. So when he goes to jail falsely,
Jason Statham deserves
people
it.
find it fun because finally the guy that goes against everything I believe in is in jail.
Oh my God,
They
there's
can't
so
talk
many of
anymore.
them here.
It's not fun because it's like this goofy story. People like you were genuinely happy that they went to jail.
The content I make is just purely entertainment, like things I find fun. Now, I do give my perspective on issues, like on things that I'm passionate about, like Cuties. We'll tie it back to Cuties. When I saw that film and the way it was advertised with children twerking on the cover, it made me very upset and very concerned that pedophilia was going to be more normalized, because now you have Netflix with a front page catalog piece that I consider, and many others consider, to be child porn.
Yo, do you know
Cuties was pretty fucked up.
Yeah, we saw me. What did you think of the Me Can You video?
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
It was
Hey,
funny.
how's it going, man?
About it.
Yo, Paladin! Thank you for the $25 dono to secure another TREAT for Samus. Come here, pup. This is from Paladin Lost. Here. This is from Paladin Lost. Oh, yeah. She always cocks her head a little bit to the side because she really wants to get it, but she's so good. She's so good at being patient. Yes, you are. I am. There you go. BFT987, thank you for subscribing. This is from Paladin Lost. He bought you a lot of treats over the last 2 years. That's true. That's true. Hello. I know I showed you guys her lamb chop earlier, but I'm really proud of this one. I thought it would be too big, but she literally will like drag this around the house, and it's really adorable. And it's also the only stuffed toy that she's ever had that has survived this long. All of the other stuffed toys she's had, she rips them apart because she wants to get the squeaker out. And then they turn into like little rag dolls. They like little like actual rags. If you see them, you might be able to see them on the floor back there. But this one's still doing okay. There's a little hole, I think, in the neck somewhere that will need to be sewed up. But it's I love watching her drag this thing around. It's really sweet. Yeah. Oh. You're gonna have to look out. There you go. This is the toy that never not honestly, it's the toy that definitely will end at some point, but like right now it's doing very well.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah. Discussion with you about Cuties since I dropped that video back in 2020.
How time flies,
God,
man.
Cuties was
well,
real fucked
better
up.
late than never.
So, have you seen the movie?
Yeah, so you mentioned you saw my video, so you know I didn't finish the movie. I physically couldn't. I found it just to be completely repulsive.
Haven't you seen a lot of other movies that have repulsed you before? I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, you know, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There was some very gross scenes in there, and like the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. Like, that's a very different
debating on a
kind
street
of
corner?
repulse.
Kind of.
That's what we agree on. I don't agree that those scenes are good. I don't agree with the sexualization of children. I defend the movie because I defend the morality of the movie. And I think that most people that were disgusted have seen those clips or didn't watch the whole movie like you. So that movie was taken out of context quite a bit. People don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have going on social media and doing these dances. I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you could be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well. I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged.
Okay, but Sneako, why you looking at young girls on TikTok though? Why you looking at young girls twerking on TikTok though? Why? You could just not do that. It's actually quite easy to not do that. I got that new Kirby game when it came out last year and then proceeded to not play it because I got depressed and just wasn't interested in some of my usual pastimes. But I started playing it last night and it's pretty great. Yo, okay. I want to play the new Kirby game and I also want to play a couple of the old ones. But I also really want to play Yoshi's Woolly World. It just looks so delightful. It looks so delightful. I genuinely feel that Sneako had no idea why he liked the movie originally aside from creepy reasons, because he was called out so much from it and became Muslim. He used his newfound religion as a defense. Funny thing about Sneako, but like he likes the movie about young girls that was filmed to be super provocative and like sexual. That seems real gross. Hey, One Hand Wonder, what are we up to? We're playing Dark Souls, and we are covering the MoistCr1TiKaL v Sneako debate.
That everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Well, see, but here's the thing. So let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things, like that scene where she takes a picture of her vagina, the scene where they're doing literal, like, toying around with cam sites, like, that's very different. Like, no one is disputing the message.
Okay, I have not seen Cuties, for the record. I have no desire to. There's a scene where the girls try and go on campsites? Man, okay.
That's right. It's a mess.
I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think that those scenes are good. That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made. And I also don't think that movie encouraged pedophiles to go and cite and look at these girls. I think that they're more likely to go on TikTok and find girls that they're attracted to.
Literally, we covered Mr. Girl's review of Cuties where he talks about masturbating to it. So I think that argument falls flat.
I don't think that this really attracted people to these girls.
Well, it's not like I'm here arguing that this movie created pedophiles, right? But what it did is it delivered a film that they would watch for totally different reasons than the message. Again, the message isn't something that I or pretty much anyone has an issue with. The message is, like you mentioned, the social media poisoning them, making them do the sexual things, which is a problem. But this movie contributes to it since it still used real children to sexualize them to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it, because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the pedophiles. They would go and search that out. This movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties. And that's why I uninstalled the app. That's why I refuse to have it on my phone, because it's directing you to those,
pretty sus, my man.
to those images.
Which is a problem. I'm not disagreeing that's a problem, but that doesn't make this film.
We agree, but we just disagree that I think the movie was important to point out a flaw. Personally, I never empathized with girls being directed to that site before I saw that movie. That really made me understand what it's like to be a girl and grow up in that age.
Did it? I don't think it did.
I think we're getting... Yes, we agree that it is disgusting, but you are excusing it because you believe it highlights a very real issue, which it does. But it contributes to that issue by using children. They didn't have to use kids. You recognize that, right? They could have used...
They didn't have to use kids. But I also look at the director and I look at the moral of the movie, and I don't think that it was anything unsafe.
So, Sneako's argument here is that it's okay to put children in abusive situations as long as it's for a good moral lesson. Which is pretty fucking stupid.
And I don't think that the director had any bad intentions making it. So maybe it shouldn't have been as sexualized, but I defend the morality of the movie, and I also defend the effect that it had on me. When I watched that made me have a new perspective.
But do you see why that's kind of... Jesus. Sorry, that was my cat. Do you see why that's kind of concerning to hear, though? Because in the time that I watched that film, there were unreal amounts of sexual scenes. In fact, the majority of the movie was them doing like the dance routines where they're smacking each other's ass, zoomed in on them shaking their ass in the camera. There's that scene where a security guard's like, "What are you girls doing here?" And they're like, "We're dancers." He's like, "Prove it." So they start twerking for him, and he's like, "Oh, great, get in here." Like, that is a problem, no matter how you spin it. Again, the message is fine. There was never anything wrong with the message, and maybe the intention of the director was...
How would you tell the director to convey the message in a different way?
You would just not...
Oh, even the director has disowned the movie? Oh, damn. Okay. Okay, well, that's we're done on that one.
Not use children. You could deliver the same message and you don't use children. The problem is
I don't think it would be effective. I don't think it would be as effective. It's unfortunate that it's misinterpreted, but you couldn't be able to have that effect and show how provocative and how dangerous it is without using kids.
Yeah,
of course, the shots probably did not need to be that bad, but when I watched that, I was absolutely disgusted. And like I said, it changed my perspective. And what I'm surprised about is that you are against wokeness, because everything that your content is about, it doesn't seem like you've ever directed any energy towards how dangerous wokeness can be, which is exactly what that movie's about. It's saying how important Islamic values are in the face of wokeness. It's about a Western African family, Islamic. They go to France, a completely woke country that's now being burned alive, and women are running around topless. Wokeness has consumed France, and it's pointing out a proper solution to this problem, which is embracing Islamic values.
Who was the director of the film? Do you know?
Her name is Maminou Doucouré. Maminou Doucouré, I think that's her name. She's a Western African woman, and she moved to France. So I imagine that she had a very similar experience, and she was trying to portray what it was like growing up.
So the message of the movie is about social media, and almost exclusively. She directed the film based on seeing some children in a neighborhood doing sexual dances and wondering, how did it get to that point? This isn't okay. So the movie was supposed to be about how does a child get to that point, and it's about how social media is poisoning them, and they're constantly comparing themselves. They're seeing these things, so they're putting on makeup and they're doing sexual shit, and they never really understand why or the consequences of it. It's not a critique on wokeness, though. Of course, anything in the art field you can derive your own meaning from. I recognize that almost everything you encounter in life you tie back to either cancellation or wokeness, but in this film in particular, this is a movie I really feel conflicts hard with your ideology. Under no circumstances should children be sexualized, is where I stand. Do you disagree?
There's a lot of things in movies, like I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree
But that's
with
not
incest, but it's portrayed.
Wait,
It's
that's
not real incest,
okay.
though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are
We
11.
agree. I agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the
And I
point of
do
the
not-
movie,
and I'm
while,
not-
but you can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like, there is a problem, which you recognize, with kids being sexualized in specific...
Okay, look. I feel like if you are gonna... Okay. Sorry. Recalibrating my thought. Okay. Folks, I hear this a lot. Star Wars is incest. It's not, though. If it was incest, then it would be like, oh, they kissed each other, but you know what? They kind of liked it, and they want to do it again, okay? Like, maybe you could say accidental incest, but to say, like, oh yeah, they were into, like, what? No.
on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself, but you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does, and it didn't need to, like you said. That is
no,
the problem.
George Lucas had no intention for them to be siblings at all. George Lucas didn't think that that was going to happen. He didn't think Darth Vader was going to be Luke's father. Like, nah. All of this was like a big old whoopsie daisy from George Lucas. Oh, fuck. Just gonna...
have used child actors, but I agree with the point of the movie. But how do you think that the point could have been conveyed in a better way? You think
Like
should they have used 18-year-olds to play 11-year-olds?
That's exactly what most movies have done for a long time. A quick example is The Last of Us using Bella Ramsey to portray a 14, 15-year-old. Like, you can do that, and that's a lot more acceptable because there is no longer a victim. Like you had said, children can't consent. These kids could never fully consent to being sexualized in this film like this on the big screen.
I would argue that when they use 30-year-olds and 27-year-olds to play high schoolers, like in Euphoria and like in 13 Reasons Why, it actually sexualizes kids more because we start to mature high schoolers and we think of them in a different way.
No. They're not high schoolers, though. What? You think that just because you see, like, older actors in movies, you, like, forget that, like, children are child-aged? What?
In their 30s and their late 20s get addicted to Euphoria.
Like, I'm sorry, have you ever seen an 18-year-old before? Like, have you ever seen, like, an actual child before? Compared to, like, I don't know, an actor on Euphoria? Like, the difference is colossal. It's a just enormous difference here. Gonna run, hopefully don't aggro all of them. Gonna run, don't know where to go. Gonna run, hope they don't come after me. I'm running through this fortress of insanity. Do 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 do.
And they have ideas and they start romanticizing teenagers in a different way because they don't use actors in that way and they make them look more mature.
This is some
That's
mad
a completely
projection,
separate
though.
conversation you can make arguments for, but that doesn't work here because it sexualizes already real children, right? So I think you're getting hung up on like the what ifs and like whataboutisms on other sides, but the core doesn't change. So let me give you an example. It is realistic to use kids for the message, right? Because it's about kids. Well, what if the child was naked doing the vagina pic? If they showed the kid's vagina, is that now too far? It's still realistic.
That's too far. So there's two ways the movie could have been changed to be more effective and that people would understand the message. One, they could have used child actors and they should not have been sexualized in that way. Or two, they could have been 18 plus and it could have been sexualized, but then it wouldn't have been as effective. One of the two should have changed. I agree.
Okay. So then, do you think there's like levels to sexualization of kids that is acceptable and then unacceptable?
No, this is never acceptable to sexualize children, but
then we agree. So then can we then say, since this film sexualized children, I can't really champion the film. However, the message is okay. Like, I like the message.
I agree completely. But the reason I defend that movie is because I think everybody just saw those scenes and looked past the message and looked past the good moral that the director had when making it.
That could very well be the case for some people, right? 100%.
I would say most people. Most people who hate the movie haven't seen it. Most of the people accusing me of being a pedophile for defending the movie haven't seen it, have no idea what it's about.
It sounds like you're defending it for the sussiest possible reasons, my dude.
Being upset about those scenes. Like, can you
I
recognize
think
that?
they should be more upset at the problem. I think people should direct that anger instead of calling me a pedophile on the internet. They should look at the system that turns these girls into sexual objects at a young age and be more angry at that. That is the real issue. That is the bigger problem at large.
They do, though. It's not mutually exclusive, like where it's one or the other.
Do they? Do you?
Do I what? Talk about the problem?
Do you direct that anger? I see you follow the narrative that's popular on social media, but I don't see you ever direct it at the problem. Do you agree that wokeness is one of the biggest problems that corrupts kids nowadays?
Define wokeness.
Wokeness is the liberal ideology, is feelings over facts. I identify this way because I feel like it is, there's no gender, nothing matters, I do as I want, everything that's promoted on social media.
Do you realize half of what you just described is how you've lived your life for the last year? Like feelings over facts, for example. You champion bullying. You think bullying needs to come back. I have never canceled you. Can you recognize that? I've actually always spoke out against deplatforming, if you've ever noticed. I spoke out against it.
No, but you were also disingenuous. When I called out the Soy Boy collage, you were like, these people just hurt my feelings. Most of those people actively advocated for my cancellation.
God. Oh, Urk, that is such a good point. He's literally defending the sexualization of children. He thinks that it's okay for the sexualization to have taken place in order to serve the moral of the film.
Nick is not green is the only person.
True. That's not true. Ethan Klein celebrated and clapped when I was banned and said, good, finally this misogynist is banned.
That's making fun. That's not him championing it. He wasn't out there leading a charge against you. When it happened, he laughed at you.
There was another one as well. The Nick is not green friend. The bigger
but
one.
People laughed at me.
Bob's Burger. Look,
they
he
laughed at
also
me.
Was advocating for my cancellation. That was a big reason why I grouped them all together. Not because they hurt my feelings. What happens on the internet, I understand. It's good to have back and forth. Bullying is good because it makes you have to develop your character in a different way. That's not why I was upset. I was upset because a lot of these people were secretly happy or secretly hoping that I was going to get banned because they disagree with my ideology.
But then why am I on that list when I've only ever spoke out against deplatforming? That seems like I'm there because I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I thought it was funny because you do look like the rest of them.
I don't understand how, but we're not here to get into the nitty-gritty, I guess. But now
There's
that we're...
a common theme with the people that have made hit piece videos on me, and you have to acknowledge that the people in that collage look very similar. Overall, and you can see it with the Fresh and Fit video that you still haven't corrected, where you called Fresh a virgin. A lot of it, and you see people that hate me, they're like, oh, this alpha male Sneako, and I've never once called myself that. I don't think I'm an alpha male. I advocate towards things that are conservative. I advocate towards Islamic values. That doesn't mean that I think I am an alpha male.
I've never called you an alpha male. You're talking to someone...
Oh, finally, a worthy adversary. Clubman YouTube.
You are really hung up on fighting for the honor of Fresh and Fit. What I did was exactly what you preach. I made fun of him. Calling him a virgin is a joke. Do I think he's actually a virgin? Probably not. No, I really don't.
You said there's no chance that he's had sex with 1,000 women or one woman, and that he's giving giving advice to lonely men and has no experience with men, when that's not the case at all. Overall, the attitude towards the people I put in the collage is men who actively play video games all day.
Fuck you!
To some degree or another,
fuck you!
And then when somebody speaks out against that, they try to go at their character rather than go at the message.
This is a good move.
Okay.
Damn it.
I would like to point out a couple of things. A lot of the things you critique
Why is he doing this outside?
Woke for are ones that you
Sneako's
actively
got
partake
money.
in. Victimization. That's a big thing with the woke, right? Constantly playing the victim. Do you recognize how often you play the victim in terms of like, I'm being canceled, everyone's against me, you go on your Discord to talk more about it, even this morning talking and naming and shaming people that you think have slighted you as like a cancellation. You do the exact same things. Like, you are also an SJW.
That's not victimizing, that's actively pointing out that literally every single streamer, the entire internet, all of YouTube, reacted to your video. I drop a response where I even apologize for going out of character and getting emotional, and then but nobody wants to see what I have to say. I've become a caricature on YouTube rather than somebody who has something to say. I've become a meme because I am banned. That's not victimizing, that's actively pointing out how strong censorship is and how people on mainstream platforms can run with the narrative when you're not there.
The way you just justified it is a way many other people that you call playing the victim would also be able to justify things. The point is, when you are constantly whining and talking about how you're being attacked, it is still being victimized. But regardless, we're getting off track. One of the things that you also talk about is the frequent posting on Twitter and like the poisoning that Twitter does on the mind, the brain rot, which is something I fully agree with. But you have over like 20,000 tweets. You are on Twitter more than pretty much anyone I know, especially like
what is this
talking
thing?
About, you know, being the victim and constantly promoting things, which is something you
not
also
not
call
a boss.
But you were upset when I made a joke about using you for merch pushes for me. But that you literally do that under every tweet you make, and you make like 20 a day, it feels like half the time.
When did I say I was upset about the merch push?
You took a screenshot of my DMs and you were like, here's the true face of a YouTuber, just using drama for views and ad sales, merch sales, whatever. That's not what upset me. So then what was the feeling behind posting the DM screenshot?
It's disingenuous, and now we're having the debate, but you would rather DM and go and make this about drama. Oh, let me go and react and do more drama content rather than have a conversation.
But I never did that.
I'm glad you're doing it now.
But you have to remember that I didn't start any of this. You reacted to me telling jokes about your friend and then had your audience tell me, And that went on for like 2 weeks, and so eventually I explained why I don't like you. And then when I did that, that was the only time I planned on talking about you. You went on stream with your gun to threaten me, and you kept it up for 3 months.
Gun?
Adding me
What?
I didn't do that to threaten you. That was a joke about clips. You actually think I was threatening you?
Whether or
You're
not
gonna
you
talk
were.
about victimized. You're gonna say victimized. You're gonna say I'm actively trying to threaten you by saying a clips joke on a stream.
I don't think you were actually coming after.
How else are you to interpret someone like pulling out a gun? God, anyone who does that should not be allowed to have a gun. Like, if you are demonstrating an inability to like responsibly own and carry a gun, like, you should not be allowed to have it. Oh?
After my life, it doesn't change the fact that for 3 months you continued to carry it on. I wasn't reacting to you.
Posting
I
up
wasn't
on
even
Charlie?
talking
Gotcha.
about you. But then you keep pushing it, and then you keep. I don't want to bring in my girlfriend or anything, but you did just keep going, so I talked about you again. I'm not constantly talking about you, right? I'm not farming drama off of you. But you use all of these.
You farm drama off of the people that push the exact same message, and you still haven't corrected the video that I found fresh to fit on.
But
you haven't corrected the fact that you thought that Andrew Tate was doxxed by a pizza box. Now finally he's free after not having any charges against him, without having any evidence he was in jail.
Okay, can someone clarify this for me? Because I know for a fact that Andrew Tate had charges against him. That's why they arrest you and then they charge you. That's how law enforcement works. So do they genuinely not know that like charges were filed against Andrew Tate? Do they genuinely not get that? Yeah, but like they haven't had the trial yet. Like all they did was release him from prison because they couldn't hold him indefinitely under Romanian law. He's still arrested and has been charged
for 4 months, and then people like you push this narrative that he was doxxed by a pizza box. I call you out because you don't correct your mistakes. You were wrong about Fresh and Fit. You were wrong about Andrew Tate, and you were wrong about the movie Cuties.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you tied it back to Cuties, but before we get back to that, how am I feel like I'm one of the very few people on the internet who corrects himself. Whenever I make a mistake, I do go and make a clarification. For example, I got something wrong with a content creator holding a stand-up competition that was absolute dog shit, and then someone came there and made fun of him, and I didn't know the full context. Once I got the full context, I went back and made a follow-up video to explain it in more depth with more clarity. I always do that. With Fresh and Fit, you really hung up on this idea that he fucked 3 women that night after meeting an NBA player at a bar, and they exchanged Instagram information, and it turns out they were Eskimo bros with the same girl's pussy. Like, it's an outrageous story. Now, whether or not it's true, you haven't proved it either. Were you there watching him fuck? Were you cheering him on?
He verified it. He showed the DMs with the basketball player. They did the whole podcast verifying the story.
The DMs.
You didn't correct it. Okay, so you didn't correct that. They did verify the story. You didn't correct it.
Did they have the basketball player? Did they have the basketball player and the 3 girls he fucked come on and be like, oh my god, he absolutely plowed the shit out of me. It was the best sex of my life. Did he have?
That would never happen. But he did show the DMs with the basketball player verifying the story.
That would be ridiculous if that happened.
He was with 3 women. I wasn't there either. I guess we're never gonna know. But he did get the DMs from the basketball player. You were insinuating in that story that he never even met him, and that whole thing was made up, and that it's not possible on Instagram. You also didn't correct yourself on Andrew Tate getting doxxed with the pizza box.
But I also never.
Video apologized.
Whoa! I don't know if you even watched the video, because I did say the claims were of a pizza box, which was backed by like early onset news. I never said for sure. I talked about how that would be extremely entertaining if that was the case. I never. When I cover something like that, for example, Justin Roiland, I'm sure you followed that. He was recently found innocent on all of the like domestic abuse charges. I always.
It's true. Justin Roiland of Rick and Morty fame was found innocent on all of the domestic abuse charges. but he still did DM a lot of children. That he might not be getting charged with that, but the prolific amount of messages that he made directed towards underage children is not something his career should recover from.
Is said, if these charges are true, and then I'll make jokes about if like these crazy things like the pizza box
Look at
are
those
true.
little guys.
But I never fully say like this is a true fact.
I don't think I've ever
so the pizza
gotten
box
this far
thing
in the
being
DLC
completely
before.
fake was never something that I really truly believed in my heart was real or reported on it as a very real thing. Just played with the fun idea if it was because of how silly and outrageous it is. And
Why
now
is
Andrew,
that fun? Why is it, go back to that point.
Do I have to fight these things?
That two men who have no charges or no evidence
That's
against
not-
them went to jail. But tell me what's the fun idea about two men
why is
being
the cat
falsely
here?
imprisoned?
the fun idea is they're falsely imprisoned based on a pizza box. It's playing around with the pizza box, not them being in
That's
jail.
a fun idea to you?
Oh,
That's
wait.
a fun idea
I'm
that
gonna-
two men,
I'm gonna
this is a
continue
problem that
running
we should
away
both
from
be
these
aware of,
things.
and that men should be aware of, that you can go to jail without any evidence or charges, that the entire internet can lie about you and think it's
I feel
funny.
like these things will kill me if they touch me, and I don't want to find
You are
out.
finding weird ways of taking a fact and running in an opposite direction. The humor is if right now, Sneako, the authorities busted in and said, Charlie, we noticed your first edition Pokemon card behind you is fraudulent, that's a crime, you're going to jail. You would probably laugh because it's so outrageous and silly. Just like being doxxed by a pizza box leading to prison time is outrageous and silly.
Don't be disingenuous.
yep,
That's
they-
not why
they hurt.
you think that's funny. There's the internet and people like you that I put in the Soulboard collage dislike Andrew Tate from the start because of what he talks about, because he comes off arrogant. I'm top G. I'm the alpha male, and people get triggered because they're in their room, they're playing games, and everything he talks about goes against what they're about. So when he goes to jail falsely, people find it fun because
Imagine
finally
riding
the guy that
a
goes
man's
against
dick
everything
this
I
hard
believe
and
in
still
is in
thinking you're a
jail
conservative
and can't
Muslim.
talk anymore. It's not fun because it's like this goofy story. People like you were genuinely happy that they went to jail.
I don't recall celebrating or pumping my fist. Last night I was even talking about it. I'm not out there celebrating, lighting the streets on fire in joy. What do you think I stand for, Sneako?
I have no idea what you stand for.
Then
I've
why
watched
do you
your
keep-
videos. I don't know what your beliefs are. It's not clear. It's
I
not
don't-
clear, and I think that now, seeing what's happening to Andrew and Tristan Tate and what's happening to men who push the ideas that I push, I think it should be very clear for everybody watching that you watch a content creator that has a specific ideology. I've watched you like in high school and college, and it's like drama content, you're covering stuff in the news. I have no clue what your belief system is. I've seen your music videos with the Antichrist, and you're smoking weed, and you play a lot of video games, and you kind of like, there's a lot of other commentary channels. You
Damn.
look at the header, it says,
I don't know a lot
"We
about
talk
MoistCr1TiKaL,
stuff."
but he
I
sounds
have
pretty
no
cool.
idea what position they're coming from because it's not in your best interest to have a point of view. It's better to just cover drama and make AdSense money off of it. If you have a specific ideology that goes against what social
that
media
was not-
pushes, look where I am.
There's
I'm
not a
on
hidden
Rumble,
path ahead.
Nobody watches your video, and everyone piles on you.
So there's a very big difference. The content you used to make, I wasn't super familiar, but I went back and looked. You used to make thought-provoking, more artsy pieces, and then you transitioned more into lecturing and life advice. The content I make is just purely entertainment, like things I find fun. Now, I do give my perspective on issues, like on things that I'm passionate about, like cuties. We'll tie it back to cuties. When I saw that film and the way...
Oh, he's a centrist lib with some accidental lefty leanings. Maybe we can get him. Huh? Maybe we can get him, folks. Maybe we can fix him. Did you kill Artie already? I did, and there wasn't any opportunity to summon the wolf.
It was advertised with children twerking on the cover. It made me very upset and very concerned that pedophilia was going to be more normalized, because now you have Netflix with a front page catalog piece that I consider, and many others consider, to be child porn.
Your cam is lagging?
So I would give my perspective
no,
on
it's
that.
just- it's my
this
sound
is
is
gross,
lagging.
and here's why. And then I'd list out some of the absolutely repulsive scenes, like the children watching porn or like campsites, twerking, being filmed twerking, all of it with real children, that's a real problem. When I'm covering goofy shit like Gwyneth Paltrow being sued for a ski accident, do I need to tie it back into like the woke agenda or something in order for you to get my perspective? I don't think so. It should just be about entertainment. That's always like the core.
It should not just be about entertainment. There should be some value that you're adding to your audience. And the reason I criticize you for that is because, like everybody else who hates that movie, they didn't even watch it. You didn't finish the movie, and we both agree. Sexualization of children is bad, but we already agree on this point. That movie had a way to point that out. Obviously, it was bad, but I agree with the morality of it. But I think that's a problem, and I think that your audience should pressure you into have a more specific point of view rather than just saying fun things. You can be funny and still have a point of view. It's getting harder for men out there, and you see it. They go to jail, and people laugh about it. It's getting harder for men to survive in this climate now.
And I have made content on
There we go. I fixed it. I did it, chat. Sorry, Mr. Squarepeg. All I was saying is that more men go to prison because more men commit more crimes. Like that, men statistically commit more crimes. But that's like a fixable problem, not because like the system is out to get men. It's because men are socialized to like commit more acts of violence, to assert their masculinity through acts of violence, and that's exactly the message Andrew Tate spreads. You know, like that's a problem we can fix by just changing how we socialize men. It's not a dark
it's content
conspiracy
I see that you haven't seen. I had a whole stream dedicated to talking about why so many men are lonely now and turning to things like you offer them with a creativity kit. You think one of my big problems with Andrew Tate was
The creativity kit has nothing to do with being lonely. The creativity kit is about making money online. There's no loneliness.
That's still
that is
in my eyes, selling courses, giving people advice that isn't guaranteed to work like that is exploitative and taking advantage of desperate people. You can have a different point of view, that's totally fine. One of the big problems I had with Tate was his business, Hustlers University.
Yeah, shout out to all them cuddle
to be part of a
bugs.
Discord server where you're not really getting the tools to succeed. I've seen what goes on in there. It's mainly like people just talking at each other. He doesn't really participate. The lessons aren't overly helpful. It's very generic advice that you could find for free on YouTube. So it's charging this high price.
Of course you can find it for free, but having it reinforced by somebody that you look up to is an extremely important thing. And if you think that you're exploiting somebody by charging them $50 a month, there are a lot of case studies in the creativity kit.
These humanity sprites are scary.
From the information that they found in there. Call it advocating.
This also looks like a trap.
People have met there and moved to Florida, and they've built businesses together, meeting in the creativity kit, finding like-minded people. What's more important than exploiting somebody's money and what you're glossing over is exploiting somebody's time. Time is money. And if people are investing their time into watching drama content, fun stuff, let me laugh at someone falsely in prison, they're wasting their energy watching you game for 12 hours. That is a bigger waste of lonely men's time. They're not getting any value from watching you game for 12 hours. They are getting value from paying $50 a month and learning the secrets from somebody who's been doing this for 10 years.
But
what's a better use of your energy? $50 on a course from vetted millionaires or watching a game streamer for 6 hours every night?
Watching a game stream for 6 hours every night, don't let anyone tell you different.
The course to get rich. He's getting rich from the course, the same way that the course that you're selling is not like your main way that you made money. You are making money from that course now, as opposed to what the course is teaching. But again, this is getting completely sidetracked.
That's just not true. That's not my main source of income. I enjoy doing it, and it's a great way to have a network. And you talk about all the lonely men that are out there. What are you doing to go and help these people? We understand that there's a problem with loneliness of men. People get in there, they ask me questions about how do I network better, how do I find people who are like-minded. You give them advice, and you can see them transform their life. I'm curious as to what you think is a better alternative, because you stream gaming for 6 hours. Is that a better solution to men who are lonely watching you play video games?
Hell
or
yeah.
giving advice to men who don't know how to find a community of like-minded people who don't know how to make money online and want to live a lifestyle where, look, I'm in Japan.
Okay,
You're still in the
actually,
same
I could
room that
walk
I've
down
seen you in
this.
since high school.
I can go places. I choose not to. I'm happy here the same way you're happy traveling in Japan. Like, these are non-arguments that you're making. It's the same argument
I've
of
never
why.
seen you outside of your room. And I don't know how many years I've seen you on YouTube. I've never seen you out of your room.
That's where his
I've
camera
seen you with
is.
dildos in your room, throwing it at each other and your friends. I've never
Hell
seen you
yeah.
travel. I've never seen you network with other people. I've never seen you show your audience what's possible if they make money as well. I've seen you play video games since like 2016.
In one of the clips you showed of me, I am outside at Gasparilla with my girlfriend. What are you talking about?
At what?
Gasparilla is like Mardi Gras, but for Florida. Like, you have literally shown me outside. I don't know why you're trying to make this case that I'm never
Okay,
outside.
you stepped outside in Florida. I've never seen you go to different countries. I've never seen you network with successful men. I've never seen you around a group of men who are on the same page. That's it. The purpose
He just
is
like
showing
me,
our
for
audience
real.
what's possible. A lot of people are tired in this lifestyle. We talk about lonely men. The number one problem that lonely men have is watching porn, is playing video games and getting addicted to this stuff. That's what's contributing to loneliness more than providing them an avenue to go and elevate themselves. That is the biggest contributor. People who don't know how to live life, how to go outside, how to meet
Wait,
different
is this
people, or
Manus?
find a comfort
I feel
zone
like
in
this
their
is
room,
Manus.
playing video games and watching porn.
It's impressive how you tie everything back to porn now. That you're talking about things that are agreeable. And this is what I've said about Andrew Tate. He doesn't always say silly, dumb shit, but he does, and he couples it with good.
One hand
real
wonder,
things.
is this
Like
Manus?
you mentioned, porn addiction is a problem.
Should I be
Like, no
going
one's
back
gonna
and like
disagree with
using my
that.
humanity?
But everything that you're sprinkling in outside of it is totally fucking irrelevant to the rest of
Okay.
it, man. You going and
Alright,
flexing on
alright.
your audience isn't showing them what's possible. It's showing what's possible when they're paying for your lifestyle. The advice you give, you thrive off them staying miserable. Right? The second they get happy, the second they get money,
No,
the second
I
they
definitely don't.
they will not
I
be
definitely
paying for
don't.
your course
if
anymore.
If my audience does not get value from my content, they're going to leave. The reality is that streamers and content creators like you, the audience always grows up. They watch a little of the gaming content, then they grow up. They're not learning anything, and so they go to another content creator. They go to somebody else who's popular or trendy. You need
Like Riverboat Jack.
to add value to their audience, or else they are going to grow out of it.
And the
I know
value
the
from
pressure of that.
the value of most things is entertainment. What you used to do was humor interlaced with your stuff. Now it's just preaching to the choir of people that already subscribe to your hive mind. It's you're still doing the same
what you
thing.
see on Twitter. That's what you see on Twitter because that's the only mainstream platform that I'm still allowed to be on. If you watch my stream,
I have
haven't
watched
streamed
your
in a couple
streams.
weeks. When I watch my stream for 4 hours, it's not preaching. A lot of it's humor. My motto is seek truth through funny.
Which
I
you've
look at
abandoned.
what's going on in the world.
You it seems you have completely abandoned that. I have watched your streams. I have.
Wait,
a lot of it
I did the
devolves
wrong
into
thing.
just talking again about the same things you always mention. Soy boys, bots, woke mind virus, and then dancing around. And then always trying to defend and find the other side of something controversial. It's the same formula over and over again because that's how you found to keep your audience hooked. It's no different than
That's
people
not true.
that
I go on Omegle and I'm joking around for an hour or 2 hours. I bring on my viewers and we joke to each other. I bring on people, real life people. They sit next to me and we joke around. I have different podcasts. I have different guests.
The
I
jokes
just did a
that you-
podcast with Ryan Dawson, uncovering Epstein and uncovering the truth about 9/11, which I really recommend that you go see. I have different types
I like
of content.
Charlie.
You're trying to box it in because maybe that's what you
Maybe
see
it's
on
'cause I'm
Twitter,
high,
and it's
but-
probably the result of why nobody even watched my
like
rebuttal
'em.
because they don't feel the need to go onto Rumble and a different website. They're stuck into this pattern of watching content that's suitable for YouTube and the trending page.
Okay, here we
If they
go.
go and they would look out of it and they watch my stream, there's a reason I have an audience and I was
Is
able
he a
to survive
9/11
the
truther?
cancellation because I do add humor. I do add value. People want to see that. They see something in my stream that brought them onto a website. that's
I like
alternative.
dudes on
How many
Twitch that feel
YouTubers
like
could have
I could
survived
trust
that?
them, you know?
How many YouTubers could have survived a big tech cancellation to an alternative platform that's labeled as an alt-right conspiracy website and still maintain the same audience? You can't do that by repeating the same things every day. You have to add some value.
But you can. That's the
How?
#1 grift right now. As long as you are contributing to an echo chamber, the people will not leave you. You form a reliance where they're constantly suckling your tit for validation that their point of view is the right one. And the more that you claim the victim, the more that solidifies and cements them that belief is the correct one because people are attacking
That's
them.
absolutely not true at all. I've been talking about the woke mind virus for a long time, and now my audience wants to get into know the truth, so I've been interviewing different people. I did a whole podcast uncovering Epstein and who's actually on the client list because that's one big conspiracy theory that people want to know more about. I did an entire podcast uncovering 9/11 and the Iraq War and what happened and why war is created by deception. I'm getting into more things because if you get repetitive,
Okay, how do I get the dog for the Manus fight?
Over and over again, they will get bored.
How do I get
They're not
Puppy?
going to stay. If they just watch me yell bot, nobody would enjoy that.
But
Nobody would like that.
Dark Spirit, no!
This must have been a change over the last month or something because I have watched a good chunk of those streams. I have. And it has been the same topics repeated the entire duration. Like, it's not like I blindly have hated you. I went out of my way to find redeeming qualities about you. But
I'm just gonna
you
go
have
in.
become, in the same way you think people were, plagued by the woke mind virus,
See ya,
you
nerd.
have become plagued by the exact opposite, where you try and find every possible way of being controversial.
I feel like I want to focus on this real quick. Wait, that was Manus? Oh, wait, no. That wasn't Manus. Okay. Okay. Off to the left. Oh, God. Oh, God. I thought you said to the left. Oh, God. Heal. Snarf. Snarf. Oh, God. Why? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm learning a lot on this fight. Next time, though, I'll fight him directly. If we don't get an update on the Sif edition.
Even though I don't think you believe half of it, I really don't. I think
What do you think I have a very clear point of view. What do you think that I've said that I don't believe in?
So we'll use our beef, for example. You think I'm weak for not taking you up on a boxing fight. But on the same side of that coin, you won't take Brandon Buckingham up on that boxing fight. The whole point was, I don't stand by my beliefs because I won't fight you for it. Well, with that
Hey,
perspective,
Vixen Lixen,
why wouldn't
how
you
you
fight
doing?
Brandon Buckingham when you feel so strongly about your beliefs and he says the same things I do? Wouldn't you want to prove
Because
that
the
you
first
stand?
fight that I want to take, would be against somebody, one, who has more clout than me, two, I
So
disagree with
selfish.
ideologically. I don't disagree with him ideologically at all.
But he says the
don't
same
really
things I
know
say
this-
about you.
This person has been obsessed for a long time. He's suing me for emotional distress. Personally, I don't care about this person, and there's no benefit for me to take my first fight with this person.
So then
if
your
I fought
beliefs-
somebody, I challenge.
So then you're-
the reason I was banned on Twitter for challenging Hasanabi to a fight. One, because a lot of people want to see that. He's well known. He disagrees with me completely. There's a lot of tension for that fight. If I fought you, you have said a lot of things that are very negative about me. There's beef in the air, and you talk a lot about me, so things that you probably wouldn't say to my face. It would be an entertaining fight.
But that's not the point. The whole point is you think I am weak, and you keep harping on this for not taking you up on the fight. But you won't take someone up on a fight that's saying the exact same things I am. So it seems like the beliefs, you don't stand by that strongly if you're not confident
I
you
knew
can
that you
make
would
a
never
spectacle.
accept the fight. Charlie, we both know you wouldn't accept the fight.
Right, I've made
The
that
point
very
was-
clear.
We both know. Even when
Outer
I challenge you, we both
outer
know.
left
It's
edges
to
of
point
the
out that a
circle.
lot of people talk a lot of talk online, and they never have to face the consequences because they stay in their room gaming all day. That was to point it out. Men are tired of seeing this back and forth internet
Okay.
drama. They want to see people go and settle it. I've never said a word about this person that you're bringing up. I haven't said a word about him since last summer. I won't say his name publicly again. I'm being sued for emotional distress. I'm leaving that
What
alone.
person is he
I have
talking
no
about?
problem with this person. We have gone back and forth. We're going back and forth on Twitter. People want to see it. People are tired of these keyboard warriors going back and forth. That was to point out the fact that men should not feel so comfortable talking a lot of talk on Twitter that they would never say in person.
You made claims of Brandon Buckingham being like a rapist and shit. Wouldn't that be something that you'd want to fight about at that point? Like
That was not a claim that I made. That was not a claim that I made.
I can't remember the specifics of it, but you did toss out the word rapist when talking about Brandon Buckingham. I don't remember the context it was used in, but you did mention it, right? So why is all of a sudden that now beneath you? Like, you don't have any problems with him now after he's willing to fight. The point is, you're talking about, you say these things and you don't have consequences. Well, what about you? You said these things. He's trying to give you those consequences that you think are so important, and you won't take him up on it. There is a clear hypocrisy.
That was
in the-
something. That was a different example. The guy
Sneako
was
looks like he'd get
previous
his ass
fan.
beat
It's
by
giant
a
misunderstanding.
lot of people on
There's
Twitch.
a lawsuit involved, so I can't talk about this too much.
Or
But that is
YouTube.
not what I accused him of. I do not think he is that word. I never said that about him, and that's a lie. He wants to do it because there's an obsession going on, but that's irrelevant.
Well, it's all tying back into the point I'm making, where the things that you preach against, you yourself embody. I don't see how you have all of these spins for it, but do you recognize that's not actually justification? For example, you like the message of cuties, but you also admit that it literally sexualizes children, which you agree is a bad thing, and that there's no sexualization of children, that it should be acceptable.
the boss
but
arena
you still
just
champion
huge?
it. So the things that you like actively talk about, like hating and all that, you are still championing for. Sensitivity.
I champion good intentions. I do not think that you have good intentions with your videos. I think that you've said it in this debate. You like to entertain. You say what's fun, what's trendy. If somebody gets falsely imprisoned, you think it's funny because it's a pizza box. I agree with the intentions that the director had making Cuties. She wanted to point out the wokeness. If people have good intentions, I will defend them. I don't think that you have any specific point of view on the world, so I challenge your beliefs. That's what's more important than what's said and what's taken out of context every single day.
Oh shit.
You haven't challenged any of my beliefs, though. Most of this has just been an attack on me or my girlfriend, which started all of this. You're not challenging beliefs, Sneako. You're stuck in your own echo chamber.
I challenge your belief of you gaming all day and criticizing
what's
me
that
for adding
belief?
value to my audience by teaching them how to make money online while you suck up their time while they watch you play video games and you add no value to their life.
You
I
also
challenge
suck
your
up their
ideas
time,
about
though.
Entertainment and how there's no need to have entertainment and how it's just supposed to be fun. I challenge the ideas that YouTubers can sit there and talk and do commentary videos every single day without any specific point of view. All of that goes against everything that I talk about.
Maybe I need more light. Maybe that was my issue.
I'm very confused on a lot of this. You don't like sports, right? Because sports is a waste of time. Watching sports is a waste of time, right?
No, I don't watch sports.
Well, but more than that, you think people that watch sports, they're not getting any value added to their life. You think it's wasting their time.
There is a better use of people's time. Of course, you can watch a game once in a while, but that is a waste of their time. It's getting harder to go and succeed nowadays. You should be investing your time to something else. But you said yourself, let me ask you this question. What are your beliefs? What are they? I don't know.
Yeah, okay, I'm not finding it.
So I feel like I've made my beliefs very clear.
Did I
am very
Wait, did I mess it up by using the seal of Artorias? Did I mess it up by doing that? I would say people like Charlie give something of value to people's lives. He gives them entertainment and escape from their everyday lives. It's like us watching Jack. We do it because we like her and support her. And I hope because you learn things sometimes and get spurred to political action.
Firmly on the side of there are certain things, and it's going to be different for everyone, that make people happy. And main thing I want is for people to be happy. I don't like that men are alone, which is why a lot of the advice I give is telling them to get out of their comfort zone and start with something like the gym. The gym is a very social environment. It's an environment where everyone's working towards similar goals. You immediately surround yourself with like-minded people, and maybe you make a connection at the gym, maybe you can find a friend there, but even if you don't, you are out of your comfort zone in an environment where people are working for a similar goal. And that already changes your mindset as a person. You've given yourself a goal, you are acting on it, and now you're surrounded by people that are also in a similar boat. I think, most importantly, is I want people to be happy, and a lot of times they can't find that. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with escapism, like watching someone play a game, or even playing games yourself. Watching a sport, playing a sport yourself is also great. I play pickup basketball every Thursday. Getting out, talking.
Okay, wait. Everyone shut up. Oh, I could just wear the hat. That's smart. Oh, I didn't know you could hurt these things. I guess I just should have tried hitting them. Oh! Wait a minute. I need to rescue him first? Oh! Okay. So I go down. I don't feel like I need to do this part. Okay. Run off to the left. Okay. I get it now. Alright. We got this.
Outside of a comfort zone, instead of sitting online making 20,000 tweets on the Sneako Twitter, I think is not productive. Replying to Sneako's Twitter, replying to my Twitter, none of it.
Hey, Polly has his cracker. We're watching MoistCr1TiKaL debate Sneako.
2,600 tweets, and half of those are just shit posts or a retweet.
Wait, would I hang out with Charlie? I'd absolutely hang out with Charlie. Charlie just seems like a cool dude, you know, like I could get a drink and wouldn't have to worry about it, you know, being left alone with him. Which is, unfortunately, a rather rare quality for people to have. The surfs are chill, but I never managed to catch them live. Yeah, I really like Lance. Lance is, you know, Lance is a person I would describe as jovial, which sounds kind of neat. Look at that. Okay.
I think all of that, locking yourself inside as a recluse, living in this completely toxic landscape like Twitter, is the most detrimental thing for a person, and that extends to TikTok. as well. I think TikTok has absolutely ruined people's brains in terms of what they can even stomach as an attention span. Having to have like Subway Surfer underneath a video of someone talking because you can't focus long enough, I think it's all a problem. So the things I talk about are usually geared towards either entertaining people for 8 minutes a day or whatever, or during a stream if they're already home from work and just need to unwind. I think all of that is fine. But I do always try and give some level of advice. My background, I don't know if you know, I'm a human science graduate with a concentration in exercise physiology. I believe very firmly in the mind-body connection in terms of strength building and muscle building. It's going to change your whole brain chemistry, and it will help improve the way you're looking at the world. So that's one of the big things I talk about, is even if you're 100% comfortable with your body, there is no reason not to at least try to make these kind of differences and change your perspective on things. Like, it doesn't even have to be a body issue. It helps your mind overall. I am always against people paying for advice from so-called gurus and professionals because you don't need it. The beauty of the internet is it is an unlimited repository of all of the human knowledge, just this compendium of every piece of information for every subject you could want. And you can access it for free. Under no circumstances do I ever advocate for someone paying up to $50 a month for advice they can freely find right now, even if it doesn't come with a built-in...
gamers always have the argument, but then they never talk about how college is a waste of time and that people go into $50,000 to $100,000 in debt from people who aren't vetted millionaires. If you could pay $50 and talk to a vetted millionaire who has made money online in a way that they don't teach in school, $50 is a steal. People get really upset about this because you're paying somebody directly and you know who you're spending the money on. You don't get upset about college because you don't know the principal, you don't know the headmaster, you don't know the donors. They're nameless people behind a university. So the point of the network is collection of information concentrated.
Imagine thinking that millionaires, if they know that they can go to like a place where there are easily exploitable dumb fucks, wouldn't just like use that to immediately find some kind of advantage to fuck the dumb fucks over, or to fuck everyone else over using the dumb fucks. Sneako can't be helped. Nah, he's too far gone.
In one place, and also the network of people that you can find. Right here, I'm in Japan traveling with somebody that I met from the Creativity Kit. That is something that is valuable and that you will only find by paying $50, which is not a huge price.
That is a big price, but also, do you see what just happened there? You went in...
$50 is a huge price. That's the same price as your merch that you're using to advertise on this drama.
Yeah, $50 is a huge price, chat? Yeah, I bet none of you would pay $50. That's too huge a price. Also, the price of these 2 treats going to my dog. I mean, TREATs. She didn't hear me.
Would you rather your audience pay $50 for a t-shirt from a gamer, or they meet somebody that they can go start a business with?
That the merch isn't $50 for a t-shirt, but regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there. I was talking...
it is.
Okay. It's still not, but with what just happened there is I was talking about something and you went into PR speak and salesman mode to talk about your course, and you attributed something to me that I actually talk against. I actually have spoken many times about
where are your classes on how to be an alpha?
For everybody. It's not. It simply isn't.
Why would I need to give you classes about something you already are? You've always been an alpha, Paladin Lost. You've always been an alpha, okay? How could I teach you something you've already mastered? $50 for a merch sounds like a deal to me. Yeah.
I think college provides an invaluable social experience where for the first time in your life you're on your own, so you learn how to fend for yourself, you learn how to interact with roommates, strangers.
The true alphas are the friends we made along the way.
College is not going to be a great fit for everyone, especially when it comes to certain academia positions, especially like in some art fields. I actually talk a lot about that, but you keep lumping me in with this perception of a gamer and these beliefs that you don't know anything about me on, and yet you still put me in there.
Then you should probably make them more clear.
I do.
I've been personally watching your videos for years, and I had no idea about any of this.
So,
I've seen you gaming. I've seen you react to drama content. I didn't know that was your method to make people happy, which I think is a narrow way of answering that question about what you believe in and what your belief system is.
I was still
but that's
going.
fine. But I'm glad that you said that, and I think that you should reiterate that more in your video to add more value to your audience.
So you said you've watched for a long time. These aren't secrets. I made a video 6 years ago. I just double checked. I uploaded a video 6 years ago called "You're Getting Fucked by College Textbooks." The entire video is about how college textbooks in particular are a massive scam and a very predatory system that universities are using. I do talk about these things. You are just not seeing them and then still putting words in my mouth.
Okay, here we go.
I think are very clear
Actual
to the
attempt.
people that watch. They're not a secret. They're not hidden. I make them very obvious. But we're so sidetracked now because you're trying to look for angles to throw me into these camps that I just don't fit in order to
There we
make it
go.
seem like you're
Double
morally
standard
superior.
in your belief because you
Let's go,
criticize me for
Sif.
tweeting I have 20,000 tweets, but like you have a high and mighty 2,000. You've been making videos every single day for 6 years. You're pretty much shit posting on YouTube as much as I am on Twitter, which is my only mainstream platform. To say that I didn't know what your belief system is, that's not a critique on me because I've seen many of your videos. That's a problem of your content. And the beliefs that you just conveyed here, it does not show in your content whatsoever. I'm re-angling my whole content to make exactly what I want for my audience to be specifically clear. That's why I'm traveling. That's why I'm showing myself training every single day. The message that's conveyed in your videos is play video games for 8 hours. That's what it looks like. You're in the same room. You have all these gaming posters around. That's what you do. That's what people know you for. Do you think that people know you for how to be happy, or do people know you as the guy who plays Super Smash Bros? Genuinely, what do you think the perception that people have of you is?
Well, it's certainly not Smash Bros, since I don't play it. I don't understand the point you're trying to make. I would imagine people look at me as just a channel of wild nonsense, just goofy shit. For example, I started a fucking wrestling league where it's all about the most over-the-top stupid fucking wrestlers fighting with ridiculous storylines and silly production. Like, this whole thing, you really want to laser focus on me playing video games as if it's some kind of huge blemish on my credibility or reputation. Again, it's not, but it's also super weird because it's not the only thing I do. In fact, if you went to my channel right now, I think there's only 3 gaming-related videos over the last month. It's not like all I talk about is gaming and everyone needs to be gaming all hours of the day. There's nothing wrong with unwinding after a day of work with watching a Twitch stream. Or, you know, you used to stream a lot. Do you think everyone that went to you is wasting their time? Because, again, the streams I watched, you were repeating the same points. To me, that's not adding value. That's just already cementing and preaching to the choir. That doesn't seem like adding value. Were they wasting their time?
I have a specific point of view. I make my point of view of the world clear, but I cover political content. I talk about the vaccine. I talk about what happened on January 6th. I cover current events every single day. I give people a
That's the
reason
main
to
thing
come
you
back
criticize me
because I'm
for
talking
is
about
covering
real
current events, though. Like, you're talking about that
you
like it's a great
don't
thing.
cover current events.
I
No. You don't
cover
current
everything
events.
that's silly.
You cover WWE like you just said. You cover drama content that you see on Twitter. You're not talking about January 6th. You're not talking about the fact that Pfizer was exposed for gain of function on the vaccine. You're not talking about
Sif,
what's really
please.
going on, what they censor on YouTube.
He's beating
You're
my
talking about
ass.
Wrestling.
You didn't even know about wrestling until just now, where I made a wrestling thing, not talking about it, but one of your critiques was talking about.
God
drama.
damn! This
Wrestling adds
essentially a
nothing to
grab is
people's lives.
ridiculous.
You know what adds something to people's lives? Learning the vaccine probably isn't as effective as they market it as. What's also adding value to people's lives, learning that they rigged the election against Donald Trump because look at the footage that they hit about January 6th. Now I'm going to change who I vote for in the next election. Now I'm not going to trust the people that I see on mainstream news. I'm not going to be glued to the
we almost got him.
lies because look at what they were hiding. That's adding real value to people's lives because that changes their whole perspective on the media that they consume.
And it's
You
parroting
promoting
the same
wrestling
point.
and
There
other
we
wrestling
go,
content
baby.
Makes people it feeds more into the content that keeps them more plugged in. Watching 7 hours of video games because you stream like how many days a week after work, that does not make them any better. all that does is dumb them down even more and prevent them from making money online and traveling the world because they're too dumb and slow watching you play video games.
And you think they're not dumb and slow watching you parrot the same things that are already being talked about by millions of others on Twitter?
Clearly not, because
it's not a unique perspective.
They are absolutely not. I have so many case studies of people who I've showed that they're in the gym because I post gym stories every single day. They have networked on the creativity kit. They started an online business. They started their own channel. They learned how to make e-commerce.
I feel like that was the first
they
try.
Some valuable skills. You don't learn anything.
The first real
from wrestling
try.
content.
You don't learn anything from watching you dance around listening to fucking whatever that Nazi song was with a yay jacket. Like, your content is not that unique either. You're parroting similar points that they already believe in, Sneako. You keep trying to separate yourself as like above it all by actually adding value.
I go and I dance and I wear the Ye 24 jacket because their perception of Ye is exactly what people like you promote, that this guy's a crazy person, he's on meds, he's crazy, when he's actually promoting is Christian values, is to unplug from this thing too, is to be awake.
But you are more plugged in than anyone I know. You are more plugged in than anyone I've talked to. Like, you are actually just more plugged in than anyone else.
What am I plugged into? What am I plugged? You're plugged into what's on Twitter, wrestling, gaming.
You are plugged into anything that is controversial. You are talking on Twitter more than anybody else. You are constantly keeping people locked into your echo chamber. You're constantly promoting your creativity kit where they have to meet each other through that as opposed to real life. I'm preaching real life interaction. You're preaching internet interaction.
That's the opposite of real life if you're playing video games and you're in the same
That's
room.
not, I'm not telling them.
I am in real life right now, traveling the world and talking to people. This is the real world. You playing video games is the opposite of the real world. Your perception of me only promoting controversy is because the truth is controversial. The truth is censored. And everything that you're going to see on YouTube
Chat, can I make her okay?
The narrative that they want you to believe in. It's not controversial. I have a very...
Hubble who? Okay. I don't know either of these people very well. But the guy on screen right now is a guy called Sneako, and he's a bad rat bastard, okay? The other guy he's talking to is named MoistCr1TiKaL, or Charlie, and he is a good boy. Basically, Sneako is being a rat bastard, man, has a lot of bad opinions. How bad? Like Andy No bad? No, like Andrew Tate bad, okay? Sneako is one of the guys who's like too dumb, and has bought into all of the Andrew Tate rhetoric, and has all of Andrew Tate's bad takes, but none of his charm or charisma.
Very specific ideology. I've explained it here, and you've not pointed out one thing that means that I'm just trying to attach myself to controversy.
I feel like I have. Example, cuties again.
Sneako stands the United States Confederacy.
You has horrible things that are unforgivable in it, but you still say it's your favorite film or an extremely important one. That's a problem. That is you attaching yourself to controversy.
I've explained that I defend the intention of the movie. The intentions are good. The intention is Ye right all the time? Is Ye sometimes sound erratic? Yes. Does he have good intentions for the world? Yes. People think it's controversial because they get drowned into the clickbait. It's like with cuties. They see the clickbait, they think it's terrible. They see a clip of Ye, they think he's crazy, when in reality they have good intentions.
He posted the flag for Confederate History Month? Nani? Yo, fuck this clan. Okay.
Intentions, and it gets drowned in from the noise on social media. It's not controversial, it's just true.
You can find good intentions in anything. Literally anything, though. Not everyone's going to be a cartoonishly evil person. They're going to have some good things they say. So why don't you defend everybody?
That's the point. What I've realized in this, that you should make those intentions more clear. Because I had no idea about how to be. I knew that you play video games, you reacted to what's popular, wrestling stuff, and you try to, like, people, if they're tired after work, they can go watch me game. That's what I know you for. I think that you should make that more clear. I make that specifically clear in all my streams, and you think it's repetitive because I want people to know exactly what I believe in. It's not controversial for clickbait. I have a specific worldview.
the worldview that you have is one that contradicts with what you put out online. Like I said, do you think that you don't victimize yourself? Like 100%, like mask off. Do you think that you go out through your day and you don't feel like at all hours, oh man, everyone's against me? Because one of your friends reached out to me after all of this just to kind of talk about concern for your mental health. I don't know how true it is, but you apparently read Reddit comments and pretty much any kind of Twitter discourse around you. That is literally taking this plugged-in mentality.
I don't know who you talk to. I never go on Reddit, and I tweet a lot because that's my mainstream platform. I don't read the replies like that. I don't obsess over that. Why do you think I'm outside every day? Why do you think that I don't have the time to do that? I'm extremely focused on what my mission is and spreading the word of positivity and spreading and trying to awaken people from this brainwashing. I don't obsessively read over this at all. If I was, I'd be in the same room playing video games. That's absolutely not true.
Okay.
Reddit? Do I look like the person that reads Reddit comments?
Yes, Sneako, because you reply to them all the time. Like you fight these boogeymen.
Reddit comments?
Yeah, in your streams, yes, you're pointing out like these fucking obscure things all the time that have got under your skin. You were talking about face fucking someone that made a joke about you one time. You were talking about beating D'Angelo Wallace's ass because he mentioned you one time. Like, you are plugged in more than anybody else. You see everything.
Okay. You see how you're doing the same thing that you did with cuties and what people do with Ye? I was making jokes about D'Angelo Wallace because he was canceling people for going to parties during COVID. Because he went on this whole moral high ground brigade about how much of a better person he is because other people weren't quarantining and he was quarantined. He went viral for shitting on people and canceling people, saying people should, like Bryce Hall should go to jail because he went to a party. So I made jokes back at him. If you're going to get on your moral high ground, somebody should go and bring you down too.
But you're doing that now too, where you're putting yourself above everyone else because you're outside and I'm playing video games and what you're doing is real value.
I'm absolutely not above anybody.
But that's how you're acting. That's what you're saying.
I'm absolutely not above anybody. I think that going outside, traveling the world, meeting different people is a better lifestyle than sitting in a room playing video games. Do I think that I'm better than anybody? Absolutely not. I've never said that, and that's the false misconception that people like you get when they see this content because like,
that's what you're saying to me. Do you know how many times you've pointed out me being in my room playing video games?
It's not me better than you. It's that I would rather travel the world. I would rather make money online. I would rather unplug myself than sit in my room and play video games for 7 hours a night. That is a better lifestyle. Does that make me a better person? Absolutely not.
You're saying you keep using the word better. That is putting them head to head as what you're doing is a better decision. Thus, you are morally, you're living a better life and morally superior because this is better than that. That's not
true. You seem like you might be happy with your life. I'm not trying to rate your happiness. Ultimately, the point of life is to live the happiest possible. What I do know is that what makes men lonely is gaming addiction, is watching porn.
Any addiction, yes.
Is being plugged into social media and doom scrolling and reacting to drama. That's what I know makes men upset. So I would rather promote a lifestyle. What's happier for me is traveling the world, being in Japan, doing what I want to do, unplugging myself from these things and meeting different people. That is what I know is a better lifestyle to promote for men and how I became happier, how I got out of depression, and how I stopped smoking weed all the time.
Okay. And everything you just said is exactly things that I'm trying to navigate this in a way that's not going to spin you into like PR speak. Everything you've said is things that people don't need to pay for. Your lifestyle is whatever makes you happiest, right? You said at the end of the day you want everyone to be the happiest and live the happiest life they can. Right? Is that your goal? Is that your mission?
Yeah, that's what we agree on, and that's what we should focus on doing for our audience.
So then, why then do you shit on certain lifestyles that you think are worse than yours? Gaming. Why do you think that if someone is happy gaming for, you keep saying 7 hours, which is an outrageous amount, but we'll use it. If someone is happy gaming for 7 hours, why shit on them for it?
People aren't happy gaming for 7 hours maybe once in a while, but continuously gaming 7 hours a night, that is not a happy lifestyle for anybody.
Disagree.
And why do you think you're promoting positivity then? So saying things like racism brings people together.
There's much more to life. I know that there's much more to life.
What's the meaning of life? I don't know. That's that deep, you know? Some weed might not hurt, not gonna lie. I gotta tell you, as somebody currently on the weed, pretty good stuff. Also, chat, I've been streaming for 7 hours. If you would like to support my streams and my ability to exist and my ability to not die of starvation and homelessness, consider throwing some subs my way, or some donos, or otherwise supporting my work financially so that I can avoid destitution. Did you know that you can help me not die? That's true. It's true. It's true.
Than playing video games for 7 hours. Video games, that's an escape.
I agree, Jesus. No one.
Sneako's been watching my stream.
Let me make it clear. Video.
Oh, Hubble Who, thank you very much for subscribing. I don't want you to die. Here you go. Also, folks on Twitch, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg. It's where the chat on screen is. Okay? You can head on over to riverboat.gg and chat with all the other lovely folks in my community. And when you support me there, it counts for a lot because I don't have to give Twitch a cut. So consider doing that. And let's continue. Only the cool kids can come here.
Video game addiction is not a good thing. I am not a video game addict. Streaming games.
Do you also agree that video games are an escape?
Video games what?
Are video games an escape?
Yeah, as is watching sports, watching movies. All of it is entertainment.
Why is Grand Theft Auto so fun?
Because it's a well-designed game that offers a lot to do in it. It's a big game filled with plenty of activities to do.
It's a game with a lot to do in it. The reality is there's a lot to do in the world, and it's condensed in one game. It's giving you a packaged version of what's possible if you actually experience life. People find a way to get cheap dopamine from a...
It's true. I'm finding a way right now to experience a lot of things that I wouldn't be able to experience anywhere else. It's very, very true. Very astute. I'm able to instantly teleport. It's wild. It's so crazy. Wait, where? Not the Daughter of Chaos. Not Lucille. Tomb of the Giants? It's not the Catacombs. It's the, chat, where can I get to the... No, it is the Catacombs. I'm a dumby. There we go.
Screen rather than experience what's outside in the world. It's too easy to
I'm
get
a
dopamine now.
dumby.
That's
Right.
not happiness. Like, video games is not long-term happiness.
We-
That's escape. That's
We
dopamine.
agree, but we, like, these things you are saying, you are fighting me on points I've never made. These are points that I agree with. Video game addiction is a bad thing. If you are going home and playing games forever, you're not in a very happy place, I imagine. But if
Well,
you are,
also
I'm
argued-
also not
no,
going
no,
to be
no,
upset.
You argued, can somebody be happy playing video games for 7 hours? I'm arguing that's not real happiness. That's a fix.
But it can
that's
be.
replicating real happiness.
But it's still...
That's dopamine. That's like smoking a cigarette. That's not experiencing what the world has to offer. That's a
It's
condensed
not, but
version that is not real.
It's not experiencing what the world has to offer, but maybe they don't want that. If your mission
They
is
want that
every...
in their coping. That's not true. Everybody wants that. Everybody wants that in their coping,
So you
and it's too risky. They're uncomfortable. They don't want to go and risk rejection of the world. Everybody wants to experience the real world.
Maybe they do. I do. I agree. But that's not going to be the case for everyone, and I recognize that. I agree with wanting everyone to be happy, but you want them to be happy your way.
They don't have to be happy my way. I know for certain that the real world is a better life than the world that they condense in a video game.
I don't know why we're so hung up on games. But yes, for a lot of people, I think getting outside of gaming is going to be helpful. But that doesn't mean they need to completely stop gaming altogether. There's something called moderation. That goes for everything. Food addiction is life-ruining. Porn addiction is life-ruining. Gambling addiction is life-ruining. Every addiction is life-ruining. Moderation is key. Gaming addiction is life-ruining. It's all about figuring out moderation and also finding what makes you happiest, what amount of hours that is. Maybe it's more hours than somebody else, but it's finding that balance, and that's going to be different for each and every individual. Whereas you're putting a blanket on it.
This is why I don't gamble in my streams. This is why I don't promote degeneracy in my streams. This is why I only try to promote things
no
that I know
degeneracy.
are better for people, because even though, yes, some things are good in moderation, it's getting more difficult for the lonely man out there, and it's better to be source of positivity rather than encourage the degeneracy that's keeping everybody trapped. That's just where we disagree on. I think that you've explained it here. You want people to be happy as well, and I think that's good. And I hope that you try to reiterate that more, because genuinely, man, I had no idea. And you know exactly what my worldview is. You think it's controversial, but I make it extremely clear. I know you think it's repetitive, but I want people to know.
I don't see how your message is somehow bolstered by spamming slurs.
Look, guys. Pyramid schemes aren't degeneracy, okay? What's one of the longest lasting human constructs on Earth? That's right, the pyramids. How could those be degenerate?
For example, like during that stream with the
sounds like
I couldn't listen to you because you kept saying slurs. How is that necessarily helping make people happy or positive in any way, shape, or form? What does that do to contribute to your overall goal? Because it's not humor either, so it's not seeking truth through funny. It's literally just spamming slurs because you were mad at me.
It is. The reason that it's funny is because I'm on a platform that has free speech, and you're not bound by wokeness where you can't say certain words and you're labeled racist or homophobic or transphobic, where you can say things even if you don't mean them, because we're not trapped with words.
But why say something you don't... Why say something you don't mean, though? What does that do? Wouldn't that go against your ideology where you're, like, faking it?
That's not a word. A word doesn't encourage... A word doesn't encompass a whole belief system. A word can be funny. The word faggot is funny.
Oh, that one.
That
There's
was the
F
thing you
slur.
said this whole debate.
How is that? I don't.
You're laughing now. See?
Well, it's because it's just an outrageous claim. It's like talking to a child.
Outrageous.
Well, no,
proving
like
my point. It's
no,
outrageous. It's funny.
Your defense of
the
it.
First time we laughed this whole time. Time we laughed this whole thing.
This is
because of one little word.
Yes, because it's such a silly defense of it. It's like a child who hears "fuck" for the first time and he's like, "Ooh, Daddy said fuck." Like, it doesn't.
Well, it worked on you.
Well,
are you because it worked on you?
If you just said it without your explanation of why it's good, I probably wouldn't have laughed. The point is, and this is talking about what I was mentioning, like with the pizza box. It's so outrageous, it's humorous. Like, these things are outrageous, and that makes it humorous, which it seems like you can recognize.
Do you believe that Andrew and Tristan Tate are innocent?
That I don't know. They could be, and I've said that from the start.
You don't have a belief on that?
Well, because I don't have the evidence. They've been charged twice with the human trafficking, but none of the evidence is public.
You didn't look at all the victims and their allegations and how everything was exposed on WhatsApp, how they plan to make a Netflix movie out of this?
I've seen.
Good night, Hubble. Oh, good night, Lily Love Stuff.
If you cover current events, this is something you jump onto
Soul
the pizza
weapons.
Box, but you don't take the time to go and look at all the evidence that was debunked.
That's not true, though, because
like, why do you spend the narrative laughing at somebody falsely in prison, but you can't go and just look at a couple screenshots and see that?
Shark!
Do you see? Look, hold on. Before
Shark 300. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. Playing some Dork Souls. And, I don't know, doing some React content. How we all doing? How was your stream, Shark? Hope you had a good one. The dim light bulb with eyebrows? Indeed. And, also, folks, we have our own .gg site, so if any of you are all, any of you are interested in coming on over and talking in the on-screen chat, feel free, okay? Hey, Spoons Dub. Hey, Myra Ostro, how we all doing? For those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and I'm trying to branch out into some normie content. So I've been listening to this debate between MoistCr1TiKaL and Sneako, where Sneako is unsurprisingly being a colossal dumbfuck. I'm playing some Dark Souls. What's normie content? You know, not explicitly political content, you know? Because look, sometimes people want content that's all about, like, talking about a bill that's in step 4 of becoming law in such and such state. But sometimes people just want, like, accessible content, you know? This is the Kim Kardashian expose of my content, okay? Yeah, definitely no political lessons to be learned here. Oh, it's cringe as heck? Yeah.
Before you interrupt, I would like to talk about both things, but do you see how I mentioned the pizza box being outrageous, but that one, that's like a slur to you, me mentioning that. That one, you stopped laughing the second I mentioned it, even though it's the same principle that you were talking about. It's outrageous. It's silly. It's stupid, right? That's what makes it humorous, in the same way you were defending the slurs. But that one's a little too far. Like, you have these weird lines where it doesn't really make sense.
That's not a good argument, because you're laughing at two people who actually went
I'm
to jail.
laughing at the pizza box. I don't
Well,
recall...
You're laughing at the pizza box putting two people in jail because of what you saw on Twitter. When I say the word faggot or I say a slur, it's just a funny word to say. There's no consequences for that. Nobody.
Just saying, it's a funny word. God. Okay. You know what? I'll say this about Sneako. Okay. Sneako is like, he's one of those dudes who thinks he has the mental fortitude to not be affected by advertising, and then he sees, like, the first 3 seconds of a McDonald's commercial and immediately goes out for that, you know? Like, Sneako's just so slow. And it's, I guess, as a result, it's really not that surprising that, like, he's basically just a guy who thinks that words don't mean anything, and, like, when you say slurs, it's just a really funny noise you're blowing out through your mouth hole, and not just, like, giggling because it's, like, the first time someone said breast to you in your entire life. Goodness. That's not advertising, that's a documentary. I accidentally joined the guys who fucking hate me. Or I made this cat mad. And you don't want to make the cat mad. It was an accident. I blame chat. Oh god.
Nobody goes to jail falsely.
That's not true. People have gone to jail for saying slurs, which I don't agree with, the censorship of speech. But that we're talking about something totally different.
Right now, me saying that right now, that's
right.
not
But
the
and
same
me
thing.
saying the pizza box thing right now, that shouldn't be a problem. It is outrageous and it is silly. But let me get back to what you were mentioning. I have looked at the evidence from both sides. I always do. I don't just go to these tribes and just assume everything on my side is right and everything on that side is wrong. I take information from all angles in order to find where I personally sit on this perspective, on this situation. So, for the Tate brothers, being charged twice with human trafficking, while there is some shady shit from the victims, there is still real merit to some of the things that people were talking about, such as something you talked about as well. The taking of the passports from some of the women and getting there under the guise that they would be able to date them. Those are very odd, very peculiar things. So it's not like it's just, oh, all of that's wrong and we have to disregard all of it because this is here. There is, on both sides here, evidence that makes it a very complicated case, which is why it's gone on for so long, right? It's not one where
Charlie
I know
has
the
a
answer.
really nice
They
voice.
could be innocent. They could be guilty. I do think it's
soothing.
weird they've now been charged twice. There is some very odd things there because that's not exactly a light thing to come after someone for. And there is things that you have talked about.
Do you think that it's wrong that people can go to jail for 4 months without any evidence or charges?
And even outside of the Tates, I have said that in this country, where you can go to jail on suspicion of things without ever being charged. It's a problem. Yes, it is a problem.
Okay. I didn't see that video. I saw the video laughing about the pizza box putting her in jail. Did you make a video about that?
Yes, and I talked. Well, it's in that video where I say I don't know if he's guilty. I don't like if there's real victims here. Like, I would never celebrate someone being a human trafficker because there's victims. I wouldn't celebrate him being a human trafficker. That means there are real victims there. Even though I disagree with like his Hustlers University and a lot of the dumb shit he says, I wouldn't want him to be a human trafficker. That means there are real victims being in terrible situations. I did say that, and I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. Nobody does right now, except for them and whatever's going on in Romania. The joking about a pizza box is things I make about anything that has craziness around it, like the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. There's so much silliness there that I talk about, but at the end of the day, I don't know who's innocent or guilty. I'm joking about the goofiness of things that have come up, right?
I gotta get going. It's getting a little hectic out here.
Okay. Well, I guess kind of to tie it all back to the whole crux of it. I feel like I've got to know you a lot better now. I do still think a lot of the things that you talk about aren't things that I'm convinced you're 100% believing yourself. Because they run counter to the way that you live your life. So, that's
Because I tweet?
Well, no, not just the tweet. The constant victimization, the sensitivity to jokes where I feel like you of all people should be embracing the people dunking on you. Because it shows that people are more willing to insult and make jokes about people, which is something you're a big proponent of.
That's not true. Both Meat Canyon videos, I reacted to the Meat Canyon video and I was laughing. I have a good sense of humor. It's the people advocating for my cancellation,
which I never
diving
did.
into my past and trying to see me as a bad. It's not the jokes that I'm upset about. Charlie, you could admit that there are dozens and dozens of documentaries about me trying to make me look like a terrible person, people trying to call me a misogynist. That's the things, the false accusations that I'm upset about. It has nothing to do with the...
I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Jokes. I don't care.
So the way I look at those documentaries is an extension of that fact, right? So taking your worst moments and making fun of you for it, like Willie Mack's videos, for example. I don't see those as cancellation. I think maybe it's this lens that you have, because, again, you were the victim of deplatforming. That did happen, right? That did happen. I recognize that. And I've always said I don't agree with that.
You say I'm a victim of deplatforming, but also I'm victimizing myself for pointing it out.
No, you're victimizing yourself when people are just making jokes about you, not advocating for your deplatforming or cancellation, just making jokes about you. That is not the same. You got deplatformed. That sucks. People making fun of you is not comparable.
People have made videos with the title "Sneako is a terrible person." That's not a joke. Sneako deserves to be banned. Sneako is a misogynist. Sneako is racist. They've written articles about me calling me racist when I joined the Ye24 campaign. That's not jokes. That's trying to make me look like a bad person.
But
you're acting like
you can call those out.
Like, Sneako's funny. Like, okay, there's one thing like, Sneako's a cuck. That's funny. Fine. Okay, made a mistake. Sneako, horrible person. Sneako is a racist. That's not a joke.
So you can but you realize you can do two different things there. You can call that out as being bad actors and you disagree, and then you give your point on why you're not racist. But then you can still turn around and recognize that half the people on your collage, your fucking strip, aren't advocating for your cancellation. They are insulting you. Like, there's two different layers. There are people that are saying you're racist, you're misogynist, and if you disagree, then you can fight them on it, and it's not jokes. Then at that point, it's a debate to be had. But then
I do agree. Half of them want to cancel. The other half were just making jokes. But you all look the same, so I put you in a collage.
I just don't see how we looked the same, but that's not here to fight you on your perspective. I haven't seen anyone agree. I don't know where you're seeing the agreement outside of Rumble.
I agree with you. I think this conversation was good. I got to know more about what you stand for and your belief system. I didn't know what it was. And I have watched your videos for years, man. I used to enjoy your content, and then I'm one of the people that just grew out of it because I didn't see exactly what value you're adding to my life. And what bothered me is the fact that you were lying about Fresh and Fit, and that's how I heard about him. And that upset me, realistically, because it's like, look at the way that people who are telling the truth get painted as. They get painted as these incel, virgin, loser, racist, misogynist. They try to box you in instead of tell the truth about you, because I think that they don't like what you're talking about. But I would like for us to have another conversation in the future. I like that you have a good message about how people should be happy. I like that you're advocating for the gym and you're playing basketball and you're telling people to get out of their comfort zone. I think that those are all really good things. And I do think that you're funny. I can't deny about that. Like, it's a little monotone, but you're a funny guy.
I do appreciate the conversation. One more thing you mentioned there that I do want to point out, the boxing in of people. That's something I try not to do, and I feel like I've done a good job of not doing that. But that is something you do, right? You box me in as woke and spreading these kind of things, and all kinds of other people, you box them in on certain things that make no sense. Like, boxing in is something that you also do. Do you disagree?
Okay, but you can decide. You can see people's ideologies. Everybody I put in the scoreboard collage. What do you think they think about Tate? What do you think they think about Fresh and Fit? What do you think they think about Trump? You probably have the same point of view.
But it's still boxing them in, which is what you were calling out. Like, for example, you have the same.
Accurate?
Is what not accurate?
Everybody in that scoreboard collage who has advocated for my cancellation or slandered me or insulted me, made jokes about me, they all also dislike Tate. They all also dislike Fresh and Fit. They all also think that Trump is racist.
I don't presume to know people's belief, and I don't really talk to anyone on the collage, so I don't really know. But the point is, you could make the same argument for you, right? If people are boxing you in as a racist, you do say things that do and lend themselves to being construed as racist, right? So would you fit on a racist collage? Probably. Like, how do you feel?
It all comes down to intention. It all comes down to intention. And
okay.
These people that the people that I put in the collage, their intentions are to bring down the alpha. That's the common theme I see from all of them. Oh, alpha male Sneako, alpha male Fresh and Fit. It comes from a place of cope and of jealousy because they see people who are living a lifestyle opposite of them, and instead of admitting that there's a different path or admitting that they could have a good point, they try to bring down their character. That's the common theme I see with these people. So the intentions that I see from these people in the collage, they're not pure, they're not good. It's jealousy and it's hate.
And again, that is still something they could say about you as well. That's just one of the things I was really.
That's fair, and that's why you made me realize that I need to. This whole hate brigade on Sneako in the recent weeks, I'm going to repurpose my message now. I'm not gonna. What up, man? Yo, do you know MoistCr1TiKaL? Hey, say what's up to him now. We're saying hi.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey,
look.
I follow you on Twitter.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just traveling the world right now.
Cool, man. See Moist Canyon's video?
Yeah, we saw me. What did you think of the Meat Canyon video?
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
It was
Hey,
funny.
how's it going, man?
About it.
Cool.
Hey,
Yeah.
Charlie.
We squashed the beef.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I've been
That's
actually hard to talk to more.
That's funny. Hey, man,
Hey.
what's up? I'm from Florida, too. Good luck, Charlie.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, probably.
Do you have a Valorant what?
You had like two very famous streamers. I thought I started in the club. That's funny.
Where's Ludwig?
Lud's. I don't know
Alright,
what Lud's doing.
I think that's a good way to end it on. Hope we could talk again in the future. I don't think we should have beef. And yeah, you did. I want to thank you for starting that whole Sneako hate brigade, because it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I am guilty of doing the same things that I am mad about, and I do attribute a lot of that to being canceled and a lot of resentment about that. But I just have to spread positivity now and not engage in the same type of behavior that I criticize. Yeah, you're right about that. So I'm just gonna go and, I'm not gonna go attack mode anymore. I don't think that there's any value to that. It's just gonna come back to me.
Well, I actually really appreciate the conversation, man. It's nice to hear like a more human side of you outside of like, what I see on Twitter or Rumble. I actually do think this was a very valuable conversation, so I appreciate you I really appreciate you taking the time to